All right. I believe we are live. Just making sure things are working correctly and all that. Um, yep. Here we go. So, welcome to the Saki team tournament. It is the seventh tournament the seventh time that this has been organized by the folks over in the Sakicord Discord server. By Anton and Kloro. This time, there will be a lot of teams actually playing. Let's go ahead and let me go ahead and see how many teams are playing. There are 48 teams playing this tournament, meaning that with at least 5 players per team, there will be around 250 different players playing in this tournament. It's a pretty large scale team tournament, the biggest one that I know of in the international scene. Yeah, and day one will consist of 12 tables using these 48 teams, right, with 4 teams to a table. And only the top 2 of each team, of each table will will advance to the next round. Yeah, meaning that you'll have 48 teams going down into 24 teams into the next day. Now, how does each table move towards what's called? How does the game format work for the table today? We've got 10 Hanchans played by 5 different players. We've got the Vanguard, the first, The first player. Yeah, the first player is the Vanguard. The second player is the Sergeant. Third player is the Lieutenant. The fourth player is the Vice Captain. And the fifth player is the Captain. Each one of these players will be playing 2 Hanchan versus the other player in the same position of each table. Meaning there will be, 2 Hanchan, and whichever teams, right, get into the top 2 score-wise at the end of all of those 10 Hanchan. In other words, the scores will carry over between the players. Whoever gets the top 2 placements will advance to the next round. It's a very long distance tournament. Long distance game format. Yeah, very long game format. Considering that there won't be... Well, this today will be around 10 hours. Yeah. Into the... Well, today's match entire day will take around 10 hours to resolve. It's a pretty involved tournament for sure. Yes, and this is reflecting the same game system as the tournament in the Saki world. There's this, I'm sure you guys might know about this, but there's this mahjong anime called Saki, which uses this same tournament format in the National High School Mahjong Tournament that takes place in Japan, in the Saki world, of course. Yes, and that is what this Sakicord team tournament is based off of. Anyways, enough of my rambling. Let's go ahead and take a look at the teams that will be playing in Table 7 today. 4 teams. You can see the teams. They start with 150,000 points each. First team over here is All for Rome. All for Rome is a club from the DACH League, which is a real league in Europe, which includes Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. They're just trying to sort of participate in a tournament together as a club. It's very nice to see, just like in the Saki anime, in fact, or manga. It is led by Hiryuu, who is playing in the lieutenant, or who I believe is playing in the lieutenant, yes, position today. Next up, we've got Chombo at 25, which is led by Sylveon, playing in the captain position today, who is, well, actually, Sylveon, the captain, or not the captain, well, yes, the captain, but also the leader of this team, was the winner of one of the previous Sakicord tournaments, specifically the 5th Sakicord tournament. So now they've collected a group of members to attack, to try and take the crown a second time. Very exciting to see. They've got many experienced players, some experienced, some less experienced. It will be a great time. Third team we have up here is Team Flow. Team Flow is a ragtag team full of members from the Sakicord, the Saki Discord server. Just looking to have fun more than anything, they say. Led by Eva, who is playing in the captain team. There is a very prominent member of the Saki Discord server in this team, called Iapetus, who has participated previously in the Sakicord tourney 3 times, from what I can tell. And she has been a finalist 2 times out of those 3 times, which is very impressive. We shall see how far this team goes this time. Finally, we've got Reina Union, which is a team full of members who have never participated in the Sakicord tournament. From what I can tell, they're from the Mahjong Soul server, Discord server that is, and the Reina Union server, which is where their team name comes from, led by Halley. Now, they've got some pretty hard hitters in one Celestial and one player who is one Ho-Oh regular, the Ho-Oh table, which is the highest table in Tenho. So that's very exciting to see. Yes. And as I've said earlier, only the top 2 of these 4 teams will advance to the next round. It's going to be single elimination. And, well, I'm not sure which one of these 4 teams are favored in the matchup, but it'll be definitely a sight to see. Let me just go ahead and check whether everything is going all right in the tournament goings on. I believe the first game, the first Hanchan of the Vanguard match, where we can see the members over here on the bottom of my screen. I believe the Vanguard match should be happening in around 6 minutes. We will be able to see the board. We'll be able to find the game 5 minutes after the game has started. So it'll still be a little bit of time. But yeah, I'll just go ahead and use this time to figure out the stream stuff and just make sure everything is going smoothly in terms of the tournament. Let me go ahead and check the official Saki stream to see if things are going all right. Okay, excellent. There is Anton, there's Kloro, there's also Iapetus, again, who is playing on our table today. I'll go ahead and link to the stream on Twitch in chat. That should be good. Meanwhile, I'm not sure if the chat will stay after the stream ends, so I'm gonna go ahead and make sure that is the case, just because, well, we might be putting some important information into the chat over there. How do I check this, actually? I have a feeling that I can check this on YouTube. Oh, I see. So the team tournament on Twitch has not started just yet. But yeah. Right, let's first figure out how to keep the chat once we're finished with the stream. Chat. Ah, yes. Chat to message taiki. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Yoyaku, no. I do not know where to find this, but actually, I'll go ahead and talk a little bit about the players who are playing in this first Vanguard match. Coming from All For Rome, right, the team hailing from Europe, we've got Muffin, who actually is not from the club, but is simply a team a person, a member of the Saki server, who is has hailed just to fill up the 5th member. This is a very common occurrence, I would expect, considering that, well, you do need 5 players exactly, or at least 5 players to participate in this tournament. Next, we've got Chombo at 25, featuring a random duck. She also has a YouTube channel. Let me go ahead and link that over to... Yeah, let me find that link while I continue on with the introduction. Yes. Duck, I believe, has been playing Mahjong for... Oh, I should be able to see this. Where is that? 2.5 years. Yes, excellent. Meanwhile... Oh, yes, I should say this as well. Muffin says that he has been playing Mahjong ever since he was tall enough to see over the table. Yes. and his favorite yaku is Sanshoku Doko, which is, well, triplets of the same number, right? 3 triplets of the same number. That's the uncontested flowiest one. Next, right, yes. Random Duck, also known as Duck, has been playing for 2.5 years. She has a YouTube channel as well, which she posts sometimes mahjong streams, etc. And her favorite yaku is Juren Poto, or 9 Gates. Over in Team Flow, we've got Satsuki, who I do not have any information about, unfortunately. And from Team Reina Union, we've got Proto PP, also known as PP, who has been playing for around 5 years on and off, he says. And he is Celestial in the Mahjong Soul game. I believe he might also have a high ranking in Riichi City, but I do not have that information. Hello, random duck. I mean duck. Yes. It will be definitely a very exciting match to see. Duck and BP are, I believe, know each other, so it will be an entertaining matchup for that reason. Either way, it looks like it's about time for the first game to have started. That being said, let me just go ahead and check back in to the official stream again. Don't look like it's starting yet, which is a little, feels a little concerning. But definitely, there's only 3 players in the ready button, right? Am I seeing that right? Let me go ahead and... Yeah, okay. Ah, excellent. Okay, I see that the games have started over here. I'm not sure why the tab wasn't updating over here, but now it has updated. Excellent, I see everyone over there. And the games have started. I'll go ahead and just click on this button. Let me just double check that these are the players. We got Random Duck in the east seat. We've got Satsuki in the south seat. We've got PP in the west seat, and Muffin in the north seat. Excellent. It looks like the Twitch stream over, the official Twitch stream, that is, has started. That is excellent to see. I'll go ahead and just close that so that, or I'll just mute it so that I don't get distracted by them talking. Of course, you can always tune into them as well. And yeah, we'll just get right into, well, it as soon as we are allowed to look into the game, that is. Let me just go ahead and double check whether all this stuff is working. I will be dragging these scores up and down as the placements change over here, just to sort of imitate the way the game scores look in the Saki anime. Of course, it's a little bit scuffed. I don't have a script to do this. I'm just dragging them by hand, but I'm hoping it will be entertaining to see, nevertheless. Let me go ahead and take a little drink. Yes, just a little piece of information. Also, good luck, Duck. So, I have made lots of tacos today in preparation for this tournament. and I believe it will help my commentary very much. Got to get me into the mood of Saki and just, well, stay focused. Yes. Taco's power. Although, since this is a pretty long match, maybe I'll have to refill on the tacos pretty often, yes, in order to stay energized. We'll see. We'll see. Well, I'm hoping that the volume and all that is great. I know that there's no BGM over here. I'm just deciding not to have any BGM over here. So we can focus a bit more, but maybe... No, it might be okay to figure out some BGM at some point. I'll think about it. There's still 10 hours left of the tournament after all. So, yeah, there's some time. Okay, excellent. We've got into the game. Wait, no, we haven't. I was looking at the official stream. Apparently, they've already gotten the game started. Like, wait a second, I don't recognize this tablecloth. But yes, got a little ahead of myself there. Okay. Deep breaths. Yes, I know I'm not playing this game, but yeah, I do need to focus a little bit. Welcome, Hiryuu. Yes. I'm looking forward to see how everyone plays as well. Okay, here we go. Here we go, I think. Yeah, there we go. Okay, excellent. We're loading on in. Cool. So, here we've got Random Duck in the EC, as we said. Let's go ahead and change over to her point of view. Yes. And, well, Random Duck has a very low value, but 5 blocks hand already. We can see that Sasuke over here has a couple of honors that they need to get rid of first. And, however, PP over here has a very fast hand, which can also call and also has the double Dora 5-pin in hand. And Muffin, who, while maybe not... actually, no. Muffin has clearly the best hand out of any of them, where he has got 3 Dora. We can see the 2 red 5s in this tournament, the red 5-pin. And here Muffin goes ahead and calls Pwn. They will be an Hanchan if they drop any of these other tiles that are not part of a complete block. Here, we can see that he will be in Tempai now. Yes, for the 5-8-pin. There is only 3 tiles left of the 5-8-pin in the wall. But if Muffin is able to win this, he'll get 8,000 points, which is a very large hit to take for a split. Now, Random Duck over here has gotten to Hanchan. Maybe she will call Riichi once she gets into Senpai. Whereas we can see that PP is also in Hanchan. However, the red 5 is floating over here, making it possible that it will come out of their hand. Oh, that is a very big problem. Here, PP has drawn Muffin's tile and has dealt in as a unfortunate dealing, but there's nothing really you can do about that. Here we'll head over to, let's see here, All for Own goes up, and Reina Union stays on the bottom. Yeah, I believe these scores will update automatically. Either way, let's head over to the next round. East 2, Satsuki starts with a hand that has 4 blocks. It drops the Dora on the first turn, but I'm not sure about that either way. PP has a very slow-looking hand with many honors, whereas Muffin again has a pretty decent-looking hand with one Dora, and quite a few shapes. Random Duck over here, still hasn't found all her blocks, but definitely could be calling a Riichi, a first Riichi, considering the speed of the other players on the board. Pro PP over here, we can see, is dropping many middle tiles, potentially looking for what's called 13 Orphans hand, or perhaps 7 pairs. Over here, now that PP has paired up the Dora, he's got a very expensive hand cooking up. Could very well get a Mangan or a Hanuman, even though he has been discarding many middle tiles like this. As the power of the Dora, really. Once you pair it up, well, a Dora that is also a Yakahai, that is. Once you pair it up, you can just start calling really freely and get a win quicker than you might be expected. Muffin over here has got 6 blocks, potential for Taiyao now, whereas Satsuki still has not really advanced much from turn 1, unfortunately. Here we see Duck has a potential for Itsu now, the pure straight 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and also maybe the half flush in Pinzu. Definitely a potential way for that hand to develop. Now Sasuke has drawn into Ishanten, dropping 2 to have a Hanchan on 3 pin, as well as the 1-man north wind to get into Tenpai. Meanwhile, Muffin here, what is this? No, this is basically the same hand as before. Except now that he has advanced further into Ishanten, potentially heading over to Taiyao by dropping the 9-8 pin. That will be... now he will be able to call into Senpai. Meanwhile, over here, PP has tripled up the Dora by himself, and is now an Ishanten. Very expensive hand. Here, Satsuki looks like he might be folding over here, or just trying to head over into another shape that can potentially make use of the 2, 4, 6. And Muffin over here takes the first Riichi with Taiyao and 1 Dora for at least 5,200 points. It's definitely very expensive. However, Pro PP over here, there's no way they want to fold, so they push a bit. Unfortunately, Muffin takes the win again, putting them even further into first place. 8,000 hand win. It doesn't look like the team scores are updating, which is a little concerning for me. But, well, it is what it is, I guess. What should I do about that? I mean, the team scores are in the middle already, so I guess it's not really that big of a problem if they don't update. I'll have to take a bit. I'll have to take a look at that later when I've got time. Anyways, Pro PP is now the dealer, with double Tong, double East over here, making this hand potentially quite expensive once he opens. As Muffin over here has got 2 Dora, and definitely is drawing into nice shapes. Duck over here has already called twice with 2 Dora as well. However, her 8 pin is floating, meaning that it will be difficult for her to use. Well, it'll be, yeah, unless she draws something around it. Satsuki over here has a pair of his own wind, however, no value to be seen. Meanwhile, Muffin pawns the Dora for an extremely expensive looking hand potentially, and now is in Tenpai waiting on the 4-7. Very, very exciting to see. Meanwhile, Duck is in Tempai waiting on just the 2-cell. Pro PP looks like he is defending against Muffin, which makes a lot of sense. As Sasuke, will we see any development from his hand? Unclear. Random Duck has discarded the tile, unfortunately, that Muffin will win on. And this is Haku with 4 Dua for another 8,000 points. Muffin is definitely on a roll this game. Ooh. Definitely taking a very clear lead. And now he is in the DRC as well with another 2 Dua. However, we can see that Sasuke over in the other side has a very expensive looking hand that could potentially turn into a flush if he wants. We shall see whether he goes for that. Random Duck over here has got a pair of dragons, but no other value to be seen. I mean, all the values in Sasuke's hand over there. Basically. Now Sasuke is in Ishanten. I believe, yes, that's Ishanten. Potentially getting towards first Riichi. Yep, now this Ishanten is very wide. Accepting almost any Manzu to get into Tempai. Let's see here. Here we see PP's hand with a bit of an awkward shape, considering that he cannot open without, unless he finds a Yaku. Here, Sasuke has drawn into Tempai with Ipeiko and 3 Dua for Mangan, at least. Unfortunately, we see that, well, unfortunately for Duck, we can see that her floating tile, the 8-man, is Sasuke's winning tile, which means that it is very likely that she will discard it. Yep, there it is. Dealing into an 8,000 point hand. Moving into South Round. This will place Sasuke's team into second. Well, okay, they were already in second place, but Random Duck's team, Chombo at 25, falls down to last place. Now we are heading over into South 1. Here, Random Duck has a relatively quick hand with already a Riichi. Meanwhile, the other players over here, well, considering they are here fighting a dealer Riichi, it will be pretty difficult for them to make a move. That being said, since Duck over here only has 3 tiles left in the wall to get a win, or to draw her win, it may not happen until, many turns later that she can get this win. Meaning that if players do try to push, it is possible that they might be able to catch up to her. That being said, these draws are definitely not very inspiring for the rest of the table, and considering that none of their hands are very close to Tempai, it is unlikely that they will be able to push into this, into Duck's Riichi. Here we see Sasuke draw one of Duck's 3 remaining 2-pin, meaning that there are 2 left in the game. It is unlikely that these 2-pin will flow out from either of these 2 players, so basically Duck will have to rely on the wall to give it to her. Let me see if anyone else is trying to make a move. Well, Pro PP has 3 Dua now, which makes it enticing, at least, to try and get something to happen. Or you see Muffin has pushed the 1-man because he don't really have any safe tiles. But yes, PP, even though he does have this many Dua, is deciding to drop one of them because it has passed against Duck's Riichi. A very solid decision. Even though this is a valuable hand, it is a little unlikely to get there. We see Muffin has the option over here to pull into Tenpai, but he refuses it because, well, the end weight is probably not a very ideal one. It's either a single weight on the 6 or a Furiten weight on the 2-5. That being said, the 6-man has now passed Duck's Riichi, so potentially we will be able to see something happen once Muffin gets into Senpai and drops the 6-man. There's still two pin hiding in the wall over here. And they are unseen. PP over here has the chance to call a Kan. Of course, he refuses because it does not benefit him unless he wins, which he will not be doing this round. Well, I say it only benefits him if he wins, but there are other ways for the Kan to benefit, such as taking an extra draw. Maybe that will come up, but I don't really see it will happen. I don't really expect it will happen. Yes, your Muffin is in a, well, thankfully it draws the safe tile, but yes. Will he be able to fold? Yes, it sure looks like he will. And Duck, unless she draws the 2-pin. Oh, that is a very interesting Kan. Giving the last draw to Duck. If she drew that, she would get Haite under the sea, which would be very exciting. A very exciting win, especially from last place. Okay. Now it is South 1, repeat 1. Duck over here stays in the dealer seat because she was Senpai. With 4 blocks over here. Meanwhile, at the other players, Satsuki has a bit of a difficult hand. Pro PP over here has a triplet including a Dora, but otherwise a bit of undished pine shapes. No Yahoo to be seen. Muffin has the fastest looking hand with the ability to pull the white dragon, the third white dragon pair that he has had this match so far. Definitely would like to potentially speed up and kick Duck off of her dealer seat. Meanwhile, Satsuki has paired up his double south, which gives him 2 Han, he calls it. It also allows him to open right and win that way as well. Meanwhile, random the Duck over here has been advancing her hand as well with 6 blocks. It's a little bit of a tough shape going into row 2 of the discards, but it's definitely a very possible hand to get first Riichi, unless Muffin takes that from her. Here Muffin draws the Dora, but decides to drop it. That makes a lot of sense, considering he is already Ishanten. And Pro PP is improving his hand as well. Unfortunately, the South is only 1 tile left, which is in PP's hand. If PP does not discard the South, Satsuki will not be able to pull and get Tenpai. Here we see that Duck is able to get the first Riichi, waiting on 6-9 of Bamboo. With 6 left in the wall, it is definitely a very favored Tenpai to win this time. Maybe we'll even see the towel come this turn for Ipatsu, which could potentially give her 6,000 all. A very large hand. Unfortunately, it does not happen, but it's still quite likely for... okay, Satsuki does not call pull. Still quite likely for to get a very expensive hand over here. Probo PP over here is fighting against the Riichi, trying to sort of prevent Duck from getting her win. we see he is in Ishanten, waiting on the 2-5 man and the 4 pin, as well as 6-7 so. However, the 1 so has not passed Duck, so he folds, and Duck gets the win. Reached Sumo. Tanyao Pinfu plus 2 Dora for 6,000 all. If we get Ura Dora in the right place, it might be even more, but this is an extremely large win for Duck, placing her team Chombo at 25 into second place. And South 1 continues with Duck still in the DRC with 3 Dora and a floating 9 pin. If she pawns the South, she'll be able to get into Tenpai for 5,800 points. Muffin over here has pawned his North Wind, however, the rest of his hand is looking a little bit dire. Well, he still needs to find a couple more blocks in order to get things going. Satsuki over here has quite a few blocks, but since he will be unable to call to get into Tenpai, and also has no value, it is a bit of a difficult shape for sure. Do we see Duck drop the door? Yes, we do. Now she accepts the 2-man as well for Tenpai. And Proto PP over here has Ishanten as well, waiting on 1 so 5-man and 1 4-man for Tenpai. I believe. Yes, that seems right to me. And Muffin draws into the Dora, giving him a 5th block, which is very exciting for him. Sasuke, unfortunately, still, draws a 6th block over here. Do we see 8-man from Duck now? Yes, okay. Now, she can draw the 2 so for Tenpai as well. Still looking for the South, which is not in anyone's hands just yet. Meanwhile, Muffin has also gotten to Ishanten with a floating 5 pin, which he elects to drop early, so that he can take a safer white to for when he gets into Tenpai later on. Let's see here. Pro PP again still in Ishanten. Improves to well, there is a chance that PP gets the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in Manzu. However, Duck gets into Tenpai first with 3 tiles of the 3 so and South and wall still. Very exciting. Here, Muffin gets the South on the Ipatsu turn, but he drops the white since it is much safer. Meaning that Duck only has 2 more tiles left to get to win on. Pro PP over here does draw into the Itsu Tenpai with 1, 4, 7. How many tiles are left over here? Well, there's only 1 tile left of the 1, which would give PP the Itsu. Is it possible that the 1 drops from Sasuke's hand? That looks like it was the case for Tenpai. Unfortunate for Sasuke that he deals into a 12,000 point hand, which I believe takes PP into... Oh, no. Well, it takes PP out from last place into 3rd place over here. Okay. What team was PP in again? It says on the thing down over here. Yes, Reina Union is now in 3rd place. Yes. Okay, let's move on to South 2. Here, Sasuke, who is in last place, is on his dealer round. With potential Tanyao, already has 5 blocks. PP over here, many honors in hand. And Muffin with 2 Dora yet again. For a potentially expensive hand, but no Yaku to be seen just yet. Duck likely pawns this white, right, for an not expensive, but a quick, potentially hand that can call. Unfortunately, she has no pair, and also no value, but that is perfectly acceptable. Do we see Sasuke? Yes, keep the 7-8-8 shape over here to potentially make a pair in this region. Since Sasuke also does not have a confirmed pair. Meanwhile, we'll see Muffin get into Ishanten, waiting on 9 mon, 3 so, as well as 5-8 mon to get into Tenpai. Pro PV over here is heading over to a flush. Very exciting. Whereas, meanwhile, Muffin draws Tenpai. If he calls Riichi, he's waiting on 3 so and 9 mon, which has only 2 tiles left in the wall. However, is it ever possible that we see the 3 so come out from Satsuki? Most likely not, because it is the Daw. However, now that Satsuki has drawn the 6, there might be cases where he will have to drop the 3 in order to get into Senpai. However, Satsuki elects to drop the triplet of 3s, of 8s over here, trying to make another block in Sozu so that he does not have to drop the Doa. Will that be a chi from Satsuki? It is. Excellent. Now he is back into Ishanten with a potential 6-7-8 Sanchoku for Tanyao's Sanchoku plus 2 Doa or Mangan. Propi over here is defending, and Duck over here also with a very difficult hand. Oh, that is Tenpai for Satsuki, waiting on only 2 tiles left. Oh, but Satsuki decides to break his Tenpai out of fear of dealing with the 3-pin, it seems. Okay. Here the 3-pin passes, which makes it definitely possible to drop the 3 and potentially the 6 as well. As long as Satsuki draws something around either the 5 mon or the 6, he'll be back into Tenpai. Again, well, if he does draw around the 5 mon, he'll have 3 Doa. However, there are very few turns left of the game. Pro PP, does he draw into Ishanten yet? And that is not Ishanten. That said, Duck over here is in Tenpai, as well as Satsuki, who has just drawn into Tenpai as well. Waiting on the 3-6 for Satsuki. Are there any tiles left of the 3-6? There's 1-6 left, as well as, oh, that's a difficult tile. Will he be able to drop the 6 into the Riichi? No, he drops the 3 instead, which deals in. That is very unfortunate. Which is Riichi for 12,000 points due to the Uradoa. A very painful deal in, sending Muffin further into first and Satsuki further down into fourth. It's South 3 now. We see PP as the dealer over here with a bit of difficult shapes, but Doa, which if it does pair up, he'll be able to get an expensive hand, as we saw in the previous round as well. Muffin over here with a pair of the Green Dragon, which the only remaining copy is in Satsuki's hand. Potentially will be able to call it to flush out PP's hand. Yep, there it is. Duck having 5 blocks, but a little bit of a difficult way to make value, potentially the Itsu and Manzu. Meanwhile, PP advances his hand, potentially towards Taiyao as well. Satsuki has a pair of Souths, which we only see, the only other copy we see is in Muffin's hand, which definitely could drop as he advances towards Tenpai with this chi. Yeah. Pro PP gets into Ishanten, waiting on 3, 4, 6, 7 in Sosu, as well as the 5 pin to get into Tenpai. We will potentially see a Riichi coming very soon from him. And Muffin over here is also in Ishanten with a bit of a tough shape. Does PP? Yes, he keeps this shape. That being said, Muffin does take the Tempai, waiting on 4-7. However, there are only two tiles left of a 4-7 in the wall. PP will definitely not drop. Well, actually, will we see a 4-pin drop from PP? No, we do not. Okay. He, thankfully for him, dodges the deal in. He's waiting on 4, 5, 6, 7 in Sosu, and the 4-pin to get into Tempai. Satsuki... Oh, no. Muffin ends up drawing his... one of the two tiles left in the wall of his weight to kick Pro PP out of his dealer to get into all last. With Muffin in first place as a dealer, and again with a valuable hand. Very strong hands from Muffin this Hanchan. Okay. Let's take a look at his opposition. We've got Duck with Tuadora as well, but no Yaku in sight just yet. Muffin continues to improve his hand, potentially heading over to Taiyao. And Satsuki over here has unfortunately not much value. Does Muffin take this Chi? Okay. Now we've got a choice of blocks over here. He elects to drop the 2-3 over here, taking the White Dragon as his Yaku so that he can use the 1-4-7 to its fullest potential. PP over here has called with an Ishanten, waiting on anything around 8-so to get into Tempai, as well as a pair up of the West and, of course, the 4-man Pole. Duck over here, however, has drawn many Doa, and potentially has a path towards Taiyao now. Here she drops the 1-so, keeping 5 blocks. And yes, we might see some calls from her soon. Muffin over here draws into Tempai, waiting on only the white to get a win. And Satsuki over here, again with difficult hand. Unfortunately, their luck has not been on their side this round, or this Hanchan, I should say. Random Duck draws into Isanten, waiting on what is this? 2-5 in the Pinsu, as well as 3-4-5 in the Sozu. However, PP over here draws into Senpai as well with a low value hand, but can potentially stop Duck's hand in her tracks. Waiting on 1-4-pin. Here, Duck elects to pull, actually, going for all triplets. She can pull the 5-pin, the 3-so, and the 5-so still. The 5-so is actually 2 left in the wall, which is interesting. Potentially she'll be able to draw it herself. As well as the... Oh, here's the 5-pin, which could potentially get Random Duck to... or cause Random Duck to get into Tempai. However, Muffin elects to break his Tempai in order to prevent Duck from using the red 5-pin. However, Duck over here does draw, or does can that tile to get an extra, what's it called? To get an extra value, potentially. That being said, PP ends the game with a 1,000 point hand, ending in 3rd place, but just preventing Duck from winning that hand. Let's take a look at the standings over here. We've got Muffin from All For Own. Let me go ahead and... I'll go ahead and figure out how to update the scores, but yeah, we can see the scores on our screen anyways. Muffin over here is in 1st place. All For Own, right? All For Own is in 1st place. Chombo at 25 in 2nd place with very little difference from the starting points, with a gain of 2,000 points. PP from Reina Union, also very little gain from, or a little difference from the starting points at 147k. However, Satsuki over here has lost many points, unfortunately, for Team Flow, at 4th place. Let me just go ahead and If we can update the scores, that would be really great. But let me see if when the next game will be played. Doesn't look like it's happening at the moment. Let me just try and figure out when that will be happening. It's possible that all of the next Hanchan will be happening simultaneously, or they will only start after all the tables have finished, but I'm not exactly sure how that works. Yeah. Yeah, for the time being, I'm just gonna go ahead, since it does seem that, let's see here. You know, this game is, I'm trying to see how the, oh no, okay, the next Hanchan has already started over in, what's in the official server, I believe. So, what should I do over here? Yeah, I'll go ahead and make sure I can see the... Okay, excellent. It has started over here for our table as well, with a duck again in the east seat, Muffin over here in south seat, PP in the west seat, and Sasuke in north seat. Now, let me go ahead and try and update the scores. Try and see how that works. Well, we are waiting for the game to start. Okay. Okay. So, how does this work again? Yeah. I was going to use a certain Google Sheets. I don't know if I should have... Yeah, okay. It is here, I believe. No, but it's not updating, which is the big difficulty over here. I wonder what that is all about. Let me see. Just to be sure. Okay, so it does look like the scores are not updating from the... what I can see. That's a little unfortunate. That is okay. In that case, I will go ahead and update the bar over in our stream just with the number of points that we have currently. Yeah, I'll go ahead and change this over here with starting scores. Just so that we can have a bit of, what is it? Just so we can see the progress that has happened so far. Again, we have Overall in first place with 178.7k. Let me go ahead and change that right over here. 178.7. 787, I said. Yeah. Meanwhile, Chombo at 25 is in second place with 152k. And Team Flow in last place, unfortunately, with 122k. Reina Union in third place with 147.3k. Okay, I'll go ahead and 147.3, 147.3. Oh, I got overwritten because my thing over here That's kind of funny. How do I change that? What if I do this? And let me go ahead and update the scores again. 1787. 1787. Low over here has 122. 122. Chombo at 25 has 152. And Reina Union has 147.3. Okay. The game is starting soon, but let me go ahead and get this all started. Excellent. We are ready. And let's go ahead and take a look at the game. Duck over here is first dealer, as we said before, with 6 blocks and 2 Dora, potentially accepting more Dora as well, the 7 so. However, all the 7 so are already in other players' hands. We see Muffin over here with many pairs, PP over here with Poem of the Green Dragon now, potentially looking to win what's called Mangan hand with 3 Dora. Random Duck over here, however, draws into Hanchan, potentially being able to head over to Taiyao. Is that a poem from Duck? That would be an interesting poem. Yes, she does head over to Taiyao with the poem. And we can see Muffin over here. Let's see here. Yeah, hasn't drawn any specific tiles, so let's take a look at Sasuke's hand over here with 6 blocks, it looks like. A very difficult hand shape. Duck draws the tile that that finishes her hand shape, but she has no Yaku like this, so unfortunately she is unable to win. She is waiting on 1-4 man to get into to finish her hand shape, but she only gets a Yaku on the 4 man. We can potentially see a Chi of the 4 man dropping the 2 in order to get a weight on the 5-8. That would be an interesting drop. That would be an interesting scenario. Here we see Duck calling Chi on the 7 just to get wider Hanchan. If she draws anything around the 7 man, she'll get into Senpai. Considering that she did have Fuiten on the previous weight, it makes sense that she is trying to get a non-Fuiten weight, even if she is breaking Senpai like this. A Muffin over here, however, has called Pong, going for Taiyao. Hasn't drawn his last block yet. Meanwhile, we see Duck getting, tripling up her 6 so to get into Senpai, waiting on just the 3 man, which there are no tiles left of the wall. Left in the wall, I should say. Unfortunately, she is stuck on this weight, as Muffin gets Senpai as well, with potentially, well, actually, no tiles in the wall as well. No tiles in the wall? Yes, no tiles in the wall. Right, we see the 2 pins over here, and the Dora, as we said earlier, are in PP's hand. That being said, the 2 pin could definitely come out from PP, considering he is in Hanchan, and it is floating. That will definitely... I expect that if PP gets into Senpai, which is unlikely considering that there's only 1-2 still left in the game, he will drop the 2 pin and deal into 3,900 and from Muffin. Meanwhile, Sasuke over here has also developed, interestingly. We've got a 3-sided weight in the Pinzu, and a bit of a complicated shape in the Mansu, but we can see this as a sort of Kutsuki. Oh, there it is. That's the win from PP on Muffin, 3,900 points. Okay. And we head over into East 2. Muffin continuing to dominate the table. Okay, let's take a look at their POV. With not many blocks yet, the Dora is unseen, however. It will remain unknown who will be drawing the dot and whether they will be using it in their hand. Muffin has completed a second sequence over here, which is very good for him. Meanwhile, PP over here has got 5 blocks now, with a potential 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in Sozu. Satsuki over here having 6 blocks over here, with maybe a potential for the 2, 3, 4 Sanshoku. It's going to be a little bit difficult, but PP over here draws further into the Itsu and Sozu. However, he has to face a decision now whether he wants to keep the bad shape over here for value, or a good shape over here that gives, well, to keep the bad shape that gives him value, or the good shape in the other suit. Yes, here he elects to keep the bad shape for value, and is now in Ishanten. Meanwhile, we see that Duck over here has 5 blocks, and is that Ishanten? No, it's a little bit far. Well, it's 2 steps away from Tenpai. Muffin is in Ishanten, however, waiting on 2 5-pin and 4 6 so to get into Tenpai, or Pinfu. No value, but here comes the Riichi. Waiting on 2 5-pin, which there are no 2s left in the wall, but all the 5s remain to be seen, which is good for Muffin. There are 2 red 5-pins, so it is definitely possible that he draws one of them in order to get at least 2600 all. Well, there it is. That is 4000 all, because he also gets Ipatsu. If he gets an Uradoa, it's potential to get 6000 all. Unfortunately, not. He does not get the Uradoa, but this is still a very expensive win, as Muffin continues his win streak and approaches 200,000 points. Again, we started over here with we started this game with 150k. So moving up to 200k would mean an overall increase of 50k points, which is pretty hefty, to say the least. Muffin continues his deal around with a tough Dora placement in his hand. We shall see how far he decides to keep it around. It's definitely a bit difficult to use, but since it is a Dora, it's definitely something that you would want to keep around for longer than usual. Here, Proto PP over here, PP, with a potential half flush, very expensive, potentially. Satsuki, not a lot of value, unfortunately. And Random Duck over here also has many Manzu in her hand, with a potential for, is that, well, it's 2 away from Tenpai, but I think yes, there is a chance for this to turn into Itsu with nice draws. Don't look like it's going to happen, but it was definitely a way for that hand to develop. Pro PP over here has 4 pairs, which means that it is possible for this to turn into 7 pairs. That being said, it will be a little bit difficult to pair up this Dora over here. So I think it is unlikely for PP to elect to go for 7 pairs. Yes, as we see, he opens. Does he drop the 6 so? Or does he drop one of his other honors to just take Ichanten? He decides to take Ichanten for potentially South and 2 Dora, 3,900 points, plus the Honba is 4,200 points. Ram Duck over here, also having many pairs in her hand, however, decides to drop one of her 4 pairs just to help out her weakest shape. Pro PP, however, draws another copy of the Dora, meaning that, and now he drops the pair of 6, so actually, to commit towards going for the flush, dropping from Ishanten, and he continues drawing Mansu, which is very exciting to see. However, he is still 2 steps away from Tenpai. Meanwhile, Muffin over here has 3, 5, 7, 9 shape, accepting the 4, the 6, and the 8. For Still not in Ishaten, however. Whereas Duck over here, still also not in Ishaten, but is that going to be called ever? I don't expect it to be. Yes, okay. As Muffin continues to show willingness to push against PP over here, who could have a flush. Now PP is in Ishaten, waiting on 4, 7, 5, 6, and South to get into Tempai for a very expensive flush. However, Duck skips PP's turn with this Pong to get her into Ishaten. Waiting on the 5 pin, which is all in Muffin's hand, as well as the 3, the 4, the 6. 3, the 4, the 6, and the 7. Yeah. However, here Muffin is able to get the first Riichi with double Ton and Iveiko for at least 12,000 points if he wins. Putting on the 6-9 with many of the tiles in Satsuki's hand over there, meaning that there is only one tile of 6-9 left for Muffin to draw. Will he be able to draw it for at least 12,000 points? Getting him into 200k. Oh, we see a Khan now. Unfortunately, that does not give him a win, but makes it more likely for him to get increased value. Here is Tempai for PP, weighing on 4-7. However, there is very little left of his weight as well. Here, the 4-7 is completely taken by Duck over here, and the game ends in a exhaustive draw over here, with Muffin continuing his deal around in East 2, Repeat 1. Okay. However, this is a much less likely hand to win now, with many edge tiles. Meanwhile, PP over here has got 2 Dora, Satsuki. Also 1 Dora, but a bit of an awkward shapes. Looks like it's a relatively slow round over here with many people far away from Tempai. We see Satsuki finish a 7-8-9 sequence. So yes, even though everyone's hands are slow, that means that comparatively, relatively speaking, you know, their hands are not actually that bad, because if everyone's slow, then no one's slow. That being said, PP does look like the fastest hand on the board, with potential for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to call, as well as potentially maybe the 5, 6, 7 Sanchoku. There are a couple of ways for PP to open this hand in order to speed up, however, he does not have a pair yet. Meanwhile, Satsuki over here has drawn another copy of the Dwa, which is exciting, especially considering he is in the last place. Muffin has not been advancing very much, however, he has drawn a triplet of the 8-so at least. Definitely seeming likely for either Satsuki or PP to get the first Tempai this round. Duck over here has 6 blocks, but we're not... 6 blocks? Yeah, 6 blocks. But it is unclear where she will be, which blocks she will be using for her hand to get into Tempai, if at all. Still, there is potential for Taiyao, but it is getting into the second half of the hand, so definitely people might want to consider speeding up by opening if possible. Muffin over here, still not drawing, unfortunately, good tiles. PP over here has a question of whether to keep this 4-pin, and dropping one of the safer honors. He elects not to, because it is pretty late. Meanwhile, Satsuki heads over to Taiyao by replacing the 9-man in hand with a 6, meaning that he'll be able to call, and now is in Ishanten, waiting on 4-man, 2 5-pin, and 6-so, as well as the Dwa to get into Tempai. There is a 6, 7, 8 Sanchoku chance, however, Satsuki will have to draw both the 6 and the 8 somehow, which is quite unlikely, to say the least. Unfortunately, Satsuki did backfire because on the 2 draw, but now gets a 2-5 man wait regardless. Does Muffin decide to pull to go for Toy Toy? All triplets, or potentially just no Yaku Tenpai? Looks like he does. With no Yaku, he will not be able to win, but if he gets into Tenpai, he'll be able to continue his steal around. Meanwhile, PP over here has got Tenpai as well on the 5-8. Only a Yaku on the 5 pin, of which there is only one tile left. One of the red 5s, that is. Do we see a Kan from Muffin? That would be very surprising, considering that he has no Yaku yet. Yes, okay. Duck over here has does not have Itanten yet, or actually has broken her Itanten, due to the fact that it is quite late. Meanwhile, does PP continue his Tenpai? Yes, he does. Still waiting on 5-8. Only the 5 gives him a Yaku again. What about Muffin over here? He is in Itanten now. Is it ever possible for the 5 to drop from his hand? Maybe if he gets into Tenpai. But yeah, it definitely might happen that he drops the 5 in order to get into Tenpai. I guess we'll see if that happens. Meanwhile, Satsuki over here, still in Itanten, unfortunately. The 2-5 relatively scarce. However, now Satsuki has drawn back the 2 and Tenpai on the 2-5, of which there are only the 5s left again, so waiting on the same tile as PP over here, who will be able to draw the last 5, if anyone. Duck over here, again, still just defending. Basically, at this point, it is too far late into the game. Don't look like anyone was able to draw the 5 pin. Is stuck in the dead wall. As Muffin closes his hand because it's not Tenpai, and the game moves on to East 3. Okay, here Proto PP. PP is the dealer over here with a bit of a difficult hand, no value, and not little unsatisfactory shapes. Satsuki over here has got 2 Dora and potentially even more, because red 5 over here can accept the Dora. Duck has potentially Taiyao, definitely with 4 blocks and potentially a 5th one around the Dora. Muffin over here also has 2 Dora over here with potentially Taiyao again. You might see lots of calls coming in very soon. Meanwhile, PP over here has drawn 5th block in Taiyao, with potential for the 2-3-4 Sanshoku, although it is quite unlikely to happen. Okay, but he does draw the 3-mon, which advances towards Sanshoku. Now he is 2 away from Tenpai. Satsuki over here continues to not draw any tiles around the red 5, unfortunately, as Duck has tripled up a 2, so and is in Itanten waiting on 2-5 man, of which there are not many tiles left. There's only 1 tile of the 2 and 1 tile of the 5. There's definitely potential for this hand to improve, however, its shape. Yep, here we go. Does Duck decide to drop the Dora, or does she drop the 4-mon or the 3-mon? She decides to drop the 4-mon, keeping the ability to use the Dora on the 5-mon draw, while also taking Tenpai on the 6 and 8-mon, 8-so triple ups. That is also another way to use the Dora. Now she is waiting on 2-5-8, as Muffin has called over here, and is still 2 away from Tenpai, but has 2 Dora again. Pro PP has improved his shape over here to 2-sided weight. However, he cannot win. Sorry, he cannot call, so he will likely be falling behind Muffin over here, or Duck over here, who... oh, has Duck... no, yeah, Duck is still in Itanten waiting on 2-5-8. to get into Tenpai. As for the 8s, there is only one tile left as well, so even though there are 3 different types of tiles to get into Tenpai, there are very few left in the wall, as one of those gets drawn by Muffin. Now there are no 2s left for Duck. As PP over here gets into Ijanten as well. Oh, is that Tenpai? That is Tenpai for Duck, waiting on the 5-8, of which there are 3 tiles left? 2 tiles left, I believe. Yeah, 1 tile of the 5 and 1 tile of the 8. Okay. And there it is. From Muffin, Duck wins a 2,000 point hand, I believe. Yes, 2,000 points. It's cheap, but continues the game onwards, passing PP's dealer turn, and as we go into East 4. Okay, it is East 4, as Satsuki is the dealer, who is in last place. He would definitely like to win a hand over here, even if just to maintain his dealer round. Got 6 blocks over here. Meanwhile, Duck has 6 blocks as well. Potential for, I guess, Tayao Ipeiko kind of dealios, potentially. The door is 2-pin, which is a little bit difficult to use, considering this Penchan is, or the Penchan in both of these players, Duck's and Muffin's hands, will not allow Tayao to happen. Meanwhile, PP has got a very splendid shape in the Pinzo, but not much in the other suits, unfortunately. As Duck advances into, what's called, 2 away from Tenpai? Yeah. Maintains 6 blocks, trying to keep usage of the Doa still. Satsuki over here is heading towards Tayao, potentially. If he can find another block in the Manzu, then he gets 5 blocks in Tayao. As PP has tripled up his West Wind, Satsuki heading even further towards, even closer to Tayao by completing his Sosa sequence. Trying to squeeze out all the value he can get from this hand. If he can get Riichi around one of these Tayao blocks, it'll be likely to be at least 12,000 points. Very expensive, especially considering he is in last place. However, PP over here is already 1 away from Tenpai, as well as Muffin, who has 5 pairs, so is 1 away from 7 pairs Tenpai. Duck over here is also in Ijanten, waiting on 2-5 Mon and 5-6-7 So. Is this a chi from Satsuki? It is a chi. Now Satsuki has caught up. However, Duck now has gotten to Tenpai. Will she call Riichi on which weight? It's either the 7 So weight or the 5-6 So weight. She has elected to take the 5-6 So weight, of which there are, in fact, all 4 tiles still in the wall. Very exciting. Maybe she will get a win here. Is Muffin continuing to push? No, he will not. However, what will Satsuki do in face of the Riichi? Satsuki decides to drop a safe tile and potentially fold. PP over here, also folding. Is Satsuki going to continue? He does, as Duck draws her win for effectively a Mangan, 2,000, 3,900. And kicking Satsuki, unfortunately, out of his dealer round as we go into South 1. Here, Duck has 2 pairs of wins, which could potentially allow her to head over to Flush if she is lucky. However, PP also has 2 pairs of honors over here. He seems to elect not to head over to a Flush. Instead, just... well, maybe there will be a Flush in the Pinzu for PP, We are not sure just yet. Meanwhile, Muffin over here does not have a lot of shapes yet, and not much value. And Sasuke has 3 Dora, being Ishanten now, with a choice of which block to drop. Decides to drop the 3 man, waiting on 3 6 pin and 6 9 in order to get into Tenpai. This will be it's not a comeback hand, but it's a very important hand for Sasuke to win, considering his team is very far behind. Meanwhile, Duck has not been able to call any of her tiles, but will she be able to pair up another tile to get into 7 pairs Tenpai? As PP pairs up a tile, gets into Ishanten. Here Sasuke draws the 6 pin that he needed to get into Tenpai, and it's now Tenpai for 6 9, of which there are 3 tiles left. However, Muffin has also caught up, waiting on 5 8 of which there are only 2 tiles left, I believe. Also, there are 3 tiles left, sorry. Are there 3 tiles left of Sasuke's 6 9 again? Out there, he does draw it. Will he be able to reach Sumo Pinfu plus 3 Dora? So that is 3,000, 6,000. A very important win, as we said. Duck over here taking 6,000 points, or having to pay 6,000 points, as we head over into South 2. Here, Muffin, our leading player, is in first place. And, let's see here. Yes. PP over here has a difficult hand. Sasuke, however, having quite a few good shapes, potentially, seems the fastest hand on this board, besides for Duck, who can pawn the white dragon for a cheaper win, potentially. Muffin is drawing more tiles, can potentially head over to Riichi himself as well, however, still needs to find a 5th block, which he does, still doesn't have a pair, however. PP over here still having a very difficult hand, as Duck gets into Ishanten. Now she has a choice of blocks. Does she drop the white dragon? Yes, she does. Now she is 2 man, 7 and 7 pin for Tenpai. She can also call this hand to get into Tenpai, because she has all symbols. Fanya, that is. Muffin over here has an interesting hand with potentially the 5 6 7 Sanjoku. However, since he does not have a pair, it will be a little bit difficult for him to get that Sanjoku, as he draws a red 5 to get into Ishanten, which causes Duck to get into Tenpai, waiting on just the 7 pin, of which there are only 2 tiles left. Meanwhile, Muffin over here pairs up the Dora, which makes this hand extremely expensive, as Duck changes her weight to the 2 man and the 6 pin, of which there are also still only 2 tiles left in the game. Sasuke over here is improving his shape. If we draw a 5th block, that would cause him to be 2 away from Tenpai. As Muffin, still in Ishanten, does he drop the 6 man for the white acceptance? Yes, he does. Okay, here Sasuke is advancing his hand as well. Unfortunately, still 2 away from Tenpai. Will be very difficult to catch up to Duck. And, well, Muffin, who is in Ishanten. Do we see any Tenpai? No. And PP over here. Is that... No, this is still very far away from Tenpai, unfortunately, for PP. Will we ever see a win that is very far away from... No, it's very late into the hand now, with Muffin improving his hand potentially. Well, drawing yet another draw. He has every single draw that is on the board right now, very similar to like a... No, that's not true. Duck also has a draw, huh? But Sasuke is able to get into Ishanten. A little too late, however. There are very few tiles left in the game, as Muffin also still not getting to Tenpai. A Duck might be able to take the Tenpai payments for this round, considering that these other two players do need to get into Tenpai before the end of the hand in order to take that. Does PP ever... No. Yes, PP is too far away from the from any sort of Tenpai. However, Sasuke does get into Tenpai on the very last turn. And here, Duck has a choice of which tile to take, tile to discard, and decides to drop the 5-pin. Which also allows Muffin to get into Tenpai. If the 3-6 drops, which is very unlikely to happen, you'll be able to win off of Under the River. Okay, as PP is the only player not in Tenpai, having to pay 3,000 points, as we go into South 2, Repeat 1, with Muffin having a very quick-looking hand. However, Duck is calling in order to move towards just 2,000 points, potentially, as well as Sasuke. Sasuke having another... having this Hanchan that accepts the Dora, so potentially also 2,000 points. Meanwhile, Duck still is looking for another block in Manzu. Technically, she has 5 blocks, but if she does draw another block in the Manzu like this, her hand quality will improve greatly. As Muffin here draws into Ishanten, waiting on 1, 2, 4, 5, and 4 so to get into Tenpai. Now he has improved by dropping. He can drop the 4 so in order to wait on the 5-8 as well. PP over here has many pairs, but no complete blocks just yet. Is this going to be a Chi from Duck? Yes, it is. And she decides to drop the Hanchan over here to get into Ishanten, waiting on 6, 9-mon, and 3-pin. Not many tiles, but she will potentially be able to get there first, as she does, waiting on the 6, 9. But Muffin is catches up as well, waiting on the 5, 8 over here. 5, 8-mon, of which there are only 2 tiles left, I believe. 2 tiles, 3 tiles left. Yeah, there's... Here, Duck is able to take it before Muffin, however, taking him off his valuable dealer seat and heading into South 3 with Duck in 2nd place. Is the second to last. Oh, right, come to think of it. It should be Hanchan 2. I totally forgot to update that, and that's okay. I'll just go ahead and do that now. Or, I don't think I need to do that now. Let's focus on the game right now. Yeah. So here it's South 3 with PP as the dealer. PP unfortunately has no complete blocks, many pairs. Maybe he can turn this into a flush, but it is going to be difficult with Muffin already open and having 6 blocks over here with a pair, with potential to call any of those to advance his hand. Sasuke has a triplet of East, which is not a Yaku in the South round, as PP triplets up West, potentially heading for all triplets with a potential for 18,000 points. Right, all triplets. Okay, actually, it's going to be a little difficult to get what's called 18,000 points for here, but for OP he does get into Tenpai. I'm waiting on 4, 9, so, which allows him to get 7,700 points with South and half flush. Meanwhile, over here we have Duck with a bit of a difficult Soza shape as well as a Pinza shape, potentially going to be defending already against the dealer over here, who has now improved his weight into 2, 5, 8, which there are there's 1 tile of the 8, which, oh, Duck does deal in, actually. into 7,700 points. Okay. As we, which actually allows Pro PP to almost get into second place. We can potentially see that happening in this next hand. With 1, 2, 3... potential Riichi over here. Yeah, it's just a pretty standard hand, as Sasuke has many pairs. Potential for 7 is already each Anton for 7 pairs. Whereas Muffin over here has a triplet of the green dragon, which means that he can call. Duck over here, however, a little bit of a difficult hand. Has 1 Doa, but no other source of value. Pro PP gets a very strong shape in the Manzu. Sasuke still continuing not to get into Senpai, unfortunately. Here, PP has drawn a third block in the Manzu, which gives him Ijanten. Now he is waiting on 4 7-man and 8 pin to get into Tenpai. Yeah, I believe that is correct. He cannot call this, however, because he does not have a Yaku. Can Sasuke get all triplets with this hand? He has tripled up 7 pin. Now, if he pawns twice, he'll be able to get into Tenpai. However, PP has gotten into Tenpai. Will he take it, or will he break it? He decides to break it by dropping the 9 pin and heading over to Taiyao. He can still get back into Tenpai by drawing any Pinzu. By attaching a block around the 3 and the 7. However, now he has drawn a 7-man. He can also take Tenpai on almost any Sosu, I believe. For a very interesting Manzu shape. Sorry, by drawing almost any Manzu over here. That's not gonna be achieved for sure. However, Sasuke can pawn this to get, well, unfortunately, he does need to choose between one of these blocks over here. Decides to drop the East Wind to get into each hand if he can pawn the 9 So's or the 3 pins. 3 pin might come out from PP's hand, considering that if he does draw Manzu, he will likely be in Tenpai. And using the 2 pin as his pair. Yep, there it is. That's Tenpai for Sasuke as well as PP. PP is waiting on 2, 5, 8. Sasuke is waiting on 7-man and 9-so. 9-so, there are none left in the wall for 9-so, and there are also none left in the wall for 7-man, unfortunately, for Sasuke. Meanwhile, is ever going to be a G? No, it's not. Meanwhile, the 2, 5, 8 over here for PP, well, there is a floating 8 over in Muffin's hand, but otherwise there's only 1 tile left of the 8 and 2 of the 5s, as well as 3 2s for 6 tiles left in the wall, which is pretty favored, honestly. If he does win this, he will get 3,000 plus points. Meanwhile, Duck over here looks like she is folding, as well as Muffin, well, hasn't really been drawing any good tiles anyways. Here, Duck draws one of PP's winning tiles. However, it is unlikely that she will drop it, I believe. Yeah, she is continuing to fold, as there are only 5 tiles left in PP's weight. Sasuke draws the 5-man, which deals into PP. For 2,900 points, which is 3,200 points with the Homba. PP still has not gotten into second place, however, he is crawling up very quickly. If he ends up winning an expensive enough hand, it is possible that he will also get into, or if he is able to continue his deal around, he might be able to head up even to first, given enough luck. However, this hand is not going to be very expensive, most likely, unless he can call Riichi and get some juicy Uradora. Meanwhile, Sasuke over here, oh, that is also another way to get value, yes. Satsuki over here has quite a few shapes and can potentially call Riichi as well, as does Duck, and also Muffin over here. Again, like we said over here previously, if everyone's slow, then no one's slow. If everyone's fast, however, no one's fast either. Is that true? Well, whatever. Here, PP has the option to Chi to head over to Taiyao. It's an interesting play, but definitely quite viable considering that he has many bad shapes over here that will be difficult to finish closed. That's why even though he does have 2 pairs of 9s, it is definitely possible to call for extra speed and flexibility to head over to just more easily complete his blocks. Meanwhile, Satsuki over here is in Ishanten. That's not. Yes, that is true. Waiting on the 1-4 pin and the 1-4-7. There it is, Tenpai. 1-4 pin wait with, unfortunately, only 1 tile left in the wall with the 4 pins both in PP and Duck's hands. However, if PP does draw into Tenpai, it's very likely that he will have to drop the 4 pin. And considering he does not have much defense against the Riichi, that is very possible, which would be quite a valuable win for Satsuki. Although, yeah, he will still be in last place. Let's see. Pro PP dropping the 7. And now he can get into Tenpai. Will he drop the 4 pin, dealing into Satsuki? Yes, he does. Riichi Pinfu is just 2,000 points, but it's 2,600, and ends PP's deal around. Going to all last with Satsuki in last place as the last dealer. We shall see if Satsuki can potentially get a comeback in his final deal round of the match today. Here we see Duck with many pairs and triplets, as well as Muffin over here with a very, what's called hand? With many floating tiles in hand. PP, maybe, I'm not sure, PP seems to not be going for the flush, but can potentially end the hand quickly by pulling the white dragon, which Muffin has 1 copy of. Muffin also has 1 copy of the red dragon, which Satsuki does need in order to complete his hand, potentially. Yes. Will we ever see those come out? Maybe, as PP draws one of the red 5 pins. And Satsuki improves his hand once more. Okay, here is the red dragon from Muffin, which allows Satsuki to take Ishanten. If he can call one of the 4 pin or the 2 pin, he'll be Tenpai for 3-6. However, the 3-6 is actually quite slim, considering that Duck has, considering that there are 5 copies used in other players' hands currently. Meanwhile, Duck over here draws into Tenpai with no Yaku, but potentially an ability to take, what is it? Take the sorry, not the Tenpai, the Dora. If she draws a Dora, she'll be waiting on the 5-8 man. Considering she has no value currently, is definitely an option to pass the Riichi currently. Does she slide down into potentially taking Ipeiko? That'd be an interesting move as well. She does not. As Muffin takes a call, getting into Ishanten himself. Which also causes Satsuki to get into Tenpai. That's a tough one. Does Duck call Riichi? Yes, she does, waiting on the 3. Tsuji Trap using her Riichi tile. However, there are no 3s left in the wall for her to win off of, so she will only be able to win if one of these players drops the 3. That being said, Muffin gets into Tenpai himself, but does not win. Does not take Tenpai. If he did take Tenpai, it would have potentially been a Mangan for Taiyao Sanshoku plus 2 Dwa. But he does decide to fold, trying to protect his lead. Here, the Riso comes out from Duck's Riichi hand, dealing into Satsuki for 2,900 points, as Satsuki continues his dealer round. As we go into South 4, repeat 1. Right now, Satsuki is actually within Mangan Sumo. If he sumos a Mangan, he will be able to crawl back into 3rd place. Or, sorry, not crawl back into 3rd place, into 2nd place, actually. There's a very exciting point situation for Team Flow over here. Meanwhile, Duck over here has got potentially Taiyao over here, but she still needs to draw a couple more blocks, as Muffin has got 2 Dora, very expensive, and PP has a triplet of Green Dragons. Satsuki is speeding up as well, pulling his Sea Wind, as we see PP also get a 5th block over here. Well, okay, he already had a 5th block, actually. The question remains for whether Muffin will decide to head over to Taiyao, and it's definitely possible, as he does have 4 blocks in there. Satsuki over here getting Hanchan, waiting on the 3-6 and the 1-so in Sozu, as well as the 8th man for Tenpai. PP also in Hanchan now, waiting on 4-pin, 6, and 6-pin, as well as 1-pin. Yeah, 1-pin, 4-pin, and 6-pin. Duck, a little bit slow compared to these other players, but has potential for high value. Meanwhile, Satsuki over here can also get Tenpai on the 2-5 now, and improves his Mansu into a 5-8 weight. Now he is guaranteed to get a good weight. And unfortunately, this 6-so Pong cannot give Satsuki Tenpai. As Muffin continues to... Oh, is that Tenpai? Yes, that is Tenpai, waiting on the 1-4-pin, which there are only 2 tiles left in the wall. As Satsuki also gets into Tenpai, waiting on 3-6 so, which there are 4 tiles left, so it's a 2 versus 3 battle between PP and Satsuki. However, Random Duck also gets into Tenpai, waiting on 5-8. So it's a 2 versus... Oh gosh, I don't remember these numbers. 1, 2. Oh, that's the winning tile of Satsuki. Alright, as Satsuki wins another 2,900 point hand. Still in last place, however, crawling ever so slightly back into range for getting into 2nd place. Oh, I see. We've got the timer, yes, which normally over here, Satsuki would have been able to continue playing this hand. However, since the timer has the timer was for 45 minutes, has dictated that 45 minutes each. Hanchan, that is, has dictated that the game will not continue, even though Satsuki has won, unfortunately, keeping him in last place as he hands as we move on to the next match of the Sergeants. Excellent. So that is our Table 7 Day 1 match. We are 20% done. I'm not sure when next we will continue on. I believe it will happen at the beginning of the hour. So I'll go ahead and take a little break. Maybe try and figure out my little what's called over here, my little point situation over here, to try and get them to update. And I'll see you in the, well, at the start of the hour, I guess. Alrighty, I'm back. Let me just, yeah, the games are not, these should not be, these should be over with, I believe. Oh no, there are some people who have actually started, the game. However, let me go ahead and update our little, infos over here. Vanguard match is now the Sergeant match. Sergeant match. Yeah, Hanchan won because I failed to update that. And considering the scores have still not been updated, I'm just gonna go ahead and update the scores to the end of the Vanguard match with all 4 roams starting at, where is it? 183.6. Is that correct? Yes, 183.6. Muffin really putting in a lot of work over here. Plus 33.6 points. Plus 33.6 thousand, that is. Meanwhile, second place we have Chombo at 25 from Duck at 143.5. Even though she is in second, or she did get Chombo at 25 into second place, she is still, she ended with fewer points than she started with. Here we've got Team Flow, actually no, in third place is Team Reina Union at 138.9. And Team Flow at the, oh wait, no, this was Team, yes, Reina Union is 138.9. And Team Flow is in last place, but very close behind at 134k. I believe that is correct. Yes. 134k. Okay. Hopefully this standing thing will update at some point, but for the time being, let me go ahead and introduce our next match players once I make sure, once I update that tab as well down there. We've got, let's see here. Yeah, okay, so I believe this is correct. Let's go ahead and double check. Yeah, okay. That looks correct to me. Awesome. I'll go ahead and get that over. So, for playing for Alperon, currently in first place, we have got Sylvanas, who I do not have information on, but she is from, again, the Dach League, along with the rest of her teammates. Next, we've got... Oh, give me a second. Yes. Next, we've got Ran playing for Chombo at 25 in second place. Who has participated in the previous Sakicord tourney. Yep. Yeah. Sorry. And third, we've got Panacea. Is that how you pronounce Panacea? Panacea. Panacea. Yeah, I believe that's how you pronounce Panacea. He has been playing for 5 years. Favorite Yaku is Iipeiko, just in case you wanted to know. He has also participated in the previous Sakicord tourney, and he goes by Pan. playing for Reina Union in 3rd place, right? Panacea is in 4th place, right? Team Flow is in 4th place. Is Dermy. And I do not have information on him, unfortunately. Let me go ahead and refresh our watch page to see if anyone else is playing, and try and find our table if we can. There we go, excellent. Okay, well, let's just get started then. Seems like we are getting started pretty quickly. Okay. Here we are starting with Sylveon as the dealer, and unfortunately not much value, but maybe a potential for an outside hand if we get lucky. Meanwhile, Pan over here has got quite a quick-looking hand that could turn into Tanyao, and also has a Dot. Ran over here has, well, a pair of the East Wind at least, which means she can call. Dermy over here, similarly a pair of Green Dragons. Ran now has the option to call it, as she does. And as Dermy pairs up a second copy of the Dragons, a small 3 Dragons is very unlikely, but potentially an option. That being said, of course, having 2 pairs of the Dragons is generally quite useful, as Dermy calls the Green Dragon to get into Ishanten. Meanwhile, Sylveon over here has 6 blocks, still 2 Shanten, 2 away from Tenpai. As Pan over here, also in 2 away from Tenpai. Ren gets her 5th block over here. Yeah. As Sylveon gets another block, hopefully to, yes, improve one of her worst blocks over here. Meanwhile, Ran also gets into 1 away from Tenpai, Ishanten. No value, but if she can get into Tenpai first, it will be able to kick out the dealer and the expensive hand that Pan is cooking over here. That being said, Dermy gets into Tenpai on 5-8 man, with 4 tiles left in the game, as Sylveon getting still in Ishanten, or in Ishanten, was she in Ishanten? Deals in immediately to 1,000 points, moving the game forward to East 2. Okay, and as with Pan as the dealer, and 2 honor pairs, however, not a flush to be had in sight. Meanwhile, Dermy over here also has 2 honor pairs, and Ran pair of the East. Many pairs of honors over here. What about pairs in other suits? It's sort of a little all over the place. No Dora in sight, not even the reds, so that is kind of interesting. No one has value just yet, but it will remain to be seen, right, who will draw into that value. Dermy has 5 blocks over here. Cannot call, however, so looks like he is heading over to a flush, just to try and get a Yaku. Also, since the Dora is in Pinsu, he'll be able to use that more easily than normal. Well, he'll be able to get value more easily by heading over to the flush. Meanwhile, Ran over here calls, gets into Ishanten, needs to have the East as a Yaku, so is accepting 1 4-pin, and East for Tenpai with a Yaku, that is. Sylveon over here might be heading over to a flush, not a half flush, but maybe a full flush. That being said, the 6-7 so is pretty difficult to drop. Do we see a poem from Dermy? We do. Excellent. Is it the 3-4 so drop, or is it the 9-mon, sorry? It's the 9-mon, apparently. Dermy has no Yaku, even though he is in Ishanten. And so he does decide to drop the 3s for now. Meanwhile, Pan over here decides to drop the 3 and keep each Anton for 7 pairs with 5 pairs in hand. If he pairs up 2, 6, or 8, so he'll get into Tenpai. That's Tenpai for Pan. Will we see a Riichi waiting on, for example, the 2 is not a Riichi. He passes the Riichi, waiting on 6, so for 2,400 points. Meanwhile, Dermy is still trying to head for the flush, as is Sylveon. However, the 6 though is unfortunately floating in her hand now, considering she did drop the 6-7. Meanwhile, Ran is still not in Tenpai. Do we see the 6 come out? Yes, it does. Okay, that's 2,400 points from Sylveon. Hello, Shinky. Welcome to the stream. As we head to east to repeat 1, now Pan has 2 Dora in hand. However, it will take a bit more tiles to turn this into, for example, Taiyao. Ran has a triplet of 1s though, so Taiyao is basically impossible, whereas Dermy over here has also many pairs in non-Taiyao. That being said, Dermy has quite a quick-looking hand. Sylveon is over here pulling her own wind, but needs many more draws to get enough blocks to win. And over here, however, tripling up the 5 mons makes it much more likely to, well, vastly improves his hand. Yeah. Do we see the honors drop from Sylveon's hand now? Yes, we do, as Pan also completes the 3-4-5 sequence. Now it is a headless shape where Pan can draw almost any tile over here in almost any type of tile in his hand to advance to Iishanten. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. There it is. That's Iishanten. Do we see the 1-so drop? It's a 3-man, dropping it early. Meanwhile, Ran over here has the red dragon in hand. However, red dragon pair, of which there's only 1 left in the game, to get a Yaku. Dermy over here tripling up the 9 pin, getting into Iishanten himself. Interestingly, decides to fix this shape that has the Dora in order to wait on 3-6-man and... Oh wait, no. Sorry, not 3-6-man. 8-man and 6-so to get into Tenpai. As Pan improves his Iishanten by also being able to accept 1-man and 2-so, although there's only 2 of those, well, 1 of those left in the wall, right? The 2s are all out, the 1 is once cut. Sylveon completes her sequence over here with an unfortunately floating Dora over here, but if she can chi the 6-9-man, she can just wait on the Dora Tanki in order to get 3,900 points, which is very quite valuable. Meanwhile, Ran over here, oh, that is third Dora for Pan. Are we going to see a Dora Force like Dermy did over here? Yes, we do, breaking the 5-7-9 into a 5-7, so we confirm usage of the third Dora over here. There's also a chance for Pan to turn this into Taiyao now if we, for example, draw around the 4-so. Then we can drop the 1-1 and maintain Iishanten. That being said, it is getting very late. Will we have time to advance our hand, or to improve our hand before getting into Tenpai? It seems we haven't been getting into Tenpai yet, but Ran over here gets into Iishanten as well, with the pull on the red dragon getting her Tenpai on 6-9 pin. Oh, now we've got another Lianmin. Will she take it or will she not? Yes, she does not take it, so she can... Oh, here's that's not Tenpai. Give me a second. Oh, yeah, right. Right, Dermy over here just improved his Hanchan into Lianmin. As Sylveon, she is the 9 dropped from Dermy in order to wait on the Dora, as we said earlier, for a 3,900 point hand. Now she has the chance to change into a 5-8 weight, but she opts not to in order to take the value instead. will there be enough time for people to fight against Sylvanas? Jeremy decides to drop the pair of 1 pin to keep a little bit safe. The 1 is not exactly safe either. He still is... Is this Ichan 10? Yes, it still is Ichan 10 for Jeremy, however, and now he takes Tenpai with no Yaku, waiting on 5. This is not Tenpai. It is Tenpai. No, it's not Tenpai. What am I saying? Oops. However, Pan over here has Tenpai with a Yaku, meaning that, well, particularly Riichi, that is. Will he call a Riichi, however? Yes, he does, waiting on the 6 pin, which there is only 2 tiles left in the wall, whereas Ran drops the Dora, dealing into Sylvanas for 3,900. Okay, as Sylvanas continues his lead, and Ran over here actually drops down into from 2nd place to 3rd place. The point situation is very close in between the players in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, so it will be a very exciting match over here. Ran over here decides to pass on the pole on the 9 so's, even with 4 pairs. She seems to decide keep the 7 pairs option open as well. However, also she passes the south pole. Maybe we might be looking for a flush, but if we were looking for a flush, then we would have liked to own those 9 so's and the south. So maybe it is the 7 pairs after all. However, Ran does pair up. Actually, I should be moving towards her perspective. With 6 blocks over here and a Yaku confirmed now. Meanwhile, Sylvanas over here has 2 Dora. Is that going to get pwned? It is going to get pwned. Now, Ran is in Ichan. Will she take the 2-so or the 8-so Hanchan? She takes the 8-so Hanchan, of which there are 4 tiles left. Meanwhile, let's see here. Pan over here gets into Ichan as well, waiting on 1-4 and 5-8, 1-4 pin and 5-8 so. Whereas Ran already is in Tenpai. However, Pan now has a chance to take Headless Ichan using the Dora. Now, he can also accept the 2-3 pin and the 6-8 so to get into Tenpai. Will we see the Green Dragon come out? Yes. Will Ran Khan? No, she does not. Okay. Meanwhile, Durmi over here has Ichan with 2, 5, and 7 weight in the Mansu, and 5 so in North over here. Durmi has the option to take a potential Ipeiko chance, and he does take it, especially considering that he already has the 7s in his discard. Pan can now Chi for Tenpai. Will he take the 7-so or the 6-so weight? He takes the 6-so weight. As Sylvanas drops the 6-so, dealing into Pan for 2,000 points. Pan, yes. With this, Pan is still not out of 4th place, but again, the point situation is very, very close. This is a very good win just to move the round forward, get a couple of points. It is East 4. Durmi is the dealer now, with a floating Dora in 9-1. Now we see Ran with 2 Yakai and a pair of the Dora, which makes this hand very expensive. It is confirmed to be Mangan with 2 Yakai and 2 Dora. Maybe more if we get lucky. Yup, there it is, another pull. Ran is now Ichan, waiting on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pin in order to get into Tenpai. Meanwhile, these other players, let's see. Well, Durmi would have a good hand if this player didn't have 3 pawns already. Yeah, it will be quite difficult for these players to push back against Ran, considering that they know that Ran is most likely very close to Tenpai. That being said, Sylvanas has 2 Dora. Durmi has 1 Dora and potentially Taiyao. And Pan over here, while not having that much value, does have pretty decent shapes, and Pan drops the 4 pin, causing Ran to get into Tenpai, waiting on the 2 pin, which has 3 tiles left in the wall. No one has any 2 pin in hand. It's definitely possible for Ran to draw this herself, getting an 8,000 point win, and boosting her, yeah, there it is, into second place. Or, yeah, from third place into second place. There it is. And we are going to head into the South round of Game 1 of the Sergeant match now. With Ran's team, Chombo at 25. In second place again. Dermy for Reina Union in third place. Pan for Team Flow in fourth place. It's still quite close, however, in anyone's game. We are going to South 1. Pan actually drops a Dora first turn, but maybe that was a mistake. Meanwhile, let's see. Alright, Sylveon is the dealer over here, having a pair of the Round Wind and potentially a very quick hand after calling a Pong over there. On the other hand, we've got Ran with a pair of the Red Dragon, which Dermy has a copy of. If she is able to call that, she will also be able to get a quite quick hand. Is this going to be a Pong from Sylveon? No, it's not. Not taking Hanchan for the, what's called the valueless, or the low value hand that is reliant on the South Wind. That is perfectly fair. Meanwhile, Dermy calls the White Dragon, also dropping the Red Dragon, and the 8-pin, causing Ran to be in Tenpai for a 1,000 point hand, waiting on 2-pin and 7-pin, of which there are no tiles in other players' hands. So there's 4 in the wall. This is an interesting call. Will Dermy call this and complete, increase his value? No, he does not, because that makes his Hanchan a bit worse. However, he does draw the 7-pin, which deals into Ran. Continuing on the game with Chombo at 25 in second place. As we move on to South 2 with Pan going, Pan as the dealer. Pan, I believe Team Flow, right? Team Flow, yes. Since he is in last place, he would really like to get a win over here. Meanwhile, Ran over here finishing a second sequence, which makes her hand a lot quicker. No Yakai pairs this time around. However, Ran over here potentially getting a Itsu 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 shape. Or having at least a chance of that. Sylveon is over here completing a sequence over here as well, as does Panacea. Pan. And Dermy over here, still looking for a 5th block, but very good shapes all around. Pan over here getting into Hanchan, waiting on 6, 8, so, and 7-pin to get into Tenpai. Is there ever a chance that this turns into Itsu in the Sozo? It is possible, but not very likely, I suppose. There's also a chance for this to turn into... There was a chance, that is, to turn this into Itsu in the Pinzu, but since he has already dropped the 1-pin, it's not really that realistic. However, he does drop the 9-pin to get a better shape in the Pinzu, nevertheless. Let's see here. Any other players in Hanchan? Doesn't look like it to me. Yeah. Sylveon over here has 2 Dora, but no pair. Now she can call to make a pair and get into 2 Hanchan, but she opts not to. Drawing the 1-0 herself, breaking Taiyao, but moving closer to Tenpai nevertheless. Here Pan has the option to call Riichi. Does he take it on the 6 or the 8? He takes it on the 8, on the 6 Hanchan, which there are 2 copies left in the game, or in the wall, that is. Let's see here. Ran getting into Hanchan, however, waiting on 2, 4, 5, 7, and 8 to get into Tenpai. Unfortunately, it will be difficult to get a good weight with this shape, but potentially we will see a chase coming soon. Dermy over here also in Hanchan, waiting on 5, 8-pin. Oh, never mind. We've got Pan getting a Sumo. Riichi Tsumo Dora if we get Grador is 3,900 all. Unfortunately, it's not, so it's just 2,000 all, which is still a very good win, which takes him out of 4th place into 3rd place. Also creeping up into 2nd place as we go into South to repeat 1. Alright, we got Tanyao potentially for Pan over here, Ran over here, not a lot of blocks at all, but it looks like she will be trying to play this normally. Dermy over here, however, getting a triplet of red in his hand, in his starting hand, so he can call to his heart's desire. Pan over here, now advancing once again towards, well, Tanyao and potentially Itsu, but not very likely. Sylveon over here has quite a few blocks, but still needs to draw one more. Still quite very good shapes. Actually, no, this is Hanchan waiting on 3 so and 8 man for Tenpai. However, there's no value, which makes it a little bit of an awkward situation, to say the least. Dermy has 6 blocks and decides to drop the weakest, which is the Hanchan on the 8-9 pin. However, Sylveon actually draws into Tenpai on turn 4, waiting on 8 man for no value. However, since she is in first, this will have a very decent chance of winning. Dermy over here drawing the 8 man to get into Hanchan. Also getting Tenpai on the discard that Sylveon had. Waiting on the 3 man, of which there is actually only 1 tile left in the game. In the wall, that is. Let's see here. Is Pan going to be able to continue his dealer streak? Probably not, considering he is trying to defend against the threat on the board in Sylvanus Riichi. Now Ran draws a second 8 man, making this fight between Dermy and Sylvanus a 0v2 fight now, as Pan draws the last 3 man, making it impossible for Dermy to draw his win, unless he finds an improvement to his weight somehow. Meanwhile, over here, Pan, well, seems unlikely. Yeah, okay. Pan drops the 5, which is safe against the Riichi, and seems very unlikely to recover. However, he is... No, he's not in Hanchan. Does he drop the red 5? Yes, he does. There is still a chance for Pan to fight for... maybe not no Yaku Tenpai, but fight for Tenpai in order to continue his deal around, but it seems quite unlikely at this point. As I've said before, there are still 2 8s left in the game for Sylvanus that we have not seen. So none of the 8s have been drawn since she called Riichi, which is very interesting. Maybe she will draw it soon. Maybe she will not. I guess we'll have to see. 5 is still safe. Pan drops the 5. Ren, however, draws the third 8. I don't expect she will drop, but it is Suji against Sylvanus, so maybe she will elect to. However, she decides to drop the other Suji, the 8 so, and avoids the deal-in excellently. So now there is only 1 8 man left for Sylvanus to draw. Will she draw it before the end of the match? Before the end of the hand, sorry. There's only 1 draw left for Sylvanus. The 8 is still in the wall. Ran over here, dropping the 2 man, still 2 so sorry. Still accidentally evading dealing in to either player over here, as neither Dermy nor Sylvanus gets the win. But we head over to South 3 with 2 bonus sticks. Ran over here, having 4 pairs. Potential for all triplets or 7 pairs. Tanyao is going to be a little bit difficult, but also a possibility. Whereas it sure looks like many players have pairs, however, with Sylvanus also having 4 pairs, and Dermy 3. Is definitely a Toitsuba, as they say. Redhen here gets a 5th pair, making her Hanchan for 7 pairs. If she pairs up the 9 man, the 2 so, or the 9 so, she will get into Tenpai. Most likely going to be dropping the 9th, so yep, because it is already twice seen on the board. Whereas Dermy over here, since the East is not the round wind, it will be a little bit difficult for him to call this hand. As Sylvanas actually has the chance to get into Taiyao by holding the 7 pin. However, she opts to maintain Ishanten for 7 pairs, again, with 5 pairs in hand. Unfortunately, backfires on the Tuso, but that's just how it goes. Here, Ranton is continuing to keep honors in hand to try and pair up to get into 7 pairs. Tenpai. Pan over here might actually get some kind of outside hand, but it is still quite far away. He is in Ishanten now, but Rantan gets into Tenpai before he can get into Tenpai. Waiting on the once cut Green Dragon for Riichi, 7 pairs and 3 Dora for at least 18,000 points. If she gets Uradora somehow, then she will get 24,000 points, a very high lead that might actually get her into 4th place. Not for 4th place, 1st place, I believe. I can't see the points on the board right now because it's getting blocked by the parfait, but I'm pretty sure it's possible for Brantan to immediately draw into 1st place if she gets lucky. Or, of course, well, if Sylvanas deals in, then that would be, of course, that would be an upset as well. Meanwhile, over here, Pan is Dama, has gotten into Tenpai, but without a Yaku, decides not to Riichi, considering he does have no value and a bad weight. Definitely understandable. Dermy over here, also having a very difficult shape to work with, but also in Ishanten, the 4-man cannot be won off of because Pan does not have a Yaku. As Pan is thinking about the red dragon, but decides to drop it anyways. 4 pin passes the dealer's Riichi, making the 4 pin safe for Dermy to discard when he does get into Tenpai. That's very important. The forest continues to not be able to be used by Pan, considering he still has no Yaku. Will Pan drop the 5 to change his weight? He does, however, Ren does draw the green dragon, which I believe causes an upset, but I'm not exactly sure, because I didn't see the points. No, that's just barely, well, it's not just barely. I missed a 10,000 point place. I guess I forgot to carry or something like that. Either way, Ren, this is a very huge win for Team Chombo at 25. Getting further into 2nd place, further securing 2nd place, that is, as we go into South 3, bonus 3. The Dora over here is West, which is quite difficult to use for most players, except for Sylvanas, where South is her seat wind. If she can pair that up before Ren drops it, she'll be able to pull to get a very expensive hand. Very important in order to get a greater lead over the other players, that is. Dermy over here has got quite a few very strong shapes, but not much value, unfortunately. Even though he is in last place, he will have to make do with the tiles that he has drawn. Sylvanas has paired up a Yakai, but not her own wind, which is the Dora. Whereas over here, Pan has finished his weakest shape, however, has lost his pair, making it a little bit difficult to continue on, but, well, okay. He has opted to keep the pair, actually, and head for Taiyao, which makes a lot of sense. Sylvanas gets to pull the Green Dragon. Maybe she will be able to wait on the Dora yet again. That remains to be seen, considering she is still, well, actually, she will be in Tenpai. She already has enough blocks without the Dora, so it will be very difficult for her to get the weight on the Dora. Unless she pairs it up herself. Oh, this one's interesting. Okay, she decides to drop the 1 pin. Makes sense, keeping her weight. Ran over here, however, gets Ishanten waiting on anything around 7-man or 7 pin. Quite wide Ishanten, however, the Manzu over here are quite depleted. Making it a little bit harder than usual to get Senpai, even though it is a very wide Ishanten. Pan over here calls for Taiyao, potentially, well, getting into Ishanten, that is. Will he drop block to make it, to confirm Taiyao? He does not. He instead slims down the Sozu to the 2-2-3 shape. However, Dermy over here, getting the Tenpai that we, although no value is still very important hand to win, just to prevent others from winning. We got 2-5 as the weight, of which there are actually only 3 tiles left in the wall, whereas Sylveon actually pairs up the Dora, making this hand extremely expensive. Potentially Haneman, 12,000 points if she can get the last copy of the West. However, she does get into Tenpai now, waiting on 4-7, or maybe not 4-7. She actually elects to take the 7 Tenpai, right? If she dropped the 8, she would have been able to take the 4-7, I believe. Yeah. But either way, she is Tenpai for 8,000 points, which is a huge amount of points. Meanwhile, doesn't look like Ran will be able to continue fighting on. Is Pan going to... What has Pan been doing over here? I think Pan has also been full defending. Yeah, sure looks like it to me. The West is definitely not going to... Oh, there it is. From Dermy, Sylveon wins 8,000 points. Well, 7,700 with the sticks is, how much again? 8,600? 9,000? Yeah, 8,600. Going into all last, with Dermy, who is in last place as the last dealer. Will Reina Union be able to get back, crawl back up in this last game in Hanchan 1 of the Sergeant match? We shall see. Ran over here having 2 red 5s in Pinzu, as well as Sylveon over here actually having a very difficult hand, but potential half flush in Sozu, which will be expensive if she can manage to win. Here, Ren getting a how much is this? Ishanten for come on, I can do this. Is 2-4-7, yeah, 2-4-5-7 in the Pinzu. There it is. That's Tenpai. Does she take the Shampoo, which can use both Dora, or does she drop the Dora to take the 4-7? She takes the 4-7. Riichi Pinfu plus 1 is 3,900 at least. Dermy over here in a very difficult situation. Sylveon's, however, dropping the Dora, which is relatively safe still. Since she does have many honors in hand, she will be very unlikely to deal in. Pan over here, also having a difficult hand, but in Ishanten, maybe he will be able to fight. Maybe he will be able to fight if he gets into Tenpai. That is Tenpai. Will he Riichi on the 7 pin? Wait. It's low value, or it's not a good weight, but it means that when he does draw the 7, he will be able to win instead of, you know, well, he will be able to actually take the sticks if someone else deals in with the 7 pin. However, Ran does draw the 7 pin herself, taking all the sticks for herself. With a 5,200 point hand. Getting actually quite close to first place. Here's our standings for the match so far. Sylveon is all for Rome, 182. Ran, Chombo at 25, which with a massive lead in gain in points. Whoopsies. The window got screwed up. That's fine. I'll fix that. Ran, what is it? Right, massive lead in points. This Hanchan, as Dermy fell further, fell from 3rd to 4th, unfortunately, with a large loss in points. and Pan over here, while also losing points, was able to get into 3rd place. Let me go ahead and fix my, what it's called. Let me go ahead and fix my window over here. This one? Does it work now? Yeah, it works now. Awesome. Can we get our next match over here? Yes, we do. How much time is left? Over here. Excellent. I'll go ahead and try to update the... Okay, apparently the... Yeah, I'll go ahead and update the scores over here, although we might not be able to finish that in time before we get to the next match. It will be Hanchan 2, so let's just get that going over here. Team names? Where's this thing again? Oh no, I'm running out of time. Game number. Yes. No, that's Hanchan number. Yes. There we go. Oh no, the game's starting already. Alright, well, let's get into commentary mode again. As Dermy, who is in last place, gets the first Steeler turn. Let's see here. So, Dermy has an unfortunately difficult hand to get. However, maybe there will be a chance for him to get a half flush. Does he pull this north? Though no, he does not, and opts to just play this normally. Pan over here having a complete sequence, but also relatively difficult hand. Ran over here getting starting with a triplet of 2s, but also kind of, well, actually no, this is 4 blocks already, and 5 blocks now, so Ran has quite a quick hand if she can call those bad shapes. Meanwhile, Sylveon over here has a very interesting Sozu shape. However, she does have 2 blocks in other suits, making it a little bit difficult to justify heading for the flush. I think it might have been okay to just chi the 7-8 over here and head towards flush. However, she is in Ishanten right now, waiting on the 4 Pin and 7 Man to get into Tenpai. So I can understand why she might have wanted to pass on that. Ranten over here also getting into Ishanten, waiting on the 5-7 So and the 5-8 Pin to get into Tenpai. Meanwhile, Dermy over here, unfortunately, with still having advanced a couple of turns, but a couple of, what is it? Having advanced a little bit, but still a very difficult hand, considering he does not have a Yaku yet to open with. Pan, pairing up the 5, but still 2 tiles away from Tenpai. So Venice, having drawn a couple more tiles over here, opting to drop the Panchan over here. Now is she in Ishanten? Yes, she... no, she's not. She's not in Ishanten? She's not in Ishanten. Yeah. Whereas Pan over here is now in Ishanten, waiting on 2 So, 5 Man, and the 2 Man, 3? 2 Man and 3 So? Yeah. Does Sylveon chi? No, she does not. As Rantan, again, still in Ishanten, does she take Tenpai from the red 5? Yes, she does. Waiting on the Shampong, 7 Man and 6 So, of which there is only 1 tile left in the wall. Okay. Does Dermy now discard? Okay, one of his pairs. He does it like this. It is possible that the 7 Man gets discarded like this into Rantan. However, well, considering there are very few turns left in the hand, it might not be the case that the 7 will come out regardless. So Venice here still seemingly drawing more Sozu. However, it is very late in the hand now, so quite difficult to... Oh, will the 7 drop, actually? It is temporary Suji? No, it does not drop. Dermy very smoothly avoids the alien over here. Very good. Especially considering his hand is not very strong, even though he would like to get Tenpai with this point situation. Here, Sylvanus calls Pong, however, still not in Tenpai. Is she in Ishanten? I believe she is not. Oh, Dermy calling Chi to get into Ishanten as well himself, waiting on 2 pin and 6 man for no Yaku Tenpai. Meanwhile, I don't think that is Tenpai. That is Ishanten for Sylveon. Dermy also gets the 5 pin acceptance for no Yaku Tenpai now, although there is only 2 tiles left of that. Pan over here, Ishanten as well. Oh, there's Tenpai for Dermy. He can Chi, right, dropping the 1 pin to get to wait on the 6 man for no Yaku Tenpai. Pan over here, also in Ishanten. Is that going to get pwned? It is going to get pwned. So that's finally in Ishanten again. However, it is far too late to expect a win at this point for her. The 5, so a very, what's called push, a very daring push by Dermy, who is in last place, to try and fight for that Tenpai. Sylveon does pwn and gets weight on the 7, so for 12,000 points. However, there is no more 7s left in the wall for her to win off of. And does she change her weight to weight on the 3? That would give... Okay, that would be very silly to do. Unfortunately, the 6, while it is Dermy's winning tile, he cannot win on it because he has no Yaku. Let's see. Right. Of course, she couldn't have waited on 3 because there were no tiles left of that in the game, considering she used them in the in her triplet. But either way. Now that everyone has exhausted their draws, besides for Hanchan, can Ran get the Tenpai on her last draw? She cannot, unfortunately, meaning that Dermy gets 1,500 points and can continue his deal around, very luckily. It is still very possible for Dermy to get into 3rd place. However, since this tournament requires one to get into 2nd place in order to advance, it will not be enough until he closes a 50,000 point gap. Very difficult, but an exciting challenge to overcome. Dermy over here, we can look at his Tenpai. His starting hand, we've got 4 blocks. However, it is a little bit difficult considering he has no Yaku and no value. That is 5 blocks now. Meanwhile, Pan over here has gotten 5 blocks as well. And Ran over here, actually Sylveon over here having the pair of Dora as well as a pair of the East, making Dermy unable to get the East himself. Whereas, meanwhile, Dermy might be dropping the East in order to help Sylveon get Yaku over there. Sylveon is now in Ishanten. If Dermy drops the East, she will be waiting on the 9-man and West, a very strong Chombo that has value back in it as well. Is Dermy trying to pull? I don't expect so. Okay. There is a pull for Tenpai, but Sylveon does not take it, instead opting to try and confirm usage, or confirm her Yaku before taking Tenpai. Meanwhile, Dermy over here actually draws the last copy of East, meaning that there is a mochi-mochi phenomenon going on. Phenomenon? What do they call this? Where neither Dermy nor Sylveon can get their East because neither of them will drop the pair. Let's see. Over on the other hands, we can see Ran holding a triplet of the 2-man, getting into not Ishanten, still has 6 blocks to take care of. Dermy now has 4 pairs, meaning that even without the, what's called, the East, he can still hope to get 7 pairs Tenpai. Tenpai for 7 pairs, right? If he pairs up a couple more tiles. It is still a long way away, but that is definitely a way to win without the East. Well, Pan over here might be heading over to tile. Yes, he does. As he is not Ishanten. Still has 6 blocks over here. Ran over here. Still also not in Ishanten yet, but being able to pull quite a few tiles over here. Sylveon actually draws the third copy of the Dora, meaning she is waiting on East and 9-mon. If Dermy somehow discards the East, then Sylvanas will be able to win, but I don't expect that Dermy will drop it, especially considering, well, it is his pair. However, Dermy decides not to take Hanchan, instead opting to drop the safe 7-pin. That being said, Dermy is in Hanchan now again, waiting for something to attach to the 4-mon or the 5-pin. Maybe we can keep the 2 so as well. That being said, Dermy does decide to bail over here, dropping the triplet of Norths now. Ran over here, not in Hanchan still, or could have taken Hanchan, but decides not to, instead dropping the safe 6-mon. There is still one 9-mon left in the wall, so if Sylvanas can draw that, that will be a Riichi Sumo plus 3 Dora with Ura Dora that could potentially be 12,000 points. A very strong wind, basically cementing, or maybe not cementing, but further widening her team's lead in first place. There, Rantan can cheat the 6-mon again, but again, she decides not to. Dermy over here, very unfortunate, but cannot get Tenpai due to having defended against the Riichi. Sylvanas actually cons the West, making it confirmed that she has 12,000 points. If she wins, however, she cannot get the win, unfortunately, and instead gets 3,000 points from the others via no 10 payments. 10 payments? Yeah. It's now East 2, finally. And we see Pan over here with quite a few blocks over here. If he can pull the Red Dragon, then he'll be able to get this hand going a lot faster. Now, Ran has a pair of, or a triplet of 5-pin with both of the 5 red 5s. Very possible chance of getting Taino, although she does have to get rid of these 2 Hanchan. Pan over here, finishing his weakest block over here, which is very huge. Meanwhile, Dermy has the potential of getting Ipeiko, the 1-2-3, 1-2-3 in the Pinzu, and continuing to improve his hand. Meanwhile, Sylvanas over here also tripling up on the 2-so, getting to 2 Shanten. Potential for all triplets, although it's still quite far away. The green dragon that Sylvanas needs is in Pan's hand, and that will definitely drop if Pan advances anywhere. Okay, there it goes. Pan is in each Anton now for 7 pairs. However, after dropping the green dragon, Sylvanas is also in each Anton, waiting on 8-so and 4-pin 5-mon to 5-pin. Dermy over here, pretty difficult hand without a pair still, unfortunately for them. And Ran over here, having gotten some better shapes. 3-sided weight actually now in the Sosu, getting an Ishanten herself too. That does not get boned, of course. As Sylvanas gets into Tenpai, waiting on the 8-so, which there are 3 tiles left. That is one of them. And deals into the, what is this, 2,600 point hand? Yep. Making Sylvanas increase her lead in first place. Dermy and Pan are going to have a very difficult time, or I should say Reina Union and Team Flow are going to have a very difficult time getting into second place. That being said, there is still over half of the game left, so there is no telling who will end up on top still. East 3, Ran is the dealer, and we've got not a lot of good shapes or value from Ran's hand, but Dermy has a very interesting hand with many honors. Potentially he is looking to get a flush, however, there are many steps to be had until he gets there. Meanwhile, Pan has a very quick hand with already 5 blocks, 2 away from Tenpai. Ran completing one of her blocks over here. Now looking for a 5th one to get into Hanchan. Sylveon over here, looking like maybe she can get Taiyao, but her pair is 9-man, so it is impossible for the moment. Pan over here is actually dropping the 6 so instead of the 9 pin, just because it seems he is happy with his shapes already. With 6 blocks. Is 6 blocks? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 5 blocks. Sorry. Now he's in Hanchan, however. Dropping the 9 pin to accept 3, 6, and 8 man for Tenpai. So as now pairs up in a place that allows her to get Taiyao, which is very good for her. Means that she can start calling. And Dermy, however, not drawing any more Sozu, which makes it very difficult to head over to the flush. While he does have a pair of his own wind, it will still be quite difficult as he opts to not chi the 5 so because it is still just too far away. Okay, so Van's over here actually has the chance of getting oh, actually, okay, Dermy gets his seat wind. As Pan over here, yeah, still 3-6 over here, but now also accepting the 5 pin and the 6 pin to get into Tenpai. Sylvanas dropping the 2 from the 2, 4, 6, 8 shape. There's a potential for getting 6, 7, 8 Sanchoku over here, which, although may not be extremely valuable, still is 1 Han. If she calls, that is. Dermy finally drawing his Sozu. Still 2 away from Tenpai, but getting definitely a much better shape than he has been for the past couple of turns. Now he's in Hanchan, can pawn the east. Maybe it's going to drop now. Yes, it is. For a 3-sided weight in 369. How many tiles are left of that weight? I'm not sure, actually. Oh, does the 6-9 drop from Ran? I don't expect so, because Dermy is definitely showing signs of danger here, but who knows? Will it happen? Okay, Ran decides to go on the defensive by dropping the 4, which is very unlikely to deal into Dermy. Meanwhile, Pan is still pushing quite aggressively by dropping the 8 so, which is very dangerous against Dermy. Considering that he does have this quite nice shape, I don't blame him, especially considering he does need the value in order to get into 2nd place, like we were saying earlier. Ran, however, here needs to drop one of the 369 in order to get Hanchan. Or actually, is this Hanchan still? No, it's not. So, yeah. However, she does end up avoiding the deal-in. And also, Van is getting into Hanchan herself. However, she cannot... Well, it's very unlikely she will win. Maybe she will be able to get... Oh, there it is. Oh, that's... Sorry, that was Tenpai. I didn't notice, but yes. That is Tenpai, which is very importantly disabling Dermy from winning his half flush. Unfortunately for Dermy, that is. East 4, Sylvanas is the dealer now, with a pretty decent shape, but not much value to be had. That being said, she is in 1st place, so it is good to just have shape. Dermy over here having a... What's it called? Having a floating Doa. However, Sylvanas drops that immediately, making it very difficult for anyone to use the West. Although, if Pan can pair up the West, he'll be able to pawn it from Dermy and get a Yaku that way. Meanwhile, Dermy pairs up the red dragon over here, making it possible for him to, or speeding up his hand quite significantly. If he can pawn the red, maybe he'll be able to get a single weight on the Dora. However, now that Sylvanas is dropping the 2nd copy, it is probably going to drop from Dermy's hand as well. However, now Dermy has Hanchan waiting on the 5-man and 4-7. So, if Dermy gets into Tenpai by drawing the 5 or the 4 so, 5-man or the 4 so, he'll be able to get 3 mixed triple sequences. Sanchoku. However, Dermy now is faced with the challenge of whether he wants to take the 3-sided weight or the Sanchoku. He opts to take the 3-sided weight. A very apt choice. Shape is still quite important, even though Dermy really needs the value. Meanwhile, over here, Ran is in Yishanten waiting on 3 man and 5-7. So, if she gets the 5 so, she will be able to get Sanchoku again, also on the 4-5-6. Meanwhile, now Ran gets upgrades into Tanyao. Sylveon is over here getting into Tenpai, however with no Yaku, so she decides to not take it. She does need the Sanchoku over here as well on the 7-8-9. However, with the Pong of the 8-pin by Pan, it will be very difficult for her to get the 8, to say the least. Will she take the no Yaku Tenpai here? It is quite early, so there might not be that much of a reason to take it right now. Pan over here getting, still needing the white dragon to come out in order to get a Yaku. Does it come out from Dermy? It probably does. Unless Dermy decides to drop the 6-9 first, keeping the white. No, Pan gets to own it, getting into Ishanten. If he can either pawn the 5-pin or attach something around the 8-man. Of course, pairing up the Jun also gets him Tenpai. Here, Dermy decides to drop the pair of reds, getting further away from Tenpai. However, there is a very slight chance of the 5-6-7 Sanchoku now. Considering it is quite late into the game, though, it will be quite difficult for him to get it, to say the least. Ran over here, getting into Tenpai. If she drops the 8 so, she will be waiting on the 5 so for, for Tanyao, Tanyao Sanchoku +1, 3,900. However, we see all of the 5s in other people's hands now, so she has no more tiles left to win off of. Meanwhile, Pan over here gets into Tenpai, waiting on the 7-man, and there is 1 tile left, actually, still in the wall. So maybe he will be able to draw it. Oh, Ran over here, dropping the 8-pin, dealing into Sylveon for 2,900. Sylveon continues increasing her lead, although albeit slightly. Considering there are so many repeats over here, we might not be able to get to the end of the Hanchan today, this time either. I'm not sure when we started, but it's definitely been quite a long... it's been quite a long time, actually. I should probably make a... make a record of when the game started, just next time to be sure. Because there is no, there's no notice over here to say when the game started and when the game will be ending due to the timer. At least not for us. Either way, it is East 4. Sylveon is the dealer who is in first place right now. Ran over here has a pair of the Dora, which is also Yakai. No one else has the Yakai. But if she can win this, she will get a very expensive win, potentially, well, and further her distance from the players in 3rd and 4th. Dermy over here having Tanyao, but still a long way to go. As Ran draws a 4th Dora, making it possible for her to get 12,000 points if she can pull the red dragon. Pan over here has quite a quick hand, however. Is this Ishanten? It is Ishanten waiting on the 3-6-man and the 5-pin. However, there's not a lot of value considering there is no Sanchoku, the 3-4-5, yet. The white dragon drops from Pan, which is pulled by Sylveon. Sylveon is now in Ishanten as well, waiting on 4, 7-pin, and 7 so. Dermy over here, unfortunately still 2 tiles away from Tenpai. No value to be had either, unfortunately. Ren is hoarding all the Dora, besides for the red 5 and Sylveon's hand. Now the 7 could drop from Ran's hand, however, first is probably going to be... Oh, actually, she does decide to drop the pair of 9-Sos, where Sylvanas over here is in Tenpai now, making the 7 pin that Rantan took in her hand a potential deal-in tile later on. Ran now cheese. Okay. And yeah, since this Hanchan Udiankan shape has remained, it's very likely that Rantan will... actually, it's not very likely, because it will be quite difficult for her to get the 7... Sorry, to get the 4 to complete with the 3, 4, 5, and then she will drop the 7. Considering there's only one tile left of 4 pin. Either way. Well, actually... Yeah. Actually, what am I saying? If the 4 pin drops, then Sylvanas will win anyways. So, yeah, she can definitely not get the 4 pin from the pan, for example. That being said, there are only 2 tiles left of the 4-7 in the wall for Sylvanas to win off of. That being said, of course, as we said earlier, the 7 pin could potentially drop from Ran's hand, although it's a little bit difficult for that to happen. Meanwhile, the other players are not really advancing, unfortunately for them. Ran decides not to keep the 1 pin exceptions, which makes sense considering there's only 1 tile left of the 1. And we also see the last one in the... Oh! 3 pin. Okay. Ran now has 6 blocks, making it all the more likely that the Hanchan over here might get dropped. Considering that after... Oh, yeah. That looks like a 7 pin drop to me. Yeah. Now, after dropping 7, she would be able to pull the 7 man and the 3 pin. However, after dropping a 7 pin, of course, Sylvanas gets to win yet another 2900 hand to continue on. She's been winning a lot of 2900 point hands, which is very interesting. Either way, it is East 4 repeat 2. Sylvanas over here getting, well, there's no value, but she does have 5 blocks. Meanwhile, for the rest of the hands over here, Dermy has quite a difficult hand, but potentially the 1, 2, 3 Sanchoku for value. Pan over here, also pretty difficult hand with the red 5 floating, but outside tiles all over the place. Otherwise, Ran over here getting a red 5 pin, but also, again, quite difficult hand. So everyone's quite slow here, which means no one's slow, because if everyone's slow, no one's slow. However, Sylvanas actually pairs up one of her Seat Wind. If she is able to get the East from, Pan, she will get 2 Han, and if she can get Toy Toy in addition to it, she'll potentially get 12,000 points. However, she decides to drop the 7, so instead, taking a 6 block and losing the chance to get Toy Toy. Dermy over here triples up the 1 man, sorry. Giving him E-Shanten, however, with no value. Sylvanas gets to Pong. Dropping the 8, so, okay. Unfortunately, again, she is unable to get Toy Toy, but if she pawns once more, she has the chance to still develop by pairing up, or to improve back into Toy Toy by pairing up the 6-7 man. So it's not all lost in terms of the Toy Toyness for her. Meanwhile, here, Dermy could potentially cheat over here, but that would lose all of the potential value in his hand. He decides it is necessary to do so, however, considering that Sylvanas, I guess, has a very quick-looking hand. And over here, let's see here. For Ran over here, we've got a floating Dora, which is very difficult to drop against Sylvanas. So I expect we will see a 9-so drop potentially, or yeah, okay. As Sylvanas gets into Tenpai, waiting on the 1-4 pin, which there is only 1 tile left in the wall. However, the 1 pin could drop from Pan over here, especially considering it is Suji against Sylvanas, making another 2,900 point win, actually. No, that's not true. That would be 3,900 points. But okay, Dermy is able to get the win of just 1,000 points, but it does flush Sylvanas off of her dealer seat. And although Dermy is still in 4th place, he is now at the dealer seat, South 1. Hopefully he can gain more points in this match. In this dealer's turn, I should say. Meanwhile, Pan over here has a very strong hand with 5 blocks. Shanten already. Waiting on 6, 9, 7, okay, that's Tenpai. He can Riichi on the 3-6 for Mangan. Riichi Tanyao Pinfu +1. Which is very important for the, for getting into second place. So the other 2 players that are leading already might be very incentivized to fold. However, we shall see if they are able to fight back against them, especially Ranton over here, who has quite a nice shape, all things considered, with 2 Shanten. Still maintaining 2 Shanten over here. Yeah, Dermy is going to have a very difficult time pushing against them, even though he is in last place and really needs to win here, because the shapes are just not there. 3-6 is actually 7 left in the wall, and Pan does call Sumo on the 3. So if he can get over here, if he can get an Urador, it will be, yep, there it is, 3,600 for 12,000 points. A very big win, making it more, or making second place quite within reach. There you go. Although it's a ways away, this win is definitely a huge one. Pan is now the dealer in South 2. Unfortunately, Dermy, leaving Dermy in the dust a little bit. As we see no value in Pan's hand, but if we get a couple of critical draws, we can see a Riichi, potentially. It is 2 away from Tenpai, as Ran over here actually has a pair of the Dora yet again, with many pairs, so a potential all triplets, or, well, maybe not all triplets, but since she does have her double South over here, she can pull for a Mangan already. Potentially, that is, if someone does drop the South or she draws it herself. On the other side over here with Sylveon, we've got triplet of 9s. However, no real Yaku to go for because there is a 3-4 over here. That being said, Sylveon does actually decide to Chi, driving the 4-3, looking for a fully outside hand. Junchan. She is 2 away from that, so I can't blame her for looking for it. Let's see here. Yeah, now she drops the 3, which allows Rantan to pull. Pan over here is in Shanten, waiting on the 3-6, not the 3, the 4-6-9 in Pinzu and the 7 man. Does he elect to drop the Hanchan over here to try and get Tanyao? He actually decides to drop the 3 pin, which further advances Rantan's hand. However, Ran still needs the South Yaku, which she just gets the next turn, as Sylvanas also gets into Tenpai, waiting on the 3 pin. 3 pin is 3 tiles left. The 5-8, however, is 4 tiles left. Will the 8 ever leave Pan's hand? That is a question. It is definitely possible, considering Pan is going to be dropping the Hanchan right now. If he does get into Tenpai, the 8-man is definitely possible to leave, to get into... Yep, there it is. Is Pan going to call Riichi? He does not, however, he does deal into the 7,700 point hand, unfortunately, into Rantan. Again, since third place versus 4th place means nothing in this format, both Pan and Dermy must find a way to get their team to 2nd place or higher, or else they will be eliminated from this game, from in day 1, that is. It's South 3. Ran is now the dealer. She is in 2nd place. However, this hand does not look like it will have much value. Will Dermy pull this and head for half flush, for example? Seems not. Maybe he's looking to call Riichi. Sylveon over here drops the Green Dragon, allowing Rantan to get into Hanchan on 3 6-mon and 3 so. Here, Dermy now has the option again to call Pong, looking for the half flush. There it is. Since he does have a pair in the 4-mon, it is easier for him to do this. Sylveon over here having floating, well, not a floating Dora over here, but pretty difficult to use Dora considering that the 6 is in the Dora indicators, and we see Pan having a copy of the 6 in hand as well. Yeah, the Green Dragon is useless. Pan, while he could head over to the Tanyao, it's going to be a little difficult to do so considering he does have 2 pairs in the 2 pairs of 1s and 9s, that is. Ran decides to keep the South in hand, maybe deciding that she doesn't want Dermy to pawn it. However, the 1 is also not exactly safe against Dermy either. Dermy has overflown, which is a danger signal for the other players. And we shall see Ran goes straight ahead and cheese to get into Tenpai, waiting on 3-6, trying to prevent Dermy from winning the South half flush that he is holding right now. Unfortunately, Dermy is not in Tenpai yet. Can get into Tenpai on the White Dragon as well as actually, was that? No. What is going on with this hand? Right, the White Dragon and the 1, as well as 2 5-mon. That is the acceptance of Dermy over here. Now, Sylveon over here has Hanchan with a potential 5-6-7 Sanchoku. She can pawn the 1 pin actually and drop the 7 to get into Tenpai, for example. Is she going to drop the 4 pin and keep Sanchoku? Oh, she's actually forcing the Sanchoku shape by dropping the 7-mon preemptively. Very interesting. Now, it is true that the 3 deals into Rantan, so it wouldn't be very good for Sylveon to drop it after all. Now there's a chance for Sylveon to head over to Tanyao by dropping the 1 pin pair. However, she decides to keep the pair as in 1 pin and drops the 2 pin instead. And it's true that the 3s are very... there's only 1 copy of the 3 left anyways, so that makes a lot of sense. Over here, Dermy still has not gotten into Tenpai, unfortunately. Whereas Pan over here, probably trying to defend against... Well, the 9 is safe, actually. But probably unlikely to win over here. There's the Tenpai for Dermy. Will he take it? He does not take it. Instead, passing and getting a Furi 10 weight using the 9, using the Dora over here. I'm not sure why Dermy decided to pass over there, but it does mean that he is no longer Tenpai, or he is not Tenpai yet. Sylveon over here does not get into Tenpai. The 3 is still a potential danger tile for her to drop into Ran, that is. Although it is only 2,900 points. She would rather not deal in if she can help it. Here, Pan also draws a 6 though, but he does not drop it. Which makes sense, considering... Oh, no, that's not anything. Right, Dermy still cannot get into Tenpai. Is 7 going to drop? No. Dermy is now folding because it is far too late in the game. Dermy has no more draws left. However, Pan actually deals into 2,900. Over here, maybe out of a lack of safe tiles. Oh, actually the 1 was safe. Well, either way. Pan does deal in, unfortunately, to 2,900. It's South 3, repeat 1. It definitely feels like the game should be ending soon in terms of the timer, but I don't have the timer on me right now, so I can't really say. Rantan continues on with her dealer round with a potential 789 Sanchoku. She has the parts in her hand, however, it's going to be quite difficult to get it even, so Sylveon's over here having 2 Dua and potentially Tanyao, whereas Dermy has 2 Yakai pairs, however, a very difficult path towards the flush, so he does decide to drop the West, which is once cut anyways. Sylveon's now drawing a 3rd Dua, potentially the 5, 6, 7 Sanchoku, maybe, although, no, that's pretty unlikely. Does Ran Chi this 7 pin? She is not, keeping her options open. Also, Vanna also passes the Chi over here to get into Ichanten. Pan over here also has 3 Dora. Oh, there's a poem from Rantan, with going to Ichanten with a 147, so, and 6-9 weight to get into Tenpai. Yeah, unfortunately, Pan over here does not have any Yaku that he can open with, so it will be quite difficult to win, even though he has 3 Dora. Now, Dermy actually pairs up a 3rd Yakai, making it more possible to head over to the flush. However, Dermy does decide to drop the 8-man, which could have given him a 5th block in the flush. Rantan calls Chi, waiting on the 147 now. It'll be very difficult for others to win now that 147 is landmine. Especially Dermy, if okay, there just Ran just draws the 4 herself for 600 points all, and continues her dealer round. Now, doing this makes it actually less likely for Sylvanas to get a shot at a dealer repeat. So even though she is winning cheap hands, it is quite useful to just prevent Sylvanas from continuing her lead, considering she is the last dealer. But if the timer runs out before Sylvanas gets her last dealership, she will not be able to continue the game, as we saw in the previous Hanchan. Dermy over here, unfortunately, has a very bad hand. And Pan over here, quick hand, but very critically missing the value that he needs to move upwards. That being said, again, there's still a lot of time left in the match, in the day, sorry. So even if, you know, they do not have the value needed to get up to second, it is still valuable to just win any kind of hand regardless, because of they can hope to give the next players on their team better shot at winning. So Vance over here has a pair of Dora over here, which Ran also needs in order to advance her hand. If she can pull the red dragon, which Pan has a floating copy of, she will be able to start going on a pull frenzy. Yeah, the red does drop from Pan's hand. However, Sylvanas decides not to pull it, actually, instead keeping 7 pairs each on 10. As Pan over here gets into each on 10 himself, that will be Tenpai. If he calls pull, yes, he does. Waiting on the 7 mana, which there are only 2 tiles left in the wall. Now Sylvanas triples up 17. However, since the reds are twice cut, you'll never be able to pull in the reds, unfortunately, anymore. She has lost her chance to do so. Is Sylvanas going to call? No, she's not. Let's see here. Here, Rantan is E-Shanten for a very strong shape with 5-7 man and 1-4-7 pin. If she keeps the 5 pin over here, she will also be able to get Tenpai on the 5 pin and 7 so. Although, yeah, this 5 pin is actually still 2 in the wall. So it is quite likely that, or there's quite a good chance for Ran to get that for Tenpai. However, she draws Tenpai with the 4 pin and opts to Dama. This is tying out Pinfu plus 3, which is 12,000 at least. If she sumos, it will be 18,000 points, getting her into first place. And if Sylvanas deals in with the 5-8 man, then Ran will also get into first place. That being said, the 5-8 there's very few tiles. Oh, that being said, the 5-mon is floating in Sylveon's hand, and considering she does have Hanchan for 4 concealed triplets, it is possible that the 5-mon will get out of her hand. For example, now Sylveon is pawning for Tenpai and deals into 12,000 points. This causes Ren to get into first place, causing an upset. Right, I believe, yes. So Chombo at 25 is now in first place. Making it ever the more difficult for Dermy and Pan in 3rd and 4th place respectively, in 4th and 3rd place respectively, to get into 2nd place, considering the points are so even in between them, and Sylveon and Rantan. It is, how many points gap? Around a 60,000 point gap, which is around the same as a direct hit Yakuman. It will be very difficult to close this gap. However, it is still quite possible, as we said before, because there is still over half of the match, or day 1, right, is still less than halfway done. Ran continues her deal around. Again, as we said, continuing her dealer round like this makes it less likely for Sylveon to get a shot at any dealer turn. So it is more valuable than usual to get these dealer repeats. Will Rantan call Pong for Ishanten? She does. Let's see. What are the other players doing over here? Pan has a pretty decent looking hand shape, however, it is still a little bit far away. Pan does decide to call just to get into Ishanten. There are there's 7-mon and 5-8 pin. Now Pan can instead take a Chombo on the 8-mon and the 5, so to get into Tenpai, which Ran gets into Tenpai as well, feeding Pan to get into Tenpai himself too. Now, Rantan and Pan are mochi-mochi on the 8-mon, meaning that they will never be able to win on those. And since there's no more tiles of the 3 so in the wall either, Ran will be very it'll be very unlikely for Ran to win this. However, this is still good because if Ran is able to continue to get into Tenpai, or continue Tenpai at Exhaustive Draw, she'll get a dealer repeat again, making it all the more difficult for Sylveon to get a shot at her dealer round. The fact that she is not winning over here... oh, never mind. Pan actually wins over here, ending Ran's dealer round. However, I'm not sure if we still have any time left for Sylveon to get a hand. I guess we shall see. Doesn't look like it. Sylveon skips her dealer round due to the time restraints, making Rantan being shooting making upset, right? Rantan gets an upset, causing her team Chombo at 25 to get into first. Congratulations to them. However, the game, there's still plenty left to the day, as we've said before many times. I believe, yes, this is the end of... What is it? Yes, this is the end of the Sergeant match, Hanchan 2, and the Lieutenant match, that's what it was called, right? And the Lieutenant match, the 3rd match, will begin in 35 minutes at the start of the hour. So, well, I guess I'll see you there. But first, well, I'll try and fix the point situation going on over here, if that's possible. Yeah, okay. Looks like it is possible to get the points updated. Can we do that right now? That would be really ideal. Okay, now it's updating to 1500 instead, which is, or 150k, which is not what I'm trying to get, but give me a second. How do we change this? Let's see here. This is... Okay. I think what we're looking for is to turn this into that, maybe? No, it's doing this outside of the stream. Hopefully this will update. I'll be very happy if it does. Did that work? Oh, it did work. Oh, that's so good. Amazing. Okay, well, now we can see the points update in real time. I'll go ahead and change this into team scores. And from the lieutenant match on, I will try to I'll try to drag the points up and down as they move up and down the line. As the placements move up and down, yes. So, is there anything else we need to fix? I don't believe so. Yeah. In that case, I will go ahead and take a little break. My throat is a little bit tired right now. I could use some water. I could use some tacos. Yeah. So yes, I will see you guys at 55. I think it might be good for me to make a clock, actually. Just to... Well, no, I mean, you guys got a clock, right? You can see the 55, so yes. I'll go ahead and just type again in the chat. We'll be back at 55. Yes, that should be enough. Again, we'll be back at 55 for the the lieutenant match. Lieutenant, how do I spell lieutenant? L-I-E-U. Right, like in lieu. In lieu of something? Right, that's the same way you spell lieutenant. It's a tenant in lieu of what? That is the question. I'll just go ahead and update all the things right now, I guess. Yeah, just to get these things nicely done. How does it work? Hanchan number 1? Yeah, game number lieutenant. Can I get lieutenant in this? Oh, I can! Oh, awesome. I probably did that by design. Yes, the lieutenant does fit in this little slot over here. That's excellent. And the team scores are like this. I'll go ahead and update the player lineup over here later on. Okay. Excellent. Well, there we go. I'll go ahead and see you guys at 55. Hello, 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 hello. I believe it's time to play... Not play, what did I say again? It's time for the Lieutenant match. Lieutenant match? It was the Lieutenant match. Yes, yes, yes. Awesome. Welcome back to the stream. I'm saying that to myself as well. Need to get back into the mood. Okay. Ooh, this is gonna be a really stacked table. Okay, so give me a second. Where is our info? Is it correct? Number 1. How do I check this? There we go. I believe... Yes. Okay, this is correct. I'll go ahead and put it over here. Our next match is the Lieutenant match. And... Come on, come on, come on. Why can I not click it? There we go, there we go. Amazing. So, yes. In Alpharone, we've got the leader. The leader of Alpharone, Team Alpharone, Hiryuu. Again, he is the leader of... I'm not sure if he is the leader of the club Dach League, for the Dach League. Or the club that's in the Dach League. But either way, he has started 2 years ago. He has started playing Mahjong from 2 years ago, and his favorite Yaku is Kokushi Musou, 13 Orphans. In Chombo at 25, we've got Amy, who I do not have info on. Meanwhile, in Flow, we've got Iapetus, who is a very prominent member of the Saki Discord server. She has participated in the Sakicord tourney, again, like I've said, 3 times before, and has made it to the finals 2 times. She's also one of the more veteran players in this tournament, having played Mahjong for 14 years. Pretty huge. Her favorite Yaku is Tanyao. Favorite Yakuman is 9 Gates, I believe. That's what that means in the survey. And over in Reina Union, we've got our favorite Toho character username, Shinki, who has been playing Mahjong for 13 years. It's a regular in Tenho, the Ho-Oh table, the highest table in Ho-Oh. His favorite Yaku is Riichi, and his favorite Yakuman is Jinnoto, which is all 1s and 9s. Let me try and get my mouse all set up and all that, just to make sure everything is good. Alright, hopefully I don't think the game has started just yet, so it should be okay. Give me a second. Where is the game? Do we see the game yet? Here it is. Excellent. There's 20 seconds left for the game, and I believe this is all set up correctly now. Yes. Either way, it's a pretty stacked table. We've got 1 team leader. We've got 1 14-year veteran, and also hugely prominent Sakicord member, as well as Shinki. Okay, well, let's see how this goes. We got Iapetus, starting as the dealer from 3rd place. And, yeah. Why do I feel like something's missing here? I'm pretty sure this is fine. Yeah. Okay, excellent. Iapetus over here has a potential for Itsu over here. However, her shape is a little bit lacking. She needs 2 more blocks. Over here in Hiryuu's hand, there is a potential for half flush in Pinzu. Sorry, not Pinzu, Sozu. He's definitely going for it by dropping the 5 pin. Now, over in Shinki's hand, we see 4 Dua. However, he has no Yaku just yet, so it will be a little bit difficult to get this hand to win, even though it is very valuable considering the bad shapes. Next, over here in the north seat, we've got Amy, with a Well, it's a pretty low value hand, which makes sense considering that the other players have all the draw. Here, Hiryuu has gotten a pair of the green dragon. If he is lucky enough, is there a possibility for all green? It is possible. It's possible, very unlikely. It'd be very huge if he could get that, though. Here, Amy over here has got Yishanten. She has got to choose between her pairs, or maybe can drop the 2-4. She has decided to drop the 8-so over here to get Yishanten. Yavitus is also in Yishanten, waiting on 6-pin and 3-6-so. However, the 6-pin, well, it just got discarded once. Actually, no one else has a 6-pin in their hand, so it's possible that Yavitus will be able to get that. Still, there's 3 tiles left of it. Meanwhile, Shinki over here is continuing over to improving his shape. Yavitus gets a Liankan over in the Pinzu now, making it more likely she will end on the 3-6-so. Wait, that being said, the 3-6-so is deceptively difficult because there is only 1 tile left of the 6-so and only 3 tiles left of the 3-so for a total of 4 only in total in the wall for her to draw. Now Yavitus is probably going to drop the 3-pin, I believe. No, she drops the 7-pin. This allows her to take Tempai on the 5-man and the 3-pin. However, it makes it a little less easy for her to use the red 5. The green dragon over here is pulled by Hiryuu, who drops the red 5-pin. Probably? No, he drops the white dragon instead. Oh, that makes sense, though, because he's in Kutsuki Ishanten, meaning that if he draws something around the 5-man, he does get into Tempai, even though it is not a half flush. There is Tempai, yep, on the 6-man. However, there's only 1 tile left in the wall. Shinki over here gets into Tempai with 4 Dora, waiting on the 6-so. However, there's only 1 6-so left in the wall to draw. Over here, Hiryuu can change his weight to a single weight on the 5-man, for example, potentially. Not sure if he'll want to do that. Yes, he does. Especially considering that the 7 is at least safe against, or it's Suji against the player in Riichi, who is Shinki, right? Yavitus is in a tough spot. Can't really push this hand, which isn't even in Tempai yet. Decides to drop the safe tile 3-man. Red is pushed by Hiryuu. Also is dropped by Shinki. Now over here, Amy, unfortunately, is still not Tempai, so yes, is also folding. Yavitus gets a 6-so, which is the last tile that Shinki needs to win, and unfortunately, Shinki draws the 5-man and deals into Hiryuu for how many points is this? 2,600. Okay, great. Unfortunately, losing the chance to win that extremely expensive hand. We are heading over to East 2. With Hiryuu as the dealer. Let's see who's got the Doa. Hiryuu and Yavitus have both got a single tile of the Doa, which is a little difficult to use. Yavitus definitely is more inclined to keep the Doa because she does need to make up this deficit of 550k points. Whereas Hiryuu, who is in first place, well, would like to use the Doa, but might be dropping it more than usual, potentially, especially considering his hand is... Well, actually, no, both of their hands are pretty strong. Yeah, Yavitus now in Ishanten. Shinki over here might be heading for a Pinzu flush, although it's quite far away, especially considering how fast the other, or Yavitus is over here. Now, whereas Amy over here, who has got 2 Doa, however, has quite awkward shapes, especially considering that there's only 1 2-sided weight in this hand. And also not exactly a clear-cut way towards a Yaku, although there is Tanyao. Okay. Just because, well, we can't use the 1s, which is quite... it's a bit of a shame to not be able to use the 1s in Amy's hand. Either way, Yavitus continuing Ishanten, keeping the West in hand for a potential West pair up, so she can replace her pair to get a potential Hanuman. Definitely a value-oriented play over here. Shinki, unfortunately, having to deal with this awkward shape in the Manzu. Is he going to drop from Manzu? He's going to drop from Pinzu. Okay. Keeping Ishanten on the 2-man and 7-man. Unfortunately, there's no value here, but if you can't get value, at least try to win, right? Maybe if Shinki draws around the Zozu, he can drop the 1-3 or something like that, or the 6-8. Here, Hiryuu is in Ishanten for waiting on 1-4-so and 5-8-man as well. Dropping the 5-pin over here preemptively before it is dangerous to any other player. Yaptus still keeping the west for the potential pair up. Right, again, Riichi, Pinfu, +2, +3 Dua has a very good chance of getting a Hanuman, especially with the Ipeigo chance. Now Shinki has paired up another tile, meaning that he could potentially turn this into, get the 8-man 4-pin acceptance to get Ishanten, sorry, to get Tenpai, but he refuses it, still trying to keep improvements around the 4-so over here. Amy over here has advanced a couple of times. However, before she can get into Tenpai, she is in Ishanten. Yaptus does get the Riichi dropping the Doa, waiting on 4-7-pin. The thing is, Shinki has gotten 6 out of the 7 tiles that Yaptus needs to win. So Yaptus actually only has a 1 4-pin left to draw in the wall. Hiryuu over here is playing a defensive, of course, considering he is in the lead, and not in Tenpai yet. Whereas Amy still, unfortunately, cannot push into the Riichi, is folding. Hiryuu's got an interesting choice of discards over here. Is it 7-man? It's 4-man. Okay, maybe ran out of time over there. Either way, the 4 has passed now, so Amy can drop it without fear. And the 7 is still safe, as it had been the turn before. Is that going to be a chi? I'm wondering if Hiryuu has lost connection. That might be the case, considering that this 5 is a bit of an unnatural discard, I would say, especially considering that most of these Manzo are quite safe. Hopefully he gets back to his, yeah, it sure looks like, Hiryuu. Is that Tenpai? Yes, that is Tenpai. However, Shinki would need to drop the 4-pin to get into Tenpai, and he seems to not want to do that. Instead, dropping the pair of 1-mans. Thankfully not dealing in, thankfully for him that is, not dealing into Yapitus's Riichi. That would be a very expensive deal in. Okay. Now Yapitus gets 3,000 points from the no-10 payments. And we head over to East 3. Hopefully Hiryuu, again, like we said, reconnects soon. However, well, it's thumbs of the rules. Actually, no, that's not true. It is possible to just pause the match over here. Doesn't seem like that's going to be the case, however. I don't know if I'm allowed to... I don't think I'm allowed to pause the match. I'm just here watching. But I believe that if people... what's called notice, I guess, that... Okay, no, Hiryuu does look like they are back. They have discarded a tile from their hand, thankfully. So there is no need to pause the match to wait for them to reconnect. That is good. Meanwhile, over here, Shinki has 2 away from Tenpai with potential for, like, Ipeigo shapes. Taiyao might be possible with a couple of good draws as well. But either way, being able to Riichi as the dealer is quite important. Hopefully he will be able to do that. Now he is Ishanten. Meanwhile, Amy over here has got quite a good shape in the Pinzu. Potentially what's called Taiyao. Pair situation over in Amy's hand is a little bit difficult, but it is definitely serviceable. Yabutus's hand, also quite decent. The Sozu shape over here is 2 blocks. still looking for a 5th block and a pair. This shape now in the Sozu makes it very easy to make a pair over there and get into Tenpai. However, there's no value and bad weight, so it is still a bit of an awkward shape to deal with, for sure. Hiryuu over here having Ishanten as well, but no value and bad shapes. There was an option for him to pawn the 9-mon, for example, to try and go for a full flush, but it is a little bit far-fetched. He does decide to drop the 9-mon to just keep a safer west in hand. Now, Iapetus, is that Tenpai for Iapetus? Yes, it is, waiting on the 6 pin for no value, but it is Tenpai still. She did get there first, but Shinki comes chasing right behind her tail, waiting on 3-6, the same weight, except also on the 3. The thing is, the 3 is completely gone. So it really is a game of who can draw the 6 before, or who is the one to draw the 6 between Iapetus and Shinki. Now the thing is, Amy over here called for Tenpai and dropped one of the 3s in her hand, which deals into Shinki for 5,800 points. Shinki now gets a repeat of the deal round. This is a very big win. Okay, Shinki over here, continuing in East 3 bonus 2. We've got Tanyao potential, we've got 2, 3, 4 potentially, although it's a little bit hard to get. Meanwhile, Amy has got a red 5 and a lot of shapes in Tanyao, so there's plenty of possibility for this to, for her to open and get a quick win. Iapetus over here, a little bit of an awkward shape considering there is no Tanyao and no other Yaku to be seen. Hiryuu over here having 2 Dua and Yakai Pon now. Is that? No, that's nothing. Well, okay, it could have been cheated by Amy, but she would never do that. Let's see here. Hiryuu over here still needs 1 more block in order to get enough blocks to win. And Iapetus maybe will be looking for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. She is 2 away from Tenpai over there, although if she does draw something around the 5 pin, I would expect that she will lose, like, maybe the 1, 2 or something like that, to just get better shapes. Here Hiryuu had drawn red 5 over here for Ishanten now. This is Hatsu plus 4 Dua, 8,000 points. If he gets another Dua somehow, or maybe the red dragon, he will get 12,000 points, a very large win. Shinki over here is in Ishanten waiting on 5 So and 6 9-mon. However, Amy over here gets into Tenpai waiting on a 4-sided weight, 2, 5, 8, and 5-mon, of which the 5s are gone and the 2s, there's 1 tile left, but there is still 4 tiles left in the wall for Amy to draw. Let's see. Iapetus, unfortunately, is a little bit too far away from winning hand and also has no value, so there is no way she can win. Now over here, Amy actually has 3 Dora, so if she sumos, she will get 12,000 points, a very large win again. Shinki is in a very tough spot over here, really wanting to push, especially considering he's got the 2, 3, 4 Sanjoku potential, but Amy is in Tenpai, which is to a very difficult spot to say the least. Now Hiryuu also wants to push, of course, because he's got so much value. So it's going to be a very difficult situation. Is that going to deal in? It is not. Okay, and now over here, Shinki is in Tenpai. Riichi, Tanyao, Pinfu. Potentially Tanyao and Sanjoku on the 4 So. If he wins on the 1, it will be very sad, but it will still be a win at least. On 4 So, if he draws it, it will be 6,000 points all. Let's see. There is still 3 tiles of the 1, and oh, there it is. Hiryuu got into Tenpai, I believe. Was that Tenpai? No, he didn't. Oh, but he ran out of save tiles and had to drop the 2. Unfortunately, breaking Shinki's chance at another expensive hand. Now Hiryuu drops down to 2nd. Amy getting into 1st place with that very expensive hand. It is East 4. And we've got 3 blocks in Amy's hand, no value. Shinki over here having also a very difficult hand. Meanwhile, Yabutus is the only one with the Dora Yakai in hand, although she also has a red 5 as well as Amy over here. Yabutus definitely has the best shape with 2 completed sequences already, and it is potential. She can also advance her hand by pairing up the Dora, which is very strong. Meanwhile, let's see here. Amy over here has a chance at the 4, 5, 6 Sanshoku, although it might not. Again, Sanshoku is a hand that can happen, has the potential to happen pretty often, although does not actually happen very often. Let's see. Is Shinki going to try to build value with this hand? There is a chance for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9 in the Manzu, the Itsu, that is. However, after having drawn the 7 pin, is he going to keep it? No, of course not, because he's already dropped this 8 pin. He's going to keep dropping the Pinzu with shot to keep a shot at the Manzu Itsu. That is Ishanten for Itsu for Shinki. Yabutus still is this? Yes, this is Ishanten for Yabutus as well. She can take the 6-9 weight on the Sozu, but in order to do that, she will probably have to drop the Dora, and that is a little bit hard to do with the point situation that she has right now. However, Yabutus decides to drop the 3, which loses the 3-6 acceptance. This way, if she does draw the 1-4, she has the option to take the 6-9 weight instead of the Hatsue, although I'm not sure she wants to do that, because even though it is Pinfu, it loses the 2 Dora. That being said, she does backfire, unfortunately. It is what it is. Amy over here draws the Dora. What is she going to do with it? She's going to keep it around, hoping that, or sort of in fear of someone else perhaps calling it. That being said, Yabutus does draw the Green Dragon into Tenpai, waiting on 1-4. This is 8,000 points, at least. If she draws it and gets like Uradora, it will potentially be 3,000, 6,000, a very strong win. Shinki over here still in Ishanten. Is he going to be able to push? He is continuing to push. He is in a very desperate situation after all. Yabutus, well, she was never going to be able to wait on the 9, so this is not a backfire. This Dora is a very dangerous tile against Riichi. Will he be able to drop it? He is not able to drop it, unfortunately, breaking his Ishanten. And now it is Yabutus's one-sided game to see whether she can draw the 1-4. Considering no one else can really fight. Let me go ahead and get some water. Amy over here can Kan, although I don't really see a reason for her to do so. If there is any reason for her to Kan, it would be to prevent Yabutus to draw anything. However, with the number of draws left in the wall, that is impossible. Or Yabutus does get the Urador for 3,000, 6,000, an extremely big win. Now she is definitely getting into the range of getting into second place, potentially, even on her next dealer round, which is happening right now. That being said, this starting hand is not very good for the purposes of getting into second place. That being said, it's still a hand that you must play. Over here, Hiryuu has a very strong hand over here. He can pawn the red dragon that Amy might drop in order to get into Ishanten for a cheap hand. Meanwhile, over here, Shinki has got a pretty expensive looking hand. However, it's got a couple of draws left to go. Now it is now 1 away from 7 pairs. It's got 5 pairs, right? Alpha has potential to head over to to Tanyao, although he would have to drop the 1 mana 1 mana in order to do that. Here, Hiryuu improving his Ishanten. Actually, it doesn't improve his Ishanten. Never mind. He's waiting on 1-4 pin and 1-4 so. Meanwhile, Amy over here has a very interesting looking hand, although she declines the possibility of Junchan Sanshoku, although, yeah, she declines the possibility of Junchan by dropping the 9 pin, instead keeping the acceptance for the Dora, which is plenty of value anyways, especially considering that 2 of those Doa are also red. Now here Shinki gets into Tenpai on 7 pairs, waiting on the 3-man. If he draws it and gets Uradoa, he will get 14,000 points. Hiryuu Cheese, however, taking Tenpai on the 4-pin only, and wins on Shinki's first draw after the Riichi, unfortunately breaking yet again, his chance at getting out of last place. Now we are in South 2. And in Hiryuu's dealer turn, Hiryuu has not a very good hand, but Yabtoos over here has got a pair of Yakai, which she can potentially use to move forward. However, again, considering that she must get above 17k, or at least she must move forward, she must close a 30k gap. It is a little bit tough to call. That being said, if she's got this hand, she must call. It is very difficult for this hand to win without calling. Shinki, however, over here has got an extremely fast hand with potential to call Riichi. If you draw anything around 6-pin or 4-man, it is Kusuki Ichanten. This is the Doa. Is Shinki gonna keep it, or is he going to drop it? He decides to keep it in order to look for more value, especially considering his extreme point deficit. Amy over here has got potential for Taiyao, although Taiyao is a little bit less exciting considering the possibility, the inability to use the Doa. That being said, Taiyao is 1 Han. The Doa is also 1 Han. If you have to choose between, Taiyao and the Doa, you might take Taiyao so that you can either call or you can, just get better shapes. Yabtoos over here is in Tenpai. There are 3 7s over in these other players' hand. However, Amy decides to slim down her 7-7-8 shape, which deals into Yabtoos for 2,000 points. It's a cheap win, but it is still an important win. There is 30k in between Yabtoos and 2nd place, approximately. Also, I should be changing these. Oh, actually, no. These scores are still the same. Nice. Let's see here. Yeah, these scores aren't updating, huh? In my the player to the right, not the player to the right, in the sidebar. I'll have to figure out why that's not updating again. Either way, not important. It is Shinki's dealer round. Very important for closing the gap again. The dealer round is the last place player's lifeblood. Shinki over here does not have much value, but he can always try to get inexpensive, or he can always try to win and try again in his dealer repeat. Meanwhile, Yabtoos over on the other side has got 2 Doa. Amy over here already has Riichi with 3 Doa. Waiting on 3-6. Yabtoos draws a 3 on the first turn, whereas Hiryuu over here has got a pretty difficult hand that cannot defend against the Riichi. He decides to drop the 1-pin and just keep playing normally. Yabtoos over here trying desperately to defend, dropping the 4-pin. Even though she does have value, it's hard to push against the sumo. It's hard to push against the Riichi. Amy sumo's Haneman. Not Haneman, sorry, this is not Pinfu. Mangan over here to increase her lead and break Shinki's dealer round. Is all last of the first Hanchan. Amy in the dealer seat, and let's take a look at everyone else's hands. Amy over here has an Itsu chance potentially, considering she's got 3 blocks in the Sozu that are valid for Itsu. Meanwhile, let's see here. Hiryuu's got a round wind, although not much value. There is the Dora, but it is a little bit difficult to use. And he's got quite a lot of shapes, though. And I can definitely... Yep, that's Ichanten. He decides to drop the 5-man, and yeah, just makes sense. He keeps the 2-sided weights over here. He's waiting on 6, 9-man, and 4, 7 pin. Now Shinki over here is getting kind of desperate. Maybe he will get all triplets or 7 pairs. If he pairs up the Doa, he'll be able to go for either one, although 7 pairs might be the better choice, considering that pairing up the Doa will get him 1 away from 7 pairs. Maybe there's a chance for Shinki to even get a half blush, although it might be a little bit difficult. Decides to drop the twice cut Green Dragon. That makes a lot of sense. Yaptus over here, still not Yaptus. This is Amy over here. Still not drawing the critical tiles needed for her, needed for her, what is it? Itsu. Also, the 7 So's are all gone from our perspective, meaning that this Itsu is going to be impossible to get unless Shinki somehow drops the 7, which I highly doubt he will ever do. That being said, Amy does advance her hand. There are chances for this hand to win even without the Itsu. Okay, Shinki going ahead and calling Pong. He is Yi Shanten, however, not much value yet. Well, actually, no, this is plenty of value. This is Yaku plus 1 for, is this? Yes, 5,200 points. That is decent enough. If he is able to pair up the Doa, he can potentially get 12,000 points. So that will be very attractive for him to get. Yaptus over here, also having a potential for Itsu. However, it is getting a little bit difficult to push against the player in last place with 3 calls. So you have to figure out what to do against that. Yaptus over here is dropping 4 man, which still doesn't completely destroy her hand shape, but it is still going to be quite difficult, yes. Now Yaptus is dropping the 2 man and sort of playing passively. Hiryuu over here is the closest to Itsu. However, oh, there's Shinki's 12,000 points. However, the 9 So over here is there's only 1 tile left of that. Now let's take a look at the Shampoo over here that Shinki has. There is 1 Doa left in the wall. If he can draw it, he will get 12,000 points. And okay, Amy over here actually gets into Tenpai as well, waiting on the 4-7. The 4, there is also 1 tile of the 4 left. The 7 will also be Shinki's winning tile. So if she draws it, then no, sorry, she can't draw it. There's no more 7s left. So right, if she can draw the last 4, then she can break Shinki's what's called chance hand again. Hiryuu over here is Tenpai as well, waiting on just the south, because he needs a Yaku. And there's Yaptus's last, or Yaptus draws the last tile that Shinki has, can get for his win, unfortunately, losing the ability to, well, draw his win, of course. Hiryuu over here has also broken his Tenpai. However, he drops the 4 So, dealing into Amy for, how much is this? 12,000 points? No, 7,700, right. And Amy is allowed to continue the game, and I believe, does she have to continue the game? I'm not sure if she has to continue the game, but either way, she will be continuing the game, and trying to increase her lead even more. Now, Hiryuu dealing in like this is actually very big for these other players, because second and first place don't really matter, I believe, in terms of the conditions to advance to the next round. So the fact that Hiryuu has dealt in to first place also makes the gap between him and the players in third and fourth, Yaptus and Shinki respectively, lower. Yes, it makes it easier for these players in third and fourth to get into second place. Shinki over here owning the Green Dragon and the Doa over here, making him a guaranteed Mangan at least. However, he has a couple of more blocks to draw in order to get into Tenpai. He is also trying to head over to a flush as well, if possible, to maybe get a Hanuman or even a Baimon if he is lucky. Over here, Amy is, I'm not sure. Oh, well, now Shinki can never get his half flush, unfortunately. The question is what other people will do in response to his play, because he's got 3 Dora showing. Definitely a very difficult hand to push against, especially considering he is last place. Yabutus over here is in 3rd place and does want to win. She is in Ichanten, sorry, not Ichanten, is in Tenpai now, waiting on 2 Man. That is a very apt discard from Shinki, dodging the deal-in of Chanta, Riichi plus Chanta, which is 5,200. Will Shinki have to drop the 2? No. No, he will not. He gets Tenpai on 3 Mon, which there is 1 tile left of. Over here, Yabutus actually has no tiles left because Amy over here has all 3 of the 2s that she needs, making it the case that if Yabutus over here draws Shinki's tile, draws Shinki's weight, the 3 Mon, she will be forced to deal in to 8,000 points. Hiryuu over here, the other 2 players over here are most likely folding. It sure looks like they are to me. So yeah, it is really a game to see whether Shinki can get that tile before, or maybe Amy and Hiryuu have a chance to draw the tile instead of Yabutus, which would make it impossible for Shinki to win. There is also a chance that... no, there isn't. I was going to say there was a chance that Shinki draws the 2 to change his weight, but there are no more 2s left in the game, as we said before, so he is basically fixed on the 3 weight. If any other player draws his 3, the match will be settled, or the Hanchan will be settled, essentially. Actually, Amy over here has gotten Ichanten somehow, and has also drawn the last 3 Mon, getting into Tenpai on potentially San Anko. If she decides to push, she does not. So that's the end for Shinki, unfortunately, for his 3 Mon weight. I highly doubt that Amy will ever drop the 3 Mon. So, yeah. Considering Yabutus has no tiles left in the wall, Shinki has no tiles left in the wall, and the game is mostly settled. Doesn't look like Amy is taking Tenpai, so... Oh! Will Shinki deal in with the 2? I highly doubt it, because the 4 is safe and the 2 is not. But he was thinking. Dropping the 4, yes. Thankfully not dealing... Thankfully for him, that is not dealing into the player across him. Now it is the end of the first Hanchan. Amy over here getting a massive lead, and also striking Hiryuu down into striking range of Yabutus, who has also gained quite a few points. Shinki, unfortunately, losing all of his important hands, still in last place. Let me check. Okay, so the scores are updating. Okay, I haven't been paying attention to the scores on the right, but apparently I didn't need to change the placement over here. Let me go ahead and continue. Okay, the next Hanchan has started. I'll go ahead and update the thing over here. Game number, Hanchan number 2. We're gonna head over into Hanchan 2. I'm gonna go ahead and drink as much water as I can possibly do without straining myself. Before we jump on into the next game. Ugh. All right. looks like we should be about... Oh, no. Okay, there's one more minute left. Let me just go ahead and make sure everything's good. Okay. 40 seconds. Wow, it sure feels like an eternity just waiting for this clock to run down. Feels like I'm waiting for my food to be ready in the microwave. Well, this will be a very entertaining match, as I am sure definitely feels like a very delicious meal in that sense. Alright, looks like we should be in soon. Excellent. We are with Shinki as the first dealer. He's got no Yaku, and a pretty difficult to use Doa. Meanwhile, Hiryuu over here has already pawned the South Wind, which is his Seat Wind. Amy over here having, well, 2 Doa over here, although also the 9 so is pretty difficult for her to use. Let's see here. Yaptu's over here having a pair of Yakai, meaning that she can call quite quickly to make a 2,000 point hand. Once she pawns the red dragon, she will have a very wide Isanten. Meanwhile, let's see. Shinki over here has completed the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 shape over here. Itsu is not really happening, however. Oh, Yaptus is Isanten now, waiting on 4, 7. Actually, no, not 4, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, so. And a lot of tiles in the Pinzu as well to get into Senpai. It is very wide Ishanten. Meanwhile, Shinki over here getting Ishanten as well, pairing up the Doa, which is essential for his value. If he can triple up any of his 3 tiles over here, he will be able to call Riichi. However, Hiryuu over here, being able to call the 3 so gets into Ishanten himself. If he can call the 7 or the 5 or the 6, 9 over here, he will be in Senpai first. There is the 9 pin. She from Shinki giving Hiryuu a Senpai on the 7 man and the 5 pin, 5 so, sorry. Shinki over here dropping a 3 man, getting an extra 7 so to get into Senpai. 7 so and 4 man, well, 7 man to get into Senpai, sorry. Yaptus drawing the Dora, which is very dangerous against the player across her. What will she do? Oh, she gets in Senpai anyways, so it's not a problem. However, she's only waiting on 2 copies of 8 so from her perspective. Now she can pawn the red dragon, however, to wait on either the Dora. Yep, she does wait on the Dora so that she doesn't have to drop it. Now, if she can draw the last 9 so, she will be able to win. However, there is no more 9 so's in the wall left for her to draw, so it is likely that, well, she will not be winning. That being said, if Amy somehow does drop the 9 so from her hand, which I kind of doubt, but if she can pair up the 8 so for Senpai, she will have to drop 9 so in order to take that Senpai. It is Tanyao, Riichi Tanyao +1. As well as potential red 5 Ipeiko. So I could definitely see the 9 so dropping from Amy's hand if she draws the 8 so specifically. Meanwhile, over here, Shinki, unfortunately still not Senpai. Is he going to be able to push into the player with 3 calls? He is going to push the 2 pin. Now, the west over here, there's only 1 tile left at west for Shinki to get. If he can get it, it would be an amazing Riichi, although the 4-7 is also kind of depleted. He does need to get Senpai. Is he going to drop the west now? He's going to drop the 3. If he did drop the west, he would be able to accept the 6 pin for Senpai. But instead, he is dropping the 3 so that he can potentially maybe pawn the west. I'm not sure exactly. Is Shinki going to Chi over here to get Senpai? Yes, he is. It has no Yaku, but he must keep his steel around in order to continue on his quest to get out of last place. Well, not even just get out of last place, get into second place. Yaptus also being in Tenpai, as we've said before, Hiryuu being in Tenpai with a Yaku. Well, okay, Yaptus and Hiryuu both have a Yaku. Now over here, Amy over here is still not getting into Tenpai. If she does get into Tenpai, yep, that's not Tenpai. Sorry. If she does get into Tenpai and has to drop the 5 months for a Tenpai, to get it, maybe she will drop the 5, but either way, she did not get there, and ends up paying 3,000 points to the players in Tenpai. Shinki continuing his East round, his dealer seat, yeah. And we've got pretty awkward shape over here, but it has door acceptance. And over here, Hiryuu has the pair of East over here, meaning that Shinki will not be able to get that. If Shinki does drop the East, Hiryuu will have a pretty good Ishanten to kick Shinki off his dealer turn. Now over here, Amy over here has got a pair of the Red Dragon, which still isn't seen on the board yet. Whereas Yaptis over here has gotten 5 blocks for Tanyao, although now she's got Ishanten for not Tanyao, but if she draws a 3 so specifically, she gets a 3-sided weight on 258 man. Here comes the East Dragon, the East Wind Pong from Hiryuu, using Shinki's East discard. Shinki over here still needs 1 more block to get into Ishanten, unfortunately, and the 6, so while it is the Dwa, does not advance his hand. Yaptus now has the option of potentially heading over to Tanyao. She decides to drop the 7 so for the time being. Maybe if she pairs up the 2-4, she can get perfect Ishanten. That would be a vast improvement to her shape. South, let's see here. Meanwhile, Hiryuu over here has got Lianmen plus Liankan Ishanten on 3-5, so sorry, and for 7 man. However, he does drop the 2 and forces the usage of the Dwa while losing acceptance. Here, Hiryuu has the option of keeping this triplet in hand, meaning that now he can pair up the 5-6 or the 4-6 to also get into Tenpai. Shinki over here getting 5 pairs. So he has Ishanten for for 7 pairs. I believe, yes, he is also Ishanten for the regular hand. Yep, here it is. He can take Hanchan on the 4 so or Chombo on the 5-7. Will he call Riichi? I'm pretty sure he will call Riichi, but which weight will he take? That is the question. On the 4 over here, we see 3 copies in other people's hands already, so there is only 1 left. Meanwhile, dropping the 5 so over here allows Hiryuu to get into Tenpai, waiting on the 4-7, which has 2 tiles left, so it's a 1v2 battle. Amy over here is defending, yes, against the Riichi. And there it is, the Hiryuu draws the 7 man. Yes. Unfortunately for Shinki, his Riichi yet again gets kicked by another player and loses his deal, and he loses his dealer round. It is now East 2. Hiryuu getting getting his dealer round now. Shinki, however, has gotten quite a decent hand over here. However, it is going to be a little bit difficult to turn into a Mangan unless he turns it into a flush, which he definitely seems to be going for. Amy over here having a pair of the Dwa, which potentially can turn her hand into Tanyao, for example, with value. Yaptus over here having a nice shape in the Sozu as well as the Pinzu. Actually, she's got 5 blocks already. 2 away from Tenpai. Very potentially going to be the first one to Tenpai. Now she is continuing to to improve her hand. However, she does decide to drop the 5 pin and the 6 pin, keeping these edge tiles instead. Amy has drawn on their block, potentially replacing her 1-2, which allows her to get closer to Tanyo. Now she has 5 blocks for Tanyo. Is it going to be the 1-2 so? She also has how many pairs? She decides to drop the 7 pin over here, losing her 4th pair, but keeping the Hanchan over here. If she calls, she can still get into Ishanten for Tanyo. Here, Hiryuu has finished one of his blocks, however, drops his 5th block, the Hanchan over here, keeping potentially the green dragon, also preventing Shinki from calling this green dragon that is so essential for his win. Definitely a very Hiryuu is definitely very aggressively keeping this green dragon to prevent someone from using it. Let's see here. Is Amy in Ishanten now? No, not in Ishanten. Whereas over here, Iaputus is not in Ishanten still. Alright, still needs to... Wait, no, sorry, she is in Ishanten, waiting on the Hanchan of 8-so and the 4-7 pin. Yes, this will be her pair. She could have called for no Yaku Tenpai or called in and dropped the 9-so, but decides that this hand must wait to call Riichi, I'm assuming, considering the point gap again. Okay, here comes a poem from Amy over here. It is getting quite late into the game, so it would be nice to advance the hand by opening and, maybe potentially getting no Yaku Tenpai as well. Hiryuu still keeping the green dragon in hand, has no intention of dropping it to help Shinki out here. Is it going to be a chi from Hiryuu to get Ishanten? No, of course not. Okay. Now Hiryuu has a chance of dropping the green dragon. However, he is still not dropping it. Instead, dropping the 4 pin, which is relatively safe, which makes sense. Shinki over here, forced to call to get into Tenpai with no Yaku. If the green dragon drops from Hiryuu's hand, Shinki will still most likely pull and wait on the Doa, so he can get a Yaku. That being said, he is forced to take this Tenpai for now. Being the only player in Tenpai, actually. Amy still 1 tile away, as well as Iaputus also being 1 tile away. Is that going to be a pull to get into Tenpai? Is Hiryuu going to pull and finally drop the green dragon? Okay, there it is. Shinki going to pull and wait on the 8-so. There it is. Alright. And finally Shinki gets in Shinki was already in Tenpai, sorry. But Shinki finally being able to win. There's still 1 8-so left in the wall, actually. So if he does draw it, he will be able to get a 52,000 point win, which is quite strong. Now the question is whether he will be able to get it, which is no. There are no more draws for Shinki, unfortunately. And Amy over here also not being able to get into Tenpai. Meanwhile, Iaputus is also unable to do so. So Shinki and Hiryuu get 1,500 points, and we go into East to repeat 1. Alright, Hiryuu over here having a very strong hand, although it will be difficult to turn this into a flush. It is definitely possible to still do so by, for example, pairing up the south and then dropping the 6 pin. Maybe you can draw something around the 8. So, that being said, Amy over here decides to call a draw. I didn't even know that it was possible in this rule set, but there it is. Hiryuu, well, everyone redrawing hands, but here we see Hiryuu having 4 blocks now. Potential for painful, although the 1-2 Hanchan is quite difficult. Here, Amy, we can see that Amy has got many pairs, but no complete blocks. Iaputus having 1 complete block, but still quite a difficult hand. There is potential for the 7-8-9 Sanshoku. Meanwhile, Shinki over here has got a very what's called hand? A very quick-looking hand. The only problem is that he doesn't have value right now, which is the most important thing for him to do, considering the point gap. That being said, again, there are still... It's important to note that even though there is a point gap over here, there are still many... how many Hanchans left? This is the second Hanchan of the Lieutenant match, meaning that there are still 4 Hanchans after this, meaning that it really is plenty possible for last place to shoot up to first place even, with this point difference. You cannot underestimate what the possibilities of what can happen in the span of even a single hand, actually. And there are many hands to come. Here, Shinki has a chance of getting E-Peiko. The question is whether he decides to take that chance or not, I guess. And he decides not to. Let me try and figure out why. I'm not actually sure why he does not decide to take the E-Peiko chance. But he decides not to. Yeah. Okay. I need to focus on other things. Sorry. Yaptu's over here also having an E-Peiko chance on the 6-9, so only on this 9, so does she get the E-Peiko. Amy over here calling to get into 2 away from Tenpai. Unfortunately, she's still got quite a ways away to go. Meanwhile, Hiryuu over here having 5 blocks, but also 2 away from Tenpai. Yaptus now draws a copy of the Dwa. And Shinki over here has a chance of getting Itsu, but instead heads over to Tanyao. If he gets the 6-man, he will be able to get Tenpai for Tanyao. Meanwhile, Amy over here draws into Ishanten. However, the Dwa is floating in her hand, making it quite a risk if potentially someone waits on the Dwa, like for example Shinki. That being said, Amy ends up drawing the last copy of the Dwa, make it not a concern ever anymore for her. She is in Tenpai with 3 Dwa. This is a Mangan. Meanwhile, Yaptus over here has a Riichi 7 pairs plus 2 Dwa. If she sumos this, it will be a Hanuman, and she will be able to... never mind. She will be able to vastly decrease the gap between her and... Actually, no. She would have been able to get into 2nd place with that hand had she won it with Sumo. Unfortunately, she is not able to, and we go into East 3. Let's see here. It is now Amy's dealer turn. She is widely in the lead. We shall see how that will affect her decisions. Yaptus over here having a complete sequence, but a little bit of a difficult situation in the rest of the suits. Shinki over here having 2 Dwa, and pairing up the East Wind, which is very important for being able to call. Oh, actually there's 3 Dwa over here, but the 8-pin over here is floating. He decides to fix the 4-5 Lianmen. Meanwhile, Hiryuu over here has a pair of the White Dragon, and has an otherwise quite quick hand. Shinki having a 6th block now, ends up dropping the 8-9, makes a lot of sense. Hiryuu further advancing his hand to Ishanten. Meanwhile, Amy over here also having to choose between blocks now. There's a chance for potentially, I don't know, the 4-5-6 or the 5-6-7 if she gets lucky, but it's going to be a little difficult. Shinki now getting into Ishanten himself with, actually no, that's not Ishanten. Right, the 8-pin is still needs something to attach to it. Or he still needs to finish 1 more block in order to get into Ishanten. Amy over here still having to choose between blocks. It's probably still going to be the 2-3-pin because the 2-3 so, because she did drop the 1 so the turn before. Yaptus over here having a glimpse at Itsu potentially for value. Although here Hiryuu is able to call Riichi on the 6-9 weight. Riichi Tanyao Pinfu potentially. And there is 5 tiles left in the game for him to use. Okay. Amy over here pretty diligently folding. However, she has no safe tiles now, so she decides to opt for Terminal. And Shinky in a really tough spot, just having to push as much as he can, especially considering the point situation and hand that he can potentially win. If he does get to draw the Doa, it will suddenly turn into a very expensive hand. Although it will be quite difficult to push still. Without dealing in, that is. Here, Shinky's drawn yet another dangerous tile. Is he going to be able to push it? Or is he going to fold? Somehow. He decides to continue pushing. This is what being in last place does to you. You've got to be very aggressive if you want a chance at improving your placement. One pin obviously drops from Shinky. And Hiryuu still has not drawn the 6-9. There are 4 tiles left. I believe Yaptus drew another copy of the 6-9, or another tile of the 6-9 earlier. After Hiryuu called Riichi, that is. There is yet another 6 taken into Yaptus's hand. Shinky is forced to drop the 3 because he has already lost the 2, so the question is, oh, there it is. Yaptus continues drawing. Hiryuu's winning tiles. There are still nearly 2 tiles left to Hiryuu's weight. Is Shinky going to pull? No, he's not. Even though he's in last place, he decides it is not worth taking this. Oh, never mind. We see a change of mind over here. Shinky is now waiting on 6, 7, 8 pin and 5, 6, 7 man. He can chi the 7 pin, but not the 6 man because that would be Hiryuu's winning tile. Will he be able to get into Tenpai is the question in these couple of turns. That is Tenpai. Can he drop the Doa? It is Suji. He drops the Doa to get into Tenpai. Meanwhile, Amy over here gets into Tenpai for 7 pairs. 9, so however, has not passed the Riichi. 7 is temporary, or is Suji against the player to the left. Oh, Shinky over here drawing the 9-man. Is he going to drop it? He is. It deals into Hiryuu for at least 2,000 points. It is 2,000 points. And unfortunately, Shinky loses the Tenpai payments. Or not just Tenpai payments, but the ability to win the hand. As we go into East 4, with the dealer being Yaptus, with a very impressive looking hand. Potential for all triplets and 3 Doa. The West is likely going to drop from Shinky's hand. And we see, is it going to be a poem from Yaptus, or is she going to pass? She passes to simply head for Riichi for now. There is still another copy of the West for her to poem anyways, so if she deems that to be appropriate when the next West comes, she can still poem for all triplets. Shinky over here, drawing a red 5. However, it is still going to be difficult to build tremendous value with this hand. He'll still have to be patient. Amy over here having a very strong shape in the Sozu. Potential again for some kind of triplet hand. Is Shinky going to pawn this, or he's going to pass? He's going to pass. Still trying to keep the chance at building Riichi alive. Hiryuu over here having a triplet of 7 pin. Maybe tie-out is on the horizon, but it's going to be a little bit... It's going to take a couple more draws. He does need 1 more draw to get a 5th block in tie-out. He's going to get pawned by Amy. That is going to give her Tenpai. Is she going to take the 4-7 or the 6-9? She takes the 6-9 weight and immediately wins off the 9 pin that is drawn by Yaptus for 1,000 points. Now we are headed into South 1 of the second match of the second Hanchan of the Lieutenant match. This is officially the second half of the game. Wait, no, that's not true. This has already been the second half of the match. Yes. But okay, Shinki's final deal round of the game, of the day. Will he be able to crawl back up even one placement with this match? Continue watching to find out, I guess. Hiryuu over here has gotten a triplet of the reds in his hand already, whereas Yaptis over here has a very strong shape in the Manzu, as well as a chance for the 1-2-3 Sanjoku. She is Ishanten, actually, if she pairs up the 9 man or the 2 pin. 9 man or the 2 man. She gets into Tenpai for Sanjoku. Of course, she can also draw the 3, so to get into Tenpai. Meanwhile, Amy over here getting not Ishanten, but very close to it. No, sorry, this is Ishanten. Waiting on, yep, that's Tenpai. Waiting on the 7, so is she going to call Riichi, or is she going to break Tenpai, or maybe Dama? That is the question. If she Damas, there's a chance that she can even get the 3-4-5 Sanchoku, although she is in first place already, so she just decides to call Riichi to put pressure on the rest of the table. Shinki over here in a very tough situation, however, since, what's it called? Even though Amy's Tenpai is not a good shape, it still has a pretty decent chance of winning, considering that there are 4 tiles of the 7 left in the wall. Will Shinki be able to overcome this? There is a chance for the 4-5-6 Sanchoku, which is great value for Shinki. However, he will have to try to evade Amy's dealing into Amy's hand over here. Meanwhile, the rest of these players are defending to an extent against Amy, and Amy ends up calling Sumo before Shinki can get into Tenpai and chase. Making Shinki lose his last dealer turn of the game. Again, even if, well, yes, I don't need to continue on this topic, but yes. Alright, Hiryuu over here now being the dealer. We've got, what is it? Well, it's just a regular hand. We've got 4 blocks and potential for the Doa acceptance over here, right? And also the red 5. Meanwhile, with the other players' hands, Yaptus has gotten a pair of the Green Dragon, which means she can call to potentially get a cheapish hand, or maybe, you know, pair up the Doa, or even wait on it in special circumstances. I'm not sure how exactly she can ever wait on a pair of the Doa, considering that she does already have 5 blocks. But, well, let's say if she does pair up the Doa within the time that before she gets into Tenpai, she will be able to use it in hand. Amy over here has gotten 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks with the potential for the 4, 5, 6 Sanchoku to further increase her lead. We shall see whether she decides to call. However, the 5 mons over here are getting stopped by Hiryuu. So it's going to be very difficult, or I was going to say that until she just drew another copy of the 5 herself. Now she is in Ishanten. Shinki over here, not in Ishanten just yet, but getting close as well. Is Amy going to take the 3-sided weight? Yes, she is going to take the 3-sided weight. She is now waiting on 5 pin over in the pinsu, and as well as 2 pin, as well as 2, 5, 8 man, and 3 man in the manzu to get into Tenpai. Yaptus now calling the Green Dragon to potentially get a 1,000 point hand if she is able to draw the copy of the 8. So before she gets into Tenpai, she'll be able to use it. However, Amy here gets into Tenpai. Is she going to call Riichi? Or is she going to Dama? Or is she going to do something else? She decides to Dama, considering this is not a very good weight. However, this allows Hiryuu to take the first Riichi, waiting on 1 man and 5 man. There are 3 tiles left of the 1 man and 5 man, and to this effect, Amy goes ahead and folds. Yaptus stops the 1 man in its tracks, I guess, yeah. Whereas Shinki is still struggling to get into Tenpai, having to push again, being in last place. It is a difficult situation. Now Shinki draws a Doa. Is he ever going to be able to drop it? I highly doubt it. Never mind. He drops it like it's nothing. We can see a very strong intent to win this hand from Shinki at all costs. That being said, the 1-mon is drawn by Shinki and ends up dealing into Hiryuu. It is at least 7,700, but we see the cut-in, and so it's going to be at least 12,000 points. If he gets the Urador on the 1-mon, it will be 18,000 points. It is Urador on the 1-mon, it is 18,000 points deal-in from Shinki, putting him further into last place. Poor Shinki has not... I don't know if Shinki has won a single hand in all of these games, but it is very unfortunate for him. Let's see here. Hiryuu continues his, his deal around, and furthers his, gap between Yaptus and Shinki, making it increasingly difficult to get into second place. What's the word for? The highly sought after second place? Yeah, either way. Shinki over here is forced to call Pong over here. He's not going to be able to make it in time otherwise. Now, Hiryuu could call Chi over here to get into Senpai, but that had to no Yaku, so he decides to pass on it. Amy over here having a very strong looking hand with a potential for, well, just lots of, using the Doa to get value. She's an Ishanten. She can get the 3-mon, the 5-mon, and the 3-so to get into Tenpai. That is not Tenpai, but that is still a value increase if she can draw something around the 5-pin. Is she going to keep it? She is going to keep it. Although she has dropped the 4-pin herself, it is going to be a bit of... it is still going to be possible to draw around the 5-pin to get value. Hiryuu over here drops the 9-pin, refusing the Ishanten for flush, instead taking the Shampong on, or taking the 8-mon acceptance. Now he can upgrade this into Liamen. Let's see here. Yaptus over here having a very nice looking shape in the Sozo, however, it is still a little bit of ways away. That's not true. If she draws the 5-8 and 2, or 5-8-mon or the 2-5, she will be in Tenpai. Now, Yaptus, again, considering the point situation, is she going to go for the Itsu? She is not going to go for Itsu, she is just going to play normally. There is a chance, actually no, is there a chance for this to turn into Taiyao? It's going to be quite difficult. Meanwhile, Hiryuu over here draws a red 5. Oh, that is an unfortunate backfire for Yaptus, losing the Itsu over here. However, Shinki is now able to use this 8-so himself, getting into Ishanten. However, this is only going to be 5,800 points. 3,900 points at best at the current moment. Here, Hiryuu decides to drop the 5-mon preemptively, I suppose. But that allows Amy to call it with... Yes, and get into Tenpai waiting on the 6-mon and 3-so. If she can win on the 6-mon 3-so, she will get to above 200k points. Which is, well, to say the least, quite a large lead. Let's see here. Is Yaptus going to get into Tenpai? Unfortunately, continues backfiring the Itsu over here. What's done is done. It is what it is. It is, Amy had the chance to cheat the 4-so, but with the 3-5 to wait on the 5-8, but since she has the 8-so in her discards, that would be Furiten. It would not improve her weight whatsoever. Now the Green Dragon comes into Yaptus's hand, whereas Hiryuu over here getting quite wide Ishanten for the flush. Is he going to drop the Green Dragon now? It is quite dangerous against the players who look like they are flushing. Yaptus ends up pawning the Green Dragon, dropping the White Dragon, and allowing Hiryuu to take Tenpai as well. Now everyone is in Tenpai except for Shinki, and and Yabutus ends up dealing into a 3,900 point hand from Amy. Oh, sorry, not 39. Oh, what was the Yaku that I was missing? Was it just I don't remember really Yaku that I was missing. Maybe it was just a Dora. Okay. Or what? That wasn't Haite, was it? That wasn't Under the River. I don't think it was. So it is now South 3. Amy has over 2,200k points. What is she going to do? She's got, well, not very good shapes, but she's got this Dora that's floating. Hiryuu over here has got 2 more of the Dora, whereas Shinki has Dora and a red 5. Is he finally going to be able to win a hand this time? I guess we shall see. There's a potential for the 3-4-5 for Shinki, which could potentially give him a Haneman. It's going to take a bit more than that to get into second, unfortunately, but, well, progress is progress. Hiryuu over here getting Ishanten, or getting Ishanten a couple of 2 turns ago, waiting on 1 4-man and 1 4-pin, or a very expensive looking hand. It's not just looking expensive, it is expensive. Now Shinki also is Ishanten for a very expensive hand, with the potential for the 3-4-5, like we were saying earlier. If he draws the 4-man, it will be confirmed Sanshoku, Riichi Tanyo Pinfu. Sanshoku plus 2 Dora for 6,000 points, not 6,000 points, 12,000 points, and potentially 16,000 points if he is lucky. Unfortunately, well, he's got to be lucky. He has been lucky since, but maybe he'll be lucky this time. There's only 1 copy of the 4-so left in the game for him to draw. Will he be able to draw it? That's the question. Yabutus over here is Ishanten. Is that Ishanten? Yeah, that's Ishanten. Now with a potential chance to get Ipeiko, or the 6 to get into Tenpai as well. That being said, Hiryuu over here finally getting into Tenpai on the 1-4-pin. There is 1 copy of the 1 left and 1 copy of the 4 left. That means there's 2 tiles left. Seeing over here, thankfully, finally being able to push using honors at least instead of dangerous middle tiles, is able to maintain his Ishanten with no problem. Now drawing the dangerous 8-pin. Thankfully, still not needing to push against it. Is Yabutus going to push the 4-pin against Hiryuu? Will be a very big deal, and if he does so, now Shinki pairs up the 8-pin and needs to choose which tile he wants to drop. He decides to drop the 2-man, keeping his Ishanten, and also keeping the chance for the 3-4-5 Sanshoku. Yabutus over here, still keeping the 4-pin safely in hand, so she does not deal into Hiryuu. It would be a very bad deal in, even though she is very far behind, because it would make her even more far behind, considering the value of this hand, and considering the fact that Hiryuu is the closest player, or is the player in second place that she must overtake. Hiryuu is still not drawing into Tenpai. It makes sense. There is only 2. Actually, oh yes, there's only 1 tile left of Hiryuu's what's called Tenpai. And over here now, Amy has gotten to Tenpai herself, but will she be able to push the 6-man? It will be difficult. And she actually decides to drop the 4-so, which is safe against Hiryuu, but is not safe against Shinki. And Shinki is able to win 8,000 points, finally, bringing him, well, bringing his team up a little bit, at least. He still has a long way to go, but every point is valuable. Yabutus over here, starting with 2 pairs of dragons. Will she be able to get, if she is able to get big 3 dragons, she has a chance of getting into, does she have a chance of getting into first place immediately? No. Even if she sumos big 3 dragons, she will not get into first place immediately, but it will obviously be a tremendous help to her placement. There are no green dragons left in other people's hands, players' hands, so if she can get the green dragon, it will be very favored. It will be highly, what is it called? It will be very good. Let's just say that. Here, Yabutus is in Ishanten, And how long will it take for her to draw the green dragon, if at all? And will she take the Tenpai if she gets the Tenpai beforehand? That's a question. It will probably be difficult for her to refuse the Tenpai, especially when she has a good weight, and also Dora. Which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. Now, I think it is also possible for Yabutus to consider, like, for example, if she draws the 7, just dropping the Forso and heading over to try and get a Haneman or higher. Maybe even a Baiman, if she gets the red 5, however Shinki has the red 5 in his hand. Considering the point gap, again, it is definitely a possible a possible way to play this hand. Hiryuu over here refuses the Pong on the 2, so still getting into Ichanten with his draw. Meanwhile, what is it? Amy over here, still not in Ichanten, but still quite a very strong shape. Shinki has the potential for getting the 7, 8, 9, but he has the slowest hand by far. Now he's in Ichanten. Will you have to his phone? No, of course she will not. Actually, is that an of course? Well, it's not an of course she will not, because then she would be able to, what's called? The Green Dragon. Now she has, what's called the Green Dragon? She has paired up the Green Dragon finally. If she gets the Green Dragon herself, she will be able to win off of anyone for 48,000 points. Is Shinki going to drop it? He is going to drop it. Unfortunately for Shinki, he is going to lose 48,000 points. And there is the Big 3 Dragons by Yabutus. Which actually doesn't even get her into second place yet, I believe. Yeah, but of course it makes the odds finally very much possible for Yabutus to get into second place. Poor Shinki over here, unfortunately, well, yeah, it will be very difficult for Team Reina Union to come back from that devastating deal-in. That being said, there is still a chance. So you should not give up until it is truly over. And it's not truly over until it is over. South for repeat 1. Yabutus over here has gotten an Itsu chance. Shinki, however, over here, while he does not have a Yakuman, he will still try to play. Again, there is still a game to be played. There are still 4 more Hanchans to be played. And anything can happen in those Hanchans. Yabutus over here, getting Ichanten for her Itsu. Hiryuu, let's just take a look at the other players as well. Hiryuu is not Ichanten, but is 2 away from Tenpai. Amy over here getting, what is this exactly? This is also 2 Ichanten, but the shapes and value are not very satisfactory, unfortunately, for her. That being said, she is now in Ichanten. Is she going to drop the 6-0 for the maximum acceptance, or is she going to try and get value around, or a better weight around the 6-0? She ends up discarding the 6-0, which Yabutus calls for 2,900 point Tenpai. It is plenty enough, because 2,900 points does get her into... Does it get her into second place? I think it does. I'm just going to count. Yes, it does, because the bonus stick puts 2,900, turns 2,900 into 3,200. Let's see here. That being said, Amy over here is also in Tenpai, but she decides to not call Riichi, which means that she must draw the 9-pin or West herself in order to win. Meanwhile, Hiryuu also being in Tenpai, 2 5-pin, it is 2,000 points. Yeah. Adamo, 2,000 points. Shinki over here, also gets into Tenpai. We'll have to see whether he gets it. He does get it. Riichi, Ipazu plus 2 Dwa. Will he be able to get Ura Dwa for Hanuman? No, that is not Hanuman, although he does get the Ura Dwa just for the extra flow, I guess. And that is the end of the Lieutenant match for Table 7. Unfortunately, Reina Union falls further down into last place. However, the game is not over yet. Meanwhile, Yaptus, previously in very low, having quite long distance to get into second place, actually moves up to second place with devastating Yakuman. Big 3 dragons. Meanwhile, Amy maintains her lead and widens it, and Hiryuu, while having gained points, has dropped down to third place, in fact. What is going on with the points over here? Team Flow. Let's see here. Why are these points wrong? All for wrong. Do I have these wrong? Why is I'm confused why these points are not correct. Like the points are the same points, but they're not they're not associated with the correct names. Oh. I think I know what's going on here. That's what's going on. Okay. Yeah, the way I've been, No. What? I'm confused now. Okay, yeah. Okay, I think I know what's going on. The way I've been getting these points is a little bit off. Yeah, okay. I know what to do now. So, what I will do is... also update. Yeah. I need to also update the team name over here. So how do we do this? Right. Yeah. The points over here... the way I'm doing these points is that they are updated automatically via this spreadsheet. But the thing is, the spreadsheet sorts the points from highest to lowest automatically, and I didn't take that into account. So I need to also update the team names over here in order to get that, in order to reflect the fact that, well, the teams have also changed places. So give me a second to try and figure out how to do that. How do we do this, actually? It shouldn't be that hard. I don't know how to change this while I'm not on this stream screen, so you'll just have to see me do this. And thankfully, there is no game happening for the next half an hour or something like that, so it shouldn't be that hard to do this. Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. I need to... I think... No. Well, do this, and then... let's see here. This is... I'm just gonna go ahead and rename a couple of things on this OBS thing to make things make more sense. Points first. Yeah, good thing we've got time over here, so I can finally get these things into order. Third, and fourth. Okay. And then I'll go ahead and reference this. What is it? I need to go ahead and reference these tables. Chombo 25 still in first place, as we've said, which is not correct. Right. Let's see here. How do I do this? Come on, this shouldn't be that hard. Yeah, okay. So what I do is take the ID of the spreadsheet and then paste it in to get the values over here. And the cell over here is this one. And then set up this output to be... Oh, no. Oh, it's all squared up now. That's fine, it's fine. To... Whoa, it's all going crazy now. Give me a second. This is really funny, actually. Give me a second. B26. Uh-huh. No, I don't know why that's happening. Okay. G3. G3. Like that, and then set up the output to be in this one. Okay. Awesome. It's working. Now the problem over here is that, yeah, I'll go ahead and do it like this. I'm gonna be doing how many requests in a minute? I have a limit of 60 requests per minute, and I have 8 things to update. So, 60 divided by 8 is that many requests per minute. No, there's gotta be a better way to do this. 60 divided by 8 is 7.5. So I can make a request 7 times per minute. Okay, yeah. It's fine. I'll do this, and then I do this again. I'm gonna copy and paste this. Like this. Set up the data source. Yeah. I don't know how you're quote-unquote supposed to do this. Sort of reference these Google Sheets. I just searched it up on the internet, and apparently it works like this. Or apparently this way works, I should say. So that's why I'm doing it like this. Let's see here. Next up is this one, I believe. This. Did that work? I don't know if it worked. Oh, it worked. Wait, is Flow in second place? Flow's in second place. Yes. Wait, Flow's in second place? Ah, yeah. Yeah, Yaptus is in Flow, in Team Flow. Okay, awesome. Now, here's again. And then G5. And the next team is... What is it? Come on. Not Reina Union, it's the other one. This one. Okay. Oh, oh, oops. That's not how that's supposed to look. There we go. Goes like this. Yeah, okay. Now that's working. Amazing. And I'm gonna go ahead and make another one for Reina Union. Like so. And like so. Okay. That should be working. I'm gonna go ahead and just make sure everything's working for this thing again. I know it's gonna look all wacky for a bit, but I'm pretty sure this should work after a couple of seconds. Alright, huge. Oh, now I don't even need to, like, move these up and down. Like, I mean, I never did it because I was super distracted, and there was only a couple of placement movements anyways. But yeah, okay, this should work. Without me having to worry about it anymore, which is nice, I guess. Yes, that was the Lieutenant match, and, well, again, I do need to rest my throat a bit, so, I will be taking a little break for 20 minutes or so, and we'll see, everyone back at, 55 yet again for the Vice Captain match. Who will end up in first place in the end? Will Chombo at 25 keep their first place? Will All For One take back second place from Team Flo? Will Reina Union finally make a stunning upset? Well, stay tuned for the next match. Ah, I didn't realize my mic was muted. That's a little awkward. I'll go ahead and um re-say what I was gonna what I was saying. Um, yes. So let's introduce our players real quick. We've got from Team All for One, we've got Mike GD or Mike. From Chombo at 25, we've got Cirrus, who has previously participated in the 4th Sakicord tourney. They seem to have quite a track record. Yeah. So I'm excited to see how they play this game. Meanwhile, in Team Flow, we've got from Team Flow, sorry, we've got Junie. And from Team Reina Union, we've got Entanglement. So, I'm very much excited to see how these players play, and I'll just go ahead and check to see if the game has started, so we can get going. There's only 4 games that have started so far. Never mind. We're getting there. We're getting there. Okay. Excellent. I'll just go ahead and keep on doing this until we find our match, shall we? Yeah. Like I was saying before I unmuted myself, yes, really, it could be anything that happens in these next 4 Hanchans. 4 Hanchans is a long time, so we really could. Well, while it is true that the players in first and second, the teams in first and second place are favored to win, that does not mean that they are guaranteed to win. We could definitely see an upset, depending on what happens in these, 16 dealer rounds. Well, it's not really 16 dealer rounds. Give me a second. It could be fewer than that due to the timer. But in any case, there's quite a lot of Mahjong to be played still. And really, it's anyone's game, even Reina Union's game, yes, if they get lucky enough. You cannot lose hope until the very end, like we were saying. Yes. Just as a bit of extra info about, well, since I don't really have much info about these players except for Cirrus, I will, with the permission of Sylveon, I believe, who is watching this stream, sort of disclose that Cirrus actually has, when I said a track record, they have, there was this little event in Riichi City earlier. I don't remember if it was it was definitely last year. I mean, I don't remember if it was more than a year ago or not, but there's this little event where they had people fight against the mortal AI in their, what's it called? That was newly released on the platform. And Cirrus got, I believe, the 4th highest consecutive score out of, was it 5 Hanchan or something like that, which is a very impressive track record, like I said, against, very high level Mahjong AI. And well, whether that track record will turn into results in this span of 2 Hanchans is anyone's guess, because, well, as we know, Mahjong is very, how do you say it? Results in Mahjong are subject to the whims of Lady Luck. Yes. Of course, I wish good luck to all players in playing on this table. Unfortunately, if I wish good luck to everyone, then nobody has good luck, if that makes sense, because, again, everything is relative. But yes, I am sure there will be a very exciting game waiting for us. Now the thing is, as Reina Union, considering that there are only 4 Hanchans left to, to make up a 130,000 point gap, it is going to be quite difficult to figure out how exactly to navigate the sort of, the push-forward situation over here. I mean, obviously, you really, really, really want to win as many hands as possible with the highest point value possible, but well, sometimes there will be times where you'll have to give up as well. And the question is, when are those times that you have to give up? Normally, it's when you've got a bad hand, but how bad of a hand do you have to, give up when you're 130 points behind? I guess we'll see how they go through that. And here we are in East 1 with, and I believe this is Mike in, yes, Mike from, All for All in East, in the starting dealer. We have pretty strong looking hand, Tanyao, although not potentially a bunch of value. Meanwhile, we've got, let's see, Junie over here with a floating Doa. Ceres has Hanchan of the Doa, whereas Entanglement over here has 2 pairs of Yakai and a pair of the Doa, which is by far the most valuable hand out of all of these 4 players. That being said, it will be very important for them to, of course, get pulling on these their Yakai and potentially the Doa. Junie has both the Onso and the Red Dragon floating over here, so we might be able to see 2 pawns coming from Junie's discards. Okay. Over here, give me a second. Mike over here. Yes, Mike is in Ishanten, being able to get into Tenpai on almost any Pinzu draw. Meanwhile, Junie over here, still keeping hand onto his, keeping the Red Dragon and the Doa in his hand. Well, Ceres over here has almost gotten into Ishanten. It would be really nice to pair up the Onzo to be able to get there, but unfortunately there is no more Onzo to draw in the wall, so they will be unable to get that pristine Ishanten shape. Here, Mike over here has called Riichi on the Hanchan. Riichi, Tanyao, if they get the red 5, which there is 2 of, then they would get at least 7,700 points. Unfortunately for them, however, the 5 pin is already in everyone else's hands. And now Entanglement over here has called Pon, being very aggressive with their, especially with the point situation they are faced in. That being said, now that Entanglement has drawn the 3 pin, there is a very plausible chance that they will be forced to drop the 5 pin in order to get into Tenpai. That being said, I don't expect the 5 pin will drop just yet, because, well, there is a dealer Riichi on the board. It's not going to be easily dropped, even though they do want to push with this, with the point situation. with the hand value that they have over here. Sirius is now an Ishanten. They get into Tenpai on, well, okay, they were in Ishanten a couple of turns before as well, but I didn't notice. They're in Ishanten now on the 3/6 man and the 2/5/8 pin. Yeah, okay. Yeah. While over here, Entanglement is trying to still go ahead and play, but it is going to be very difficult, especially as Sirius does get into Tenpai waiting on 3/6 man. There are still 5 copies of the 3/6 unseen, so they are quite they are quite favored to win this fight. Junie draws another copy of the 6. I do not expect him to drop it against these two players. 1 pin, yep, drops from him, as Entanglement is forced to fold finally against the 2 threats on the board. Red Dragon, unfortunately, is unusable. Well, actually, no, it's not. It's not unusable. What am I saying? Right. That being said, the 5 pin, if it does come out from his hand, it will be a big problem. There is another copy of the 6 man drawn by Junie. And 3 man, is it going to come out? I mean, they're not in Tenpai yet, so yes, very wise discard. Not going to risk it for not even a biscuit, when they don't even have a biscuit to risk it for. Alright, we are going to continue on to East 1, Repeat 1. With 2 Dua in the dealer's hand, Mike's hand, that is. Meanwhile, with these other players, we've got Yakai, the East Wind pair over here in Junie's hand. He does already have 5 blocks, so it can be a very quick win, as long as he can get the East, which might come out from Entanglement's hand. Meanwhile, Sirius has a very strong Manzu shape. However, it will be difficult to justify going for a flush, considering there is the strong shape in the Pinzu as well, and now that they have drawn 3 pin pair, they are looking for a 5th block to get into Isanten. Over in Junie's hand, well, he is now in Isanten as well. 1 pawn will get him into Tenpai. And Entanglement over here, while he does have 2 Dua, and he has no Yaku to back it up, or he has no Yaku that allows him to call, so it will be a little bit... Well, actually, no, that's not true. He could potentially call the 5 so and the 7 so, and then he would have, 5 blocks, for example, or, pawn to get into Ishanten. So that is one way for him to steer the hand towards, a winnable, or I should say a callable shape. Here, now Entanglement has gone into Ishanten, just going ahead and taking the maximum acceptance. Whereas Mike over here, still looking for a 5th block. Sirius as well. No. Sirius now is in, still looking for a 5th block, but is now in Kusuki Ishanten with with high value, right? With red 5 potentially getting a block around it for Riichi Pinfu +2. That would be a Mangan. Meanwhile, Junie over here, still in Ishanten, but now instead of a pawn for Tenpai, he has Chi for Tenpai. Now he has gotten the pawn for Tenpai again. However, Sirius gets to Tenpai first, waiting on 6/9 man, which there is a single tile of 9 man left in the wall for them to draw. Mike over here drops a safe tile, considering they're still a couple of steps away from Tenpai. Now, what will Entanglement do, considering they are far away, far behind? It remains to be seen. They still have not, they still have not completely folded. However, Cirrus draws their win before anyone can make a counterattack, winning. What was this? 1326, I believe. Was that 1326? No, it wasn't. It was what's it called? It was 1,000, 2,000, 3,900, right? Was that correct? Either way, I feel like that was correct. Yeah. That sounds like it must be correct. Anyways, now it is East 2, Juni's dealer turn. As for hands of note, well, Mike over here has gotten many edge tiles. Unfortunately, well, it seems very not worth it to go for sort of a non-standard hand, considering he does have 2 red 5s. So he's sort of forced to just, play it normally. Considering that he is in 3rd place, his team that is in 3rd place, it is very important to play quite aggressively. Now, Juni over here has gotten all the blocks he needs to win. The only question is how to complete them. The door over here, the Hanchan that is, makes it impossible to get Taiyao at the moment. Whereas here, over in Cirrus's hand, they've got 2 Doa, but again, no Yaku to begin calling with just yet. Entanglement over here, on the other hand, still, yes, no one's got callable Yaku to get any, calls going to open their hand with. Meaning that while everyone is slow, that means no one is slow, right? Everything is relative. That being said, Mike over here has completed a sequence, making his hand much higher quality. Yes, still needs a couple more draws. Well, a 5th block, that is. But maybe he'll get it, maybe he will not. We shall see. Meanwhile, Juni over here is still looking for more blocks. It is the beginning of turn, not turn. It is the beginning of row 2 already. As Cirrus has drawn 4 Dora already, and has 4 pairs, meaning that it is potentially possible for them to get 7 pairs with the correct draws. Otherwise, they're the only other Yaku that they will have is Riichi, basically. Let's see here. Now the thing is, Mike actually has the potential to get... Oh. Is that... No, that's not 7 pairs yet. Mike actually has the ability to get the 3, 4, 5 Sanchoku, which he declines to call for the Ishanten of. That being said, now he is still in Ishanten for just Riichi, as Cirrus also heads over into Ishanten, losing 7 pairs, but of course the regular hand is generally just better to go for. Well, it's not that the regular hand is just better to go for, it's just that they got into Ishanten for the regular hand and they did not get into Ishanten for 7 pairs, so, well, what are you gonna do? Of course, you're going to take the Ishanten for the regular hand. Entanglement over here is also Ishanten, a headless Ishanten, with not much value, but, well, if you can win this hand, it will still be useful. If you can pair up the 5/8 pin, for example, you can get Taiyao and maybe Ipeiko. That would be a way to get value. That being said, now, what is it? Mike over here has gotten into Tenpai with the North Wind, which actually is able to snipe the pair drop of Norths from Cirrus, taking 3,900 points. Very strong wind, putting them neck and neck with Junie playing for Team Flow. It is now Sirius's dealer turn. They have 5 blocks, however, not any value to speak of. Meanwhile, Mike over here has gotten 1 red 5, which is the only Dora that we see besides for the 3 pin in Junie's hand. Junie might be tempted to head over to a flush, considering that he does have 4 blocks in the Manzu. Flush, that is. However, now he draws a triplet of the East Wind. Meanwhile, over here, Sirius has drawn the Dora, but there is no way that this can turn into Tayo unless you drop the triplet of South, which is unlikely to be the fastest way to Tenpai. Here, Sirius draws into Hanchan. The question is, what do you do with this Dora Hanchan, which is the weakest block in terms of sort of completing, but it is the block that gives you value, so you can't really drop it so easily. Sirius elects to drop the 2-man pair, and now we get an improved Hanchan, Liamen for 7 and 2-5. If we draw the 4 ourselves, we can use the Dora. Otherwise, it will have to drop from the hand when we get into Tenpai. Entanglement over here cannot call this hand because they are desperate for any sort of points over here. That being said, how far can you refuse the calls in order to get value? It is a very difficult point situation to play from behind, that's for sure. Now over here, Mike has gotten a sort of Ipeiko shape. Is he going to Chi the 4 pin? He is going to Chi, getting into Hanchan. Yes, that is Hanchan. Waiting on like 2, 5, 8, 6, 7 in the Sozu, as well as 3-man. I believe that is the correct acceptance. Yeah. Junie over here, again, having a triplet of the East over here, but still not in Hanchan with 6 blocks. Not sure which blocks he will be using. Is that going to be a Chi? It is not. Now Junie has the chance to slim down into 5 blocks by dropping the 6. He decides to keep 6 blocks. As Entanglement over here, still trying to get value Hanchan for Riichi Tayo plus 1 Dora. Riichi Tayo Pinku plus 1 Dora. Now Sirius, however, gets into Tenpai. If they discard the Dora that can put Entanglement into Tenpai, they will be able to, get Tenpai themselves. Is Entanglement going to call this tile? If they do call, they will be stuck at 2,000 points. That is the biggest problem. Over here, even though the 2-man would give Entanglement 2, 3, 4 Sanshoku potential, he does elect to drop it for the safety. Which unfortunately it does backfire on them, make it impossible for them to get the 2, 3, 4 Sanshoku, but, well, if you want the results to say, at least they never were going to get the 2, 3, 4 Sanshoku anyways. As they win an 8,000 point hand from their nearest neighbor, so we're a 16,000 point swing to get closer to 3rd place. Unfortunately, they do need 2nd place, and that is going to be a long journey for sure. East 4. Now Entanglement is in the dealer seat. However, we have yet to see how their hands will develop. Mike over here, no Dora. Sirius over here, a pair of the Dora, but these Dora cannot be called to get a Yaku. They will need to find a Yaku elsewhere if they want to open. Is Sirius going to just drop the Yakai? Yes, that makes the most sense. This hand is perfectly fast enough, even without the ability to call. Now we should look at Junie's hand. He's got a triplet of 6s, and mostly just looking for Taiyao, most likely, to win a quick and relatively cheap hand. Entanglement, again, has the most difficult situation to navigate, both with the difficult shapes and the basically the need to build value somehow in any way possible in order to take advantage of his dealer round in this desperate situation. We see him keeping an eye on the Doa over here, just in case it pairs up. It will never pair up, however. As Cirrus gets into Ishanten, cannot, again, triple up the south, as we now see, or as Cirrus now sees as well. But they still accept 8 man and 7 pin, as well as the 6-9 pin in order to get into Tenpai. Are they going to keep this 3 pin in order to try and get, yes, improvement around the 3s? They sure do, dropping the 2 tiles of acceptance for Tenpai on tripling up the 7 pin, and instead trying to look for improvements. Now Entanglement looks like they might be able to head over to some kind of Sanshoku chance. Yes, there could have either been maybe the 3-4-5 or the 4-5-6. Both of them are quite difficult. But now, without the 3, so there is the 4-5-6 chance at least. Are we going to see a... Okay, we are going to see Entanglement drop the 6 pin to take the maximum acceptance and refusing the Sanshoku chance. Just because, well, at least they, considering it is so late, maybe it is correct to take the maximum acceptance just in order to take Riichi Pinfu +1 chances, after all. That is still relatively expensive, although quite difficult still to, close the gap. It might be the realistic play. Over here in the other players' hands, Junie over here has a very interesting chance for triplets, which was not their favorite Yaku, but it was one of these players' favorite Yakus in the previous hands, where we also see Mike over here getting Tenpai for the 7-man, which actually there's still 3 tiles left in the wall, so it is very possible that Mike will just draw it himself. Will we see it? No, not yet. And here, Junie has a chance to Pong for Ishanten, and he does not take it. There it is. There's the Riichi Pinfu +1. That is 5,800 points. If you Tsumo, it's at least 2,600 points. And, well, you really just gotta call Riichi over here. There is still 1 5 pin left, so if you Tsumo the 5 pin, you get Mangan, potentially a Haneman, because it is a red 5. There's the red 5. Unfortunately, it's probably not going to drop from Junie's hand. So, the only tile that Entanglement has left to draw is the 2 pin, which he does draw for a win of 2,600, all 7,800 points. And he gets to continue his deal around. Very important win. Let's take a look at the next round. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks for Entanglement. Unfortunately, no value to be seen, but, we can always see value. We can always get value later on, potentially, I suppose. Meanwhile, Mike over here has gotten many tiles in the Pinzu. However, it's probably not going to be a flush considering the good shape in the Sozu. After pairing up the White Dragon, Mike is no longer going to drop the White Dragon pair, most likely, making it very difficult for either Junie or or Mike to advance their hands. Meanwhile, Cirrus over here has gotten 2 red 5s, One of them is connected to a shape, one of them is not, but it should be quite likely for them to draw a tile around 5-mon eventually. Junie over here doesn't look like he is going for a flush or anything like that, dropping the Dora first turn, actually. Let's see here. Yeah. Oh, the interesting thing about the white being multi-multi like this is that it will be, since it will be very difficult for these two players to advance their hand. Okay, actually now Mike might drop the pair of whites over here in order to head for Tanyao, finally unlocking the ability for both of these players to basically, get sort of advance towards Tenpai. Or advance towards the win, I guess. Resolving the tension between the whites over here. However, Cirrus over here, having drawn a tile around their red 5, not yet in... Actually, no, this is Ish... Why can I not read this? That is not Yishanten, but if they do drop the red 5, they will be Yishanten. They could also take Yishanten by dropping the 7, right, which they do. Potentially, well, if they either triple up the 2-pin or the 9-so, or fill in their 6-mon, they will get into Tenpai. That is Tenpai for them. They call Riichi, waiting on the 6-mon, which there are 2 left in the wall. It's at least 5,200 points, and hopefully for them they will win and increase their lead. Entanglement is in a tough spot now, because this is one of their, well, this is their first dealership, but considering the timer situation, since they are the last dealer in the South round, it is possible that this will be their last dealership of the of this Hanchan, meaning that they really want to try something and not let this chance slip by. Now they're in Yishanten after making aggressive call. Junie over here breaking their sequence or breaking their 7-8 block over here. And now, let's see. Mike over here also calling. Unfortunately for them, not yet Tenpai, but they are 1 away. And this 9-pin, are they going to be able to push this 9-pin through? They instead drop the 2-so, opting to drop the 100% safe tile and just trying to get into Tenpai, which they do, although without a Yaku. So they cannot win. But it is still extremely important to get this Tenpai for entanglement over here. Now, Mike over here also gets into Tenpai, and Junie, having drawn the 8-pin over here, does not deal in with it. Instead, Cirrus deals in to Mike over here to a 2,000-point hand. And entanglement's dealership gets kicked as Mike is able to slightly increase their, or decrease their gap from second place. It is now Mike's dealer turn. South 1. And now, let's see what is going on over here. Mike still has a couple of blocks to make, whereas Junie over here has also a couple of blocks to make, although he does have 4 technically over here. Yes, everyone's hands look quite slow, besides for actually Mike's, who has just drawn a what's called tile, who has just finished a second sequence. Now, as long as they draw something around any of their other floaters, they will be in Yishanten, potentially having a chance for Itsu now in the Sozu. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, that is. Meanwhile, over here, Entanglement has a slight chance for the 7, 8, 9 Sanshoku, and over here, Mike over here needs to choose between these three floaters. Do you want value or do you want shape? Mike over here decides to keep the 1-so for the value, and refuses the 5 pin, for example, draw for a 3-sided weight. Let's see here. Unfortunately backfires, but this was a low value Tenpai anyways. Junie over here having a difficult hand because they have many blocks, but not much in terms of the ability to call. That being said, Junie was potentially able to head over to Taiyao with the 4-so draw. They decided to drop the 4-5 regardless. And now Mike is in Tenpai waiting on the 2-so, of which there are 2 left in the wall. It is Riichi Itsu for at least 7,700 points. Sirius over here has no pair, not very good shapes. Now they do have a pair, they're in Ichanten, but are they able to push against the dealer? That is the question. The tiles they have to push are Suji to the dealer, so first they drop the 2-man to keep Ichanten. And, well, if they are able to draw the 3-so themselves, they will have a good weight. However, they're unable to get a satisfactory draw. And Mike over here is able to draw their 2-so for an effective Mangan that actually gets them into 2nd place. It is now South 1, repeat 1. And we see a couple of bad shapes from Mike's hand over here. Junie over here having several Doa but no Yaku. A very tough hand, but they could try to force Taiyao, for example. They do have many blocks in Taiyao. Sirius having a pair of Yakai, but no real way to turn this into a flush. Most likely going to be a cheap hand. Whereas Entanglement must do something to make value. Unfortunately, the value doesn't seem like it's really coming. Maybe there was a way this could have turned into a flush, but they first discard the ones cut east and try to keep the numbers in the other suits still. Meanwhile, Mike over here has paired up one more tile, meaning that they are 2 away from Tenpai in Itsu, in 7 pairs. Considering his bad shapes all around, heading for 7 pairs may be a wise choice. Now Entanglement has drawn a red 5, a very important tile for value. He decides to drop the red dragon. As Sirius over here also having 4 pairs, but still and quite awkward shapes. Will they, well, now considering they've drawn the red 5 pin, it should be more likely that they will be ready to call for a quick hand, although I think it probably would have been good to do so regardless of whether they had the 5 pin or not. Now, however, Sirius must choose, considering they have 5 pairs. If the green dragon comes out, they must choose between 7 pairs Ishanten and the regular hand 2 Shanten. Considering their 6-pin discard, it seems likely that they are heading for just 7 pairs, getting rid of the chance of drawing 4-pin to advance their hand to the... Well, actually, no, that technically still advances their hand, actually. But getting rid of the Lianmen over here, the 4-7, to head over to either 7 pairs. And now that they've tripled up the 1-man, they have a chance to head over to all triplets, potentially. Now, owning the green dragon would still put them into Ishanten for the railer hand. Meanwhile, over here, Entanglement has still needs to draw tiles around the floating door that they have in their hand, which is unfortunate. Is Sirius going to keep this 7-pin? No, they're not. It is once cut already. Although the 6-so is also once cut, maybe it does seem likely that the 6-so is not in the dealer's hand, for example, because of the early 5 so drop. However, Junie over here has gone into Tenpai first. The 6-0 is also conveniently safe against the Junie's, Junie's Riichi, making Cirrus able to keep Yishanten with no problem. However, will they push against the player in 3rd place is the question. If they get into Tenpai. If they get into Tenpai, we will see their decision about that. If otherwise, well, it will, well, I guess I could ask them, but either way. The 5 pin is 1 left in the wall, so quite a difficult tile to draw, and now Mike has drawn the last copy of it, meaning that Junie can no longer win off of the wall, that is. I highly doubt that the 5 pin will come out of Entanglement's hand, even though, you know, it is floating. But, hey, you never know, I guess. 3 so, okay. Now, Mike over here has gotten into Tenpai with a Yaku, considering it is the South round, waiting on 4-man and 9-man. There's 1 4-man left, which he draws immediately for 700 points all, sorry. Keeping 2nd place and continuing his deal around. Here we've got quite difficult shapes over here. We'll see how the hand develops. Junie, instead over here, has quite good shapes and potential for a Taiyao as a source of value, whereas Cirrus, well, they do not have Taiyao. They have 2 complete sequences already, making them very favored to get first Riichi. Entanglement over here also has a pretty decent hand with Taiyao confirmed. However, in order to get value, it's going to be a bit of a tough ask to, you know, finish these shapes closed. Cirrus pairs up the Doa. We've got Yishanten from them. If they draw the 5-8 so or the 8 pin, they get into Tenpai. Meanwhile, they decide to not keep the 5-man, considering they did drop the 6-man. Junie over here, still quite a few steps away from Tenpai. And now Cirrus gets to also triple up the Doa in order to get into Tenpai. Would be a very strong draw. Entanglement over here, still trying his hardest. It's still very difficult to justify calling from this point situation, of course, so he is quite pressured to play this, play this closed, even though he has bad shapes all over the place. Cirrus over here just going ahead and dropping the red 5. There's no reason for them to keep it, whereas Entanglement over here getting into Yishanten with a potential, that is Tenpai. Do they Riichi on the 6-man Hanchan that has 2 tiles left? If they Tsumo, they have a potential Mangan, or even a Hanuman if they get lucky on the Uradora. Whereas over here, Cirrus does get into Tenpai as well. Is it ever possible for them to chase this with a 6-pin weight? 6-pin is safe against last place. And it is true that there are actually 3 6-pins still left in the wall for them to draw. Or for, what's his name to draw? Or for Entanglement to draw. Meaning that Cirrus, right, this is a, what is it? A 2 versus 3 fight between Cirrus and Entanglement. Who will win? Maybe someone else will deal in. I guess we shall see. Is 6-man going to drop from Junie? No. it is just a 2-mon drop. They're trying their best to fold. Over here, of course, Mike has no hand to push. They're in no way. They have no hand to push. Yes. So of course they are folding as well, meaning that it is really just a fight between Cirrus and Entanglement over here. If Entanglement here wins, they will... Oh, that is one of the 2 remaining 6-mons. If Entanglement wins over here, they will still have a long way to go, but it will still be a very strong win. Unfortunately for them, they do deal into Cirrus with at least a Mangan. That is a Mangan. 8,000 points. A very painful deal in for sure. As we head into South 2, the dealer, Junie, over here, having a pair of their own wind and a Dora as well. Maybe there is a chance for this hand to turn into a half flush. Considering they are in 3rd place, they do quite need the value. Are they going to pull and head over to a half flush? They first drop the white dragon instead of committing to the flush. Cirrus over here having quite good shapes, although not much in terms of value. Whereas Entanglement over here, as always, having good shapes, but a very difficult hand to play because of the point situation. There's 1, 2, 3 in terms of a Sancho for a Sanchoku, but if they are to do 1, 2, 3, they must really bend over backwards. That seems to be potentially the best way to play the hand, however. I'm not sure how to play that either. Mike over here having a couple of Dwa, but they are also quite difficult to use. Now, Entanglement over here drawing another good shape, and finally they decide, yes, they have to get rid of Sanchoku in order to take a good shape over here. Junie over here getting his 5th block over here. As Entanglement improves his shape, although he has already dropped the 1 copy of the 6, so. Meanwhile, Mike has attached something to his Dora, and Junie has gotten into Senpai in just this 1 turn, waiting on the 4-6, which has 2 tiles left in the wall. There's a Kan coming from Entanglement over here, which is extremely important for just the ability to get more value, even just the slim chance of getting a bit more value. Even without any Dwa gained, Entanglement has increased their Fu quite significantly with this 9-mon Kan. However, now that Cirrus is in Tenpai waiting on the 6-9, it will be quite difficult for Entanglement to get into Tenpai themselves. They are in Ishanten, and there are cases where they will be able to avoid dropping the 6, but there may also be cases where they are forced to drop the 6, so to get into Senpai, making it quite painful, quite a painful situation. That being said, Cirrus ends up dealing into the 2,900 point hand that Junie just got in Tenpai for, in order to close the gap slightly between them and 2nd place. It is now Junie's 2nd, dealer repeat. They have 2 floating Dwa. Will they be able to attach something to them? And Cirrus over here has 2 completed sequences. Again, quite a fast-looking hand, although we are not sure how much value it will have. Over here, Entanglement with, well, there was a glimpse of the the 789 Sanjaku, although it was really not that much of a glimpse. More valuable was most likely going to be a chance at Tanyao. Mike over here, having just the pair of Doa to his name, but not much else in terms of shapes. So it's over here pairing up and heading over potentially to Tanyao, although they will still need to get rid of the 1 pin somehow in order to get that. Either way, they are Ishanten waiting on 4 Mon and 4 7 So in order to get into Tenpai. Will they be able to get it? Will they be able to improve their hand before doing so? Junie over here has finally drawn something around one of their red 5s over here, and is not yet in Ishanten, but is moving closer. This 5 Mon will allow Cirrus to take perfect Ishanten, taking the 4-7, gaining the 4-7 pin as acceptance, as well as the 5 Mon and the 6 pin. Mike over here having the pair of South over here, which there is only 1 tile left of. If they are able to get that Yaku, they will be able to quickly advance their hand. However, with only 1 tile left, it might be a little difficult. They have now tripled up the 3 pin. And Sarah's over here, still not getting into Tenpai. Entanglement, still having a lot of trouble with 6 blocks still in hand. Now Mike has advanced towards Ishanten. They can pwn the south for Tenpai now. It's a very attractive pwn. Here, Junie could also pwn in order to get into Ishanten, although it is a tough Ishanten to take. They get into Ishanten regardless by pairing up the red 5 over here. This pwn does not give them Tenpai. However, Entanglement over here gets Riichi. It is 2-5 weight with no value, but what can you do? You got a Riichi. So, Pong over here, however, does get Junie into Tenpai. Junie decides to pass it instead. What's it called? Opting to drop the 8. So on his turn, still in Ishanten, but a very difficult Ishanten to get into Tenpai, especially under the threat of a Riichi. Or under the threat of dealing in, I should say. Mike over here dropping the pair of South, most likely not able to win the hand anymore. And simply folding over here. Cirrus. Also, yeah, that's a fold. Will Entanglement be able to draw the last, how many tiles do they have left? 0 tiles left of their weight? Well, apparently not. Unfortunately, the 2s and 5s are all seen on the board, or in these other players' hands. Now, Junie has had a chance to get Tenpai, but they were unable to draw it, and the hand in Noten, which actually ends the game because of the time, because of the time restraints, apparently. Wow. That game felt like it went really fast. Oh boy. I was not expecting the game to end like that so quickly. Let me try and find the next hand. Next Hanchan, I should say. Is it starting already? I don't see them playing yet. Okay. Either way, let me just double check to see if the points over here are correct. And also update the game number, the Hanchan number I should say. It will be Hanchan 2 shortly, whenever we find the next game. I believe it is correct. How do I check this? Table 7, Vice Captain. Yes, this is Vice Captain. After Hanchan 1, we've got 198k, 181.4. We got 16. Yes, this is correct. Okay, excellent. Now hopefully we will be able to see their game soon. Yep, there it is. It is starting in 5 minutes. I'll go ahead and just have a little drink of water because my throat is getting a little tired here. Don't mind me. Ooh, okay. There is still 3 minutes left until we can see the game. I'm not exactly sure what to say, honestly. But let me just go ahead and talk about, I guess, my preparations. What am I saying? The fact that, yes, I have been preparing, like, just figuring out how to stream on YouTube for, like, the past week or so, just because I saw on the Sakicord Discord server that, you know, they were looking for people to, you know, stream and commentate. I figured, you know, might as well try. I do have the time for some reason available. And so I tried. It was really cool. I learned a lot of things about how to, you know, set up OBS and maybe, you know, do overlays and all that. And now we're here. We're streaming on YouTube. And, you know, that really helped me, what's called, get, well, it was a good, kikkake, what's the word, trigger to, help me begin streaming, you know, just regular things on YouTube as well, such as, you know, me playing Jade Room in Mahjong Soul, for example. Maybe we'll stream other things as well at some point. You never know, but now I know that I have the ability to do so, which is kind of awesome, honestly. It's sort of like, you know, leveling up, and you learn a new skill, and oh my god, now you can use it everywhere. Like, you know, you can cut, what's it called? You can cut the little trees over in the, you know, in Route 1 now, or whatever. A lot of new options to explore now that I've got the ability to do this. That's great. That's kind of what life's all about, right? It's about getting new experiences and growing yourself, maybe. Either way, back to talking about the Hanchan at hand, which, well, will be open to us shortly. We see that Chombo at 25 is still leading. Has lost a couple of points, I believe. Is that correct? It might be correct. I should know this. It was literally just 1,800 points. They are almost even. Whereas Mike over here has gained gained ground and also stepped into second place from third place, dropping Junie from Team Flow down into third place. Meanwhile, Reina Union unfortunately has also only gained a couple of points, 1,600 points, and is still in far last. But, well, we shall see whether they are able to move forwards in this next Hanchan, which is starting right now. Here we see Junie dropping the Doa on the turn 1, losing the ability to get value, but heading potentially towards Riichi. Entanglement over here having a very nice Taiyang shape. However, well, how expensive are you gonna be able to make this? Probably, maybe Mangan, although Hanuman might be a little bit of a big ask. Here, they're not... This is Ishanten, yes. And Mike over here having many honors in hand still, but maybe a chance to head over to a flush if they are lucky. Cirrus over here, on the other hand, not having Taiyao, but still quite a decent shape. They refuse Ishanten over here to try and get a better shape, maybe around the Foreman. Mike over here continuing to draw Sozu. Will they head over to the flush? They decide to drop the once cut green, indicating that no, they are not looking for a flush. Meanwhile, Cirrus over here draws the 7 and drops the 4, which means that now they can potentially turn this 7, 7, 8, 9 shape into a pair for, you know, purposes of a Taiyao. Also, they have 4 pairs, so that they are 2 away from 7 pairs as well. Entanglement over here, I believe, is still Ishanten. I'm having a bit of trouble reading the the Sozu shape over here, but I'm pretty sure that's Ishanten. Yeah. Okay, yeah, they're headless, waiting on 1, 2, 3, 4 pin and almost every Sozu, I believe. Yeah. I'm pretty sure they're waiting on every Sozu besides for 9, so in order to get into Tenpai. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that tracks. Unfortunately, they are sort of forced to build value again because of the point situation, so they worsen their Ishanten shape in order to take the Doa with them. Now they are in Tenpai, electing to discard the Red 5 in order to take Pinfu instead. Unfortunately, this is only 2,000 points at least, but it is a Riichi. What can you do? If they do win, they will be able to get the deal around, so hopefully they'll be able to get value over there. There it is, Ippatsu Sumo. So this is 1,300, 2,600. It's a very important win to get, even though they're still a long way ahead, as we've said before. A win is a win, and now they have the deal around. Can we see the next round, please? Thank you. Okay, there we go. Excellent. The Doa is 9-man, which Junie has a pair of as well as a red 5 in hand. Meanwhile, Entanglement over here having a bit of a difficult situation, fixing the 7, 7, 8 from the 7, 7, 8 to forcefully accept the Doa. Meanwhile, Mike over here has a pair of Green Dragon, which could potentially allow them to, well, call to open their hand. It's very unlikely that they will elect to go ahead and get the flush, although it would potentially be possible, just due to the fact that they do have a red 5 in hand in the offsuit. Now, Mike is Ishanten, accepting anything around the 4, so 4 Tenpai, as well as the 5-man Pong and the white pair up. Meanwhile, Cirrus over here is has a very strong Ishanten with the potential for the 2, 3, 4 Sanshoku. If they draw the 4 pin, right, they can Riichi on the 1, 4 weight in the Sozu. if they draw the 4, so they can reach you on the 1/4 pin weight in the Pinzu. The 1/4 pin weight in the Pinzu. Anyways, now that Mike over here has drawn something around their Horso, they are in Tenpai. Entanglement here is also getting very close to Tenpai, as well as Junie over here, who is waiting on anything around their 4-man or the 4 pin to get into Tenpai. So it's going to be a pretty violent. Oh, that is not Tenpai. It is going to be a pretty nasty looking situation, potentially. Here, 3-man, unfortunately, does not. I don't think that increases the tiles that Sirius gets to Tenpai, but being able to drop the 6-man earlier than usual is pretty nice. Or before it gets dangerous, right? It's pretty nice, I guess. Junie over here gets into Tenpai waiting on the 4 or 7 pin, but before they can win, Mike over here wins 2,000 points off of Entanglement, causing them to lose their first dealership of this Hanchan, of this last Hanchan, that is. It's East 3. We have got Mike in the dealer seat in second place, hoping to get first place potentially to, secure their spot more firmly in going into day 2. Meanwhile, Sirius has got floating Dua. Actually, 3 players have a floating Dua. Entanglement is definitely not going to want to drop the Dua for a very long time. However, Junie, who seems to like dropping Lone Honor Dua pretty quickly, may be dropping it soon. We can see that Sirius over here has dropped the Dua themselves, being able to head over to Taiyao anyways, as well as Sanshoku, makes it not very important to keep the Dua at all. Now, they are in Ishanten with a chance for the 4-5-6 Sanshoku, waiting on 3-6-man and 3-6 so to get into Tenpai. Entanglement over here, still a tough hand to play, but maybe there is a 7-8-9 Sanshoku for them. Unfortunately, that does not give them the ability to use the 5 pin. Meanwhile, Mike over here has a chance to get, I guess, maybe the flush, although it's, it's not a great hand, especially when we're getting near the end of the first row, with no value in no shapes, or in bad shapes. Entanglement here, or over here, does get into Ishanten, however the red 5 is still floating around. Sirius over here can take perfect Ishanten by dropping the 9, although that does lose the 8-man acceptance. It does confirm Taiyao. See, now Mike has finally gotten into Ishanten, which is quite wide. Wait, no, this is not Ishanten. What am I saying? That's not Ishanten. Yeah, still looking for a 5th block in order to get into Ishanten, is what I should be saying. Meanwhile, Entanglement over here, right, is kind of forced to drop the 5 pin, unfortunately, unless they want to lose their ability to take Anko headless. But even if they do get this Ishanten, they will have no value unless they get the Sanshoku. Junie over here, what does this look like? They're also looking for a 5th block to get into Ishanten. So Sirius over here, drawing the 6 so to get potential Sanshoku. Riichi, Taiyao, Pinfu, +1 Dora. If they win on the 6-man, wait, oh, why is this? Why are the deal and tiles not being shown? If they win on the 6-man, they can get a Haneman. However, I see a... Oh, okay, that's also a Haneman, actually. That's also a Haneman. There is no way that the what's called Entanglement is going to drop the 6-man from their hand. However, since Ceres did draw the 3-mon on their E-Passive turn, they are able to get Hanuman regardless, making it all the more likely for them to end or to clear day 1. Here we see Ceres call a draw on 9 uniques. And will we see the next round? Okay, this is a much better hand than the hand that they had before, with the ability to call for a cheap hand, or even to draw the draw and call a Riichi for an expensive hand. Meanwhile, we've got Junie over here with 2 draw and relatively nice shapes. However, they still have a couple of difficult shapes to resolve, particularly in the lower Manzu. Looks like Junie gets 5 blocks for Taiyao. Meanwhile, Mike over here has is this Toy? It is East. No. They do have the East Wind, which is the round wind. Meanwhile, Sirius over here gets into Ishanten, waiting on 2, 4, 7 in the Manzu and 5, 8 in the Sozu. Mike improves his hand. Now, Sirius also gets the 1, 4 instead of the 2 man, as Mike calls Pong, getting into Ishanten himself. Entanglement over here, also Ishanten. However, the question is, well, how do you take advantage of the ability to make value? It's going to be difficult. There might be a chance for the 4, 5, 6 Sanshoku if they are lucky. Although, is that even possible? If you draw the 6 pin, do you take Sanshoku or do you take the Itsu? Either way, I think you probably take the Sanshoku. But unfortunately, it's too late for them to get anything like that, as Cirrus wins 1,500 points from Mike over here, continuing their dealership. Now they've got double East in their hand, as well as the floating 5 man. However, Junie over here has 3 Dora. The only difficulty is that they have no Yaku to pair it with. Unless they pair up one of their 2 Yakai over here, they will be unable to call this hand. Or, well, they could also, head over to Taiyao, I suppose. Sirius over here, calling Pong on the South Wind, which does not give them a Yaku. However, there is a chance for them to head over to the Flush, which it seems like they are doing. If they pair up the 1, they will have 5 blocks for the Flush. Entanglement over here, also looking like they're heading for a Flush. It is a very important source of value for them. Potentially, they could even get Baiman if they're lucky. Or even Su Anko, which would, while it would not get them into second place, it would still be a very important hand to win. Entanglement over here, getting into Ishanten for Riichi, 本一3暗号 Haku Dora, which could potentially be Baiman. However, they do decide to call Pong and reduce their hand value in exchange for getting into Tenpai immediately. Does Junie deal in with the 2 man? Considering they do have so much value, they do deal in with the, not 2 man, the 2 so, for simply just a 5,200 point hand. But it is a win, I suppose, as the Hanchan moves towards South 1 with Junie as the dealer. Junie over here, let's see here, has a chance to turn this into Taiyao, I suppose. Although, considering they are in 3rd place, they need to get up to, or his team needs to get up to 2nd place in order to advance to the next round. There might be, it might be tempting to try and build this hand closed to get more value. Meanwhile, Entanglement over here has gotten 2 Dora, which are connected to shapes. Potentially for a very expensive hand, depending on whether they can finish this hand closed or not. Mike over here having Ishanten already with a floating Dora. However, they are probably going to drop the Dora now. Yes, there is. With potential for what's called Itsu in the Sozu, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. Although relatively difficult shapes and no value to speak of. Entanglement over here draws another block around their red 5 and goes ahead dropping their honors, hoping to call Riichi. Cirrus dropping the 9s though, indicating that they are only really interested in making Itsu from this hand. Otherwise, they would rather keep the they would rather keep the honors in hand. Instead, yes, I would expect them to also discard the 6 for the same reason. Junie over here, Ishanten, not a lot of value, but they could have called to get into Tenpai. They decided to break their Ishanten instead, however. Mike is also Ishanten, right? Has a 3-sided weight in the Sozu now. And that is Tenpai. Do they call Riichi on the 3-6 pin? They do. The 3-6 pin is going to be difficult for... Well, Cirrus is completely folding at this point, considering now that the threat has come on the board, they're no longer interested in doing anything with this hand besides for the fold. That's why they kept the honors in hand. Meanwhile, what's it called? Entanglement over here is pretty bent on pushing, especially considering their point situation. Junie is also going to try to push a little bit, due to the fact that, he is also in, place. In 3rd place. And needs to move up to, and needs to move up to 2nd place. Unfortunately for Junie, he does deal into ineffective Mangan, setting them back a very large amount of points widening the gap quite significantly between them and 2nd place. Now it is Entanglement's last dealer round of the Vice Captain match. Will they be able to make something out of it? Hopefully they will. For them, that is. Looks like Entanglement is able to pair up the Red Dragon before Cirrus drops it from their hand. And I would expect that the Red Dragon drops, maybe. It seems that Cirrus is going to try to play a bit more defensively by forcing a flush and keeping honors in their hand, however. So the red might stay in their hand for quite a bit of time. Either way, Mike over here has how many blocks over here? 5 blocks? Yeah. But no Yaku yet. Are they going to keep the white dragon to try and make a Yaku, or just get Taiyao? They decide to drop the white and keep the north, which does not give them a Yaku. Maybe for safety's reasons. Meanwhile, Junie over here also has 5 blocks, but not yet Taiyao. If they do draw something around, for example, 2 pin or 5, they will be able to get their 5th block in Taiyao. That being said, again, due to the point situation over here, they might be tempted to play this more, play for more value by trying to call Riichi. Entanglement over here, again with a difficult hand. However, they do not necessarily need to call Red Dragon for this hand to work, right? They could use the red as their pair. However, they do decide to call the red that Cirrus finally drops. Cirrus does have a floating Dora, which is a little bit difficult to use. However, there are ways for this 4 to work. For example, if they do pair it up and then get, for example, Itsu, then they could potentially use it. However, it does look like Cirrus is getting rid of that possibility by just dropping the 1 and keeping the honors instead. Junie over here still maybe trying to get, or maybe still a possibility for them to get Taiyao. But with the dealer, well, considering the dealer don't really factor into this, but considering it is already turn 9, maybe they might not make it in time. Over here, Mike has gotten how many pairs? 4 pairs. Potentially Toy Toy if they are able to get 5 pairs, right? 1, 2, 3, yeah, 5 pairs. So they're Ishanten for 7 pairs. That being said, are they potentially able to get Toy Toy? Well, the 8-man could potentially flow out from Junie's hand, I suppose. And okay, there is Ishanten for 4 concealed triplets by Mike over here. Is it going to be well, I guess we'll see. I do expect that they will call Pong when they have the chance. Unfortunately for them, Cirrus draws the 4th copy of the 9-so over here, making it effectively impossible for them to ever call Pong on it. Here, Mike does call Pong on the 8-man, being able to wait on the 6-so and the 9-so. However, the 6-so is stuck in Entanglement's hand and will never be dropped. The 9-so will also most likely never be dropped from Cirrus's hand, meaning that Mike, unfortunately, while this is a very impressive-looking hand, will never be able to win it. Unless they decide to drop the 6-so and take the 310. No, that doesn't even give them a Yaku. Okay, yeah, that's never mind. Okay. Let's see here. Here, Junie has, well, that is the winning tile of Entanglement over here. However, there's no reason for them to drop it, so they will keep it in hand. They're not Tenpai, they're far away from Tenpai. They will try their best to not deal in. And not deal in, they do. Not deal in, they do? Is that correct English? Anyways, as Entanglement gets Tenpai in in Exhausted Draw, they're able to continue their valuable dealer round. Hopefully they get an expensive hand this time. Well, how long will they be able to continue this dealer round? Well, I suppose we will only know when it ends. Now they've gotten a very important chance hand with 2 draw potential for Riichi and Taiyao. If they draw the second red 5-pin, then that is automatically a Mangan. Meanwhile, over here, we've got Mike over here with already a half flush looking hand. Potential for, again, all triplets, maybe even 4 concealed triplets if they are lucky. There is a potential for Entanglement to call Khan here, but they decide to pass on it for now, considering that the 5 can be used as a sequence as well, along with the 6. Cirrus over here, on the other hand, having a normal looking hand compared to these other players. Mike over here drawing one of their triplets, or tripling up one of their tiles. They've also got a Khan, or 4 copies of 1 tile. Maybe we'll see a Khan, maybe we'll not. Either way, they are in Ishanten, waiting on the 2-so and the red dragon, as well as 4-so to get into Tenpai. Will they get there? Well, this 7, while not contributing to their immediate acceptance, is still quite important to get a 5th block, or to improve their shapes, I should say. Here we've got finally a shape that tile that attaches to the red 5 over here by Entanglement over here. Okay, what are they going to do now? Are they going to call Khan? Very interesting. They do decide to call Khan instead of dropping the 7-man for 7-so for now. Unfortunately, that means that they are not able to accept the 2-so for Tenpai. Now they can call Pong for Hongitsu, Hongitsu, Toi Toi, and Sananko if they draw it. That would be Haneman. Very strong hand. making it very difficult for Junie to, very difficult for Junie to, or Entanglement to get their conditions for second place. Meanwhile, oh, there it is. That is 12,000 point hand. I believe, yes, half flush, right. Half flush, 3 concealed triplets, all triplets for Hanuman. It's going to be very, very difficult for both Entanglement and Junie to get into second place now. Mike over here as the dealer in South 3 with 2 red 5s. Cirrus having a pair of the Doa over here with the potential chance to get the 7-8-9 Sanchoku, I suppose, for an ability to call. However, it does look like they are able to simply play this normally for a Riichi hand, considering they have this many good shapes anyways. Junie, on the other hand, unfortunately, quite far away from much, and they do continue deciding to drop the lone honor Doa over here. Whereas Entanglement over here, having no Doa at all, and very difficult ways to make value, just opts to play pretty normally, I suppose. Maybe there will be the 4, 5, 6 Sanchoku for them, but it is still going to be very difficult for them to recover from this incredibly large deficit. Mike over here is an Anton now, potentially getting Sanako. However, Cirrus gets there first with the 5-8 weight. Thing is, 5 and 8 are both never going to drop from Mike's hand over here, and it is potentially the case that they can draw the what's called the 8 man to get into 10 by themselves. Meanwhile, Junie over here, having a very difficult hand with 4 pairs, potentially can draw into 7 pairs each on 10 if they are lucky, but otherwise, oh, is that going to be a pair drop from Mike? It is going to be a pair drop from Mike, dropping the 8 man, which deals into Cirrus 7,700 points, which is pretty strong, or is pretty important for Junie at least, that Mike over here dealt into this, because it closes the gap between them and second place by a decent amount. Meanwhile, Cirrus continues the lead into all last. Finally, we're at the last round of the vice captain match, as even though Cirrus has very little in the way of value, maybe they will be able to make a hand nonetheless. Over here, Junie has got quite strong shapes, but again, a little bit difficult to make value. Maybe they're, well, actually, no, that's not the case at all. They can draw the Doa, for example, to get value, as they triple up Valueless Wind. And Entanglement over here, having quite a nice looking hand shape, but the Doa over here is floating, which makes things a little bit more difficult to figure out how to navigate. Cirrus finally drawing a 5th block, or maybe not finally, but Cirrus draws a 5th block over here, getting into nearly, is perfect Hanchan? No, it's not. It's not. That's not very important anyways. Whereas Mike over here has got a triplet of the South Wind, which is the round wind. Maybe they're headed towards a flush if they get lucky. Meanwhile, again, Junie over here, he seems to maybe be looking for a flush himself too, considering he does have 4 blocks in it. However, with the 3 tiles in Manzu, he will need to draw 3 more Sozu in order to get a flush. Is that going to be a Chi? No, it is not. Even if you call Chi on that, it's still going to be a long way to the flush, and not necessarily going to be as valuable as Riichi anyways. Or more valuable than Riichi, I should say. Entanglement over here does get to call Riichi, waiting on 1 force though. Riichi. Pinfu plus 2 Dwa is at least Mangan. Very important. However, will he be able to win the 1-4? There is 4 tiles left if you include the door indicator. Definitely a winnable hand, and will potentially give them a honeymoon if they are lucky. Junie over here does not advance, their hand. But decides to push the 4-mon against last place, especially considering that, Junie being in 3rd place does need to put quite a bit of efforts in order to try to get into 2nd place. Sirius over here, sort of running out of tiles to drop, but thankfully for them, Junie did drop the 4-mon earlier, which makes the 1-mon Khan very attractive to discard, considering it is likely to not deal into anything ever at this point. Do we see the... oh wait, no. I was thinking about the 1-mon drop, but apparently there have been many tiles that Junie is discarding that allows us to drop those before having to resort to the 1-mon. Okay. Yeah, now Sirius can just do 1-mon, and then that will be it for the final game, for the final hand, of the Vice Captain match, considering Sirius will not be in Tenpai. Whether Entanglement wins or not, it will be the end. Now there's still 4 tiles left of the 1-4. Here Mike draws one of those 4. So Entanglement over here still has quite a good chance of getting his 1-4, so... Oh, there it is. Yep, 7,700 points. Unfortunately, not off of 2nd place, but 7,007 points is still quite a strong gain for them. They did end up getting slightly further, than they started, at least, but it will be very difficult for them to get to the... It will still be very difficult for them to get 2nd place in the captain match. Just to recap, Chombo at 25 started at... Let's see over here. Started at 1998 points at the beginning of the Vice Captain match, and we see that they have gained quite a few points to very confidently, to quite confidently cement their lead. Will they ever lose their lead in the captain match? Well, it is still possible, but quite unlikely. As for All For Own, they have started with 172,000.9 and have gained slightly to get to 181. Also making it the case that Team Flow, which originally started actually in 2nd place, fall down quite significantly to make the difference between Flow, them in 2nd place more than a Yakumon's worth of points. So, will they be able to make up for that difference in the captain match? And will Reina Union maybe make a miraculous comeback? Well, I guess we shall see in, you guessed it, in the captain match, which will be starting after the break that I will be taking, and I'll be back at 55. Alright. Alright, it is time for, well, not yet, but I'm back. And it will be soon time for us to witness, to watch the captain match. Let me go ahead and, real quickly, what is it? Edit the UI over here. UI? That's not what it's called. The display over here. Just to make sure that everything is correct. Captain match. And this is Hanchan number 1. As well as the display on the bottom over there, which I do need to change a bit. From Team All for Our Own, we've got Arlet, not the captain. Well, yes, the captain, but not the leader. He is the only one from from the Dach League, or from the club, that who has played in the Sakicord tourney before. I'll just go ahead and update the little thing on the bottom first, though. Let's see here. Sylveon, Eva, and May. Oh, yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. Is that correct? I believe that is correct. Okay, awesome. Got this and that. Okay. Then we can go ahead and put that in. Yes, so hailing from Team All for Rome, we've got Arlet, who is the only member of this team who has played in a previous Sakicord tourney, to my knowledge. Next, we've got Sylveon, the leader and captain of Chombo at 25, who has played twice in previous Sakicord tourneys, specifically the 5th time and the 5th tourney and the 6th tourney. They have actually been part of the winning team of the 5th Sakicord tourney, and so that's what I was saying earlier, back in the introduction to this stream, about them trying to take the championship yet again this time. We shall see. Well, it is likely for them to advance to the next round, but again, anything can happen. Next up, coming from Team Flow, we've got the captain and leader, Eva, over here. Next up, there is the Noodle Sharpener, also known as May, from Reina Union. She will have a very difficult time crawling up to 2nd place, but again, anything is possible. So, I wish good luck to everyone who is playing, and I will enjoy the match very much so. Now the question is, have they started their game yet? I do not think they have, so we'll just be waiting for a bit. In that case, yeah, I will take a little bathroom break. Yeah, and hope to be back by the time they are there. Wait a second, have they started yet? I don't think so. Maybe. Okay, yeah. They haven't started yet, so I'll just be back in a bit. Alright. I have returned as they started. That is what I want to know. I have a feeling I do not see their game yet. Okay. Where is that? Oh no, it's this one. Okay, yes, it's the one that started right here. Okay, excellent. Let's go ahead and queue right on in. And it's not really queuing, but let's be on standby so we can watch as soon as possible. 3 minutes left. Let's see here. Anything else to say for this before the game starts? Well, I guess I could just double check whether the scores are correct, but I'm pretty sure they are. Table 7, right? We're starting with all Perron at 189k.1. That's correct. Chombo at 25, starting at 213.6. That's correct as well. Team Flow starting at 137.4k, as well as Reina Union starting at 59.9k. Yes, that is correct. Again, we've started at 150k. So right now, Chombo at 25 is looking at a plus 63.6. Also, there's some very important things that to keep note of in this captain match. The fact that in the captain match there is not going to be a timer set, so the game will go as long as the game goes. Right, 45 minutes is not going to be set as the limit, mainly because, well, there's not going to be any more games after the captain match anyways, so the schedule is not going to be impacted by the match dragging on for as long as it does. Either way, the other thing to note, which was technically a possibility before in the previous matches as well, but it is something to note that in these rules there is busting. In other words, if one team goes under 0 points, the game ends right then and there, which is important, sort of, if someone busts. Of course, it's not that likely for Reina Union to bust out, but it's definitely a possibility and something to keep in mind if they fall even further, potentially. Alright, now the game should be happening very soon, and let's just get started. Starting dealer. We've got, oh no, I need to remember who all these people are. So let's go ahead and, right. I believe we've got the starting dealer being, starting dealer is Noodle Sharpener, who is also known as May. Yes. Wait. Is that correct? No, that's not true. Give me a second. Who is this? This is Eva. Okay, yes, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, the points are right here. So Eva over here, playing for Team Flow, is the dealer, first dealer that is. She has a pair, but needs a couple more blocks in order to get into Tempai. Meanwhile, Arlet over here has already Tempai with just 1,000 points, waiting on 6-0 and the South. Considering Sylveon has the South floating in hand, they may decide to drop it. However, considering their hand discard pattern, they may be keeping it in hand for quite a long time. Now, Arlet has changed their weight to the 5-8, however, so they no longer need to get the, or, well, they are no longer waiting on the south, that is. However, Sylveon over here, oh, is that dealing in? It is dealing into 1,000 points. Okay, that's a pretty important deal in considering Eva does need to surpass Arlet, and having gotten having lost her first dealer round is a pretty tough spot. All right, next up, I believe here is yes, here is May over here, Noodle Sharpener, playing for Team Reina Union, who has the most difficult conditions over here. The conditions may be difficult. It's not impossible. The only problem over here is that, well, the Doa over here are already in other players' hands, so there's no, there's basically no way for May over here to use the Doa, unfortunately. Over with Sylveon's hand, they've got the potential for 6, 7, 8 Sanjoku. They've already got the white dragon, however, and considering they do not really need to worry about getting more points right than necessary, they can play pretty passively, as we did see in the previous hand, where they simply sort of dropped a bunch of middle tiles and kept a ton of honors for safety, maybe heading for 13 orphans if possible, but otherwise not really trying too hard when it's not necessary. For their point situation, that is. Here we see May over here get into Ishanten. Unfortunately, there's no value, but, well, being able to continue her dealer round is value in and of itself. Are we going to ever see the East drop from May's hand? I kind of doubt it until she gets into Tenpai. Yeah. Meanwhile, we've got Eva over here with also a pair of red dragon. Still has not shown its face. Of course, Arlet with the, what is it? The Doapong is definitely very fearsome, but we will need to fight against them to prevent them from winning it if we want to. Well, maybe not need to, but it will probably be pretty important to try and prevent them from winning it in order to overtake them. Now, luckily for the players down in 3rd place and 4th place, Sylveon manages to prevent Arlet from winning and getting more and increasing the gap between the teams in 2nd and 3rd place, as well as 4th place. Here it is now Sylveon's dealer turn. They've got a very quick-looking hand. Interesting discard choices to be had, but the most simple one is just dropping the 8-so and taking the maximum acceptance for Ishanten. Meanwhile, Arlet has a pretty strong hand as well, with 2 completed sequences. Eva over here also, is this Ishanten? Yes, that is Ishanten with, am I looking at this correctly? Yes. It's just Shampong and Lianmen, right? They can triple up the 2-so, the 5-man, or the 8-pin, as well as finish the 6-9. However, the 9s are all in May's hand over here. Sylveon over here being in Ishanten now, with the chance to get this 6-9 weight as well over here. Yeah, okay. the 6s are unseen, so even if the 9s are going to be very difficult to get, it should be pretty good of a hand, of a weight, I should say. Now, May has a chance of getting 4 concealed triplets, which would be very instrumental to closing the gap between her team and second place. However, well, it's a pretty far-fetched possibility, to say the least. Even though it is far-fetched, however, that does not mean it is impossible. That it is impossible. That being said, Arlet over here has called Riichi, waiting on 3-man. There is 1 3-man left in the game, and now Sylveon has also gotten into Tenpai, waiting on 6-9, as we have said before. They do not need to call Riichi to be able to win off of another player's discard, because they already have Ipeiko as a Yaku. Now the thing is, May is never going to drop the 9-pin, I'm assuming. That doesn't matter if Sylveon just calls Riichi. Sorry, not calls Riichi, calls Sumo. For 2,000 points all. Okay. Oh, okay. I was worried that my mic wasn't working, but yes, it does seem that it is working. It is E3 repeat 1. Again, we do not need to worry about the timer over here. So, people do not need to, or the players in later seats do not need to worry about running out of time for their dealer round. That being said, the last dealer is Arlet, who is most likely not going to need to use the dealer round to come back, for example, so it's not really that big of a deal for them, even if they did not have a dealer round, most likely. That being said, Arlet over here has a very quick-looking hand. They are in Hanchan 10. He is in Hanchan 10, I should say. Whereas Evo over here, a pretty difficult-looking hand, I guess. You have to choose between the two-sided weights, but it is Hanchan 10 now. Unfortunately, she did backfire, but there's nothing you can really do about that. Meanwhile, May over here has gotten a pretty strong-looking hand. It is still not Hanchan 10 yet, but it is very close to... Wait, no. Is that true? Yeah. Not Hanchan 10 yet, but is very close to being so. No Yakuman insight, but now at least we are... Now we have a very wide acceptance to Tenpai. Arlet over here with... Is this Hanchan 10 as well? Yes, it is. We can triple up the 9-man, the 3-pin, or the 4-so, as well as draw the 2-5-pin. There it is, that's Tenpai. Are we going to call Riichi on the 9-man 4-so weight? The thing is, there's only 1 9-man left, so there's basically no way that this Riichi will be called. Meanwhile, May over here gets into a stronger Hanchan 10, potentially getting a Hanuman, for example, if you call Riichi Tanyao Pinfu plus 2 Dora. If you sumo that, that's already Hanuman. And I don't think there's a way that this hand gets Tanyao, sorry, not Tanyao, Sanshoku, but it is still very strong. However, Arlet has already called Riichi. The thing is, with this point situation, you really cannot afford to, that is a Riichi for sure, right? By May. Yes. You can't really afford to just, fold or anything like that. So, it's pretty, what's it called? It's not a great... Well, you just gotta push, right? Anyways, Arlet is actually Furiten on their 1-4-pin weight, meaning they must draw the 1-4-pin themselves in order to win. However, May over here does get the sumo, is 1,200 points at least, which, right, she does not get the Dora, meaning that it's just 12,000 points. There you go. 12,000 points. It is still over 100k between her team and second place, but it is still a very important win. Now it is East 4, Arlet's dealer turn. We've got not very good shapes at all. The nice thing about Sylveon's hand is that it's got the Dwa in it, meaning that it will be very difficult for the other players to get value. Well, it will be more difficult than usual for the other players to get value, that is, because they cannot use the Dwa. They can still get Red 5, for example, but May's hand specifically is going to be very difficult to turn into anything, considering the bad shapes and no value. Meanwhile, Eva's hand over here, what exactly is going on over here? Is Tenpai for Itsu plus 2 Dwa, so this is already 8,000 points. She decides to Dama, which is an interesting decision. It means that she can improve to Pinfu, for example, later on, and get a better weight and potentially a higher chance of getting Haneman. That being said, if she does not call Riichi, there is very little chance for her to get a Haneman, due to the fact that she will have to draw the red 5 so herself in order to get it. I'm not sure what the best play is for Eva, but definitely keeping in mind the fact that she does need to make a pretty big gap between, or she needs to close a pretty large gap between second place. Definitely seems okay to try and gun for value. Here, now that Eva has gotten Pinfu, she will, let's see, Riichi Tsumo Pinfu, Itsu plus 2 Dwa. If she gets, if he Tsumos and gets a Dwa in addition to that, then that will be a Baimon 16,000 points in addition to 8,000 points paid from the dealer is an increase of 24,000, or it closes the gap between her team and the team in second place, Team Flow, I believe, by, not Team Flow, sorry, Team All For Wrong, by 24,000 points, a very important win. That being said, there is only one 8-so left, and there are only 2 5-sos left. That is still plenty of tiles to draw, but the chances that she draws it may not be very high. Over here, Sylveon is close to Tenpai. However, there's not really much reason for them to push this hand. So they are defending over here. May over here having a really difficult situation as well. I don't think it's likely that the 5-8 will come out of her hand, but, well, you never really know. Maybe she will be forced to drop it. Is that ever going to be a cheat? The 9-man will be dropped like this. And now the 5-so is drawn by Sylveon, leaving only 2 tiles left for Eva to draw for her Haneman, or for her at least Haneman, I should say. Will she get it? Will it get eaten by other players or the dead wall? Looks like May does eat the 5-so over here, leaving only a single copy of the 8-so left for Eva to draw over here. Will she draw it? She cannot, unfortunately. It is left in the dead wall, meaning that she will have to try again for a comeback hand. Well, I mean, that wasn't a comeback hand, but it was an extremely important hand to win, nevertheless. And, well, there will be a next time. Like, this is a very good hand as well, considering she is the dealer. The fact that she has this very quick hand with value as well. This is Hanchan, is quite important for her team, especially considering she can get into Tenpai by drawing the Dwa as well. The only problem is that there's only one more tile of the Dwa left in the game, considering Mei over here has gotten the other 2 copies. And she will definitely be trying to win as well, considering she's got 3 Dwa. Is an extremely important hand to win. Is she going to call Chi? No, she is not going to. Meanwhile, Sylveon over here has a pair of whites that could potentially be called in order to win the hand, but I wonder if they will ever call it, due to the fact that calling white will lower defense quite significantly for little value, for, let's say, less utility than usual, considering they are already quite heavily inversed. Alright, here, what is it? Eva over here gets Riichi. Unfortunately, she loses the Pinfu and also cannot accept the Dwa. However, the best move is probably still to call Riichi. The question is whether you wait on the 2-5 or the 1-4. If you wait on the 2-5, there's only 4 tiles left to win off of. Here, you can see there's 5 tiles left to win off of, but you lose the ability to use the red 5. The question is whether that red 5 is good enough to draw, or whether the red 5 draw is important enough to keep in mind, and it might not be, honestly, even though there is a very important point situation to consider. Because, well, we already have 2 Dwa anyways, so the increase of 1 more Dwa is not as large as it might be here. We've got a Tsumo anyways, which is 3,900, all with effectively a Mangan. Well, it's actually 4,000, all because of the stick, which increases her lead, or not increases, but what's it called? Makes the gap between her and second place fall, or it decreases the gap between her and second place by 18,000 points. It's very strong. Or maybe 17,000 points if you don't count the stick that she used to call Riichi. Okay. Either way, it is South 1, still repeat 2, and Eva over here has got a pair of her own wind, which no one else has just yet. Meanwhile, Mei over here has got 2 pairs of Yakuhai, which give a total of 3 Han. Definitely a very exciting hand. However, how much value can she afford to make over here? It looks like she is trying to get a half flush. It does make sense considering the very desperate point situation that she is in. Meanwhile, Sylveon over here is calling Chi to try and move the round forward. They do have 6 blocks right now, and they do decide to drop the 2-1 before it gets dangerous to Mei. Unfortunately, it does get pulled by Mei and does advance her hand. Well, unfortunately for Sylveon, I suppose. Now, Sylveon is in Hanchan, waiting on the 5, 6, 7, 8 pin as well. Well, actually, no. 5, 6, 7, 8 pin would give them no Yaku. So they're waiting on only, yes, the Green Dragon and the 6, 7 pin. Now they have pulled the Green Dragons, so they're Tenpai waiting on the 6, 7. Over here, Mei has tripled up the South, which is extremely important for her value, and now is in Tenpai, actually, waiting on the 7 pin only. Is it possible for the 6 pin to drop from Mei's hand? It definitely is if they do pair up the 8 pin, for example. That being said, there's only... Actually, no, it is impossible for Mei to pair up the 8 pin because there's none left. Will she drop the 6 pin? However, now she will, unfortunately, dealing into Sylveon's 2,000 point hand. Very unfortunate deal-in for Mei, but it is now her dealer turn, and maybe she will be able to make a comeback this time. South 2, we see pretty nice shape for Mei over here. Unfortunately, not exactly Yakuman class, but, well, you know, it is the dealer turn. We can win as many dealer turns as we need in order to get a comeback. That is the magic of the dealer repeat. However, over here, Sylveon has a very quick look, very fast hand. It is already Hanchan and is accepting anything around 18 or 4 so to get into Tenpai. So that spells bad news for Mei over here, especially considering her other rival, Evo over here, is in Tenpai. In fact, waiting on 2-5 Man, of which there is a tile sort of floating in Mei's hand that she might have to drop in order to get into Tenpai. Later on, that is. Let's see here. Yeah, Sylveon, as expected, is not going to be pushing into the Riichi. There's no reason for them to. However, do they... No, of course they... Well, okay, I guess there was a question whether they call into it, but they would have to drop the Doa in order to get that, get into Tenpai, which is not really probably something that they are willing to do. Meanwhile, Mei over here does have a potential Itsu, however, in order to make that happen, she is probably going to have to drop the 2-mon, 4-mon, and since the 2-mon deals in, well, that is not a way to win the hand, unfortunately. Even if that may be the correct way to play the hand, dropping 2-mon, 4-mon will cause a deal in, unfortunately. So let's see, are we going to be seeing the 2-mon, 4-mon drop? Yep, there it is. The 4-mon is safe, so as long as the 4-mon drops, we are able to take, or we can take Hanchan safely like this. Unfortunately, we will not be able to take Tenpai safely like this because the 2-mon does deal in. The saving grace that we can get is perhaps the 2-mon pairing up and then we drop the 8-so, but, well, unless that happens, the 2-mon will be our, will spell our doom. Is the 2-mon going to be dropped now in order to take the 5-so, 8-so? It is not. So thankfully we'll live to see another day, but it will still be very difficult to get this going on. And now that we've got both the 2-mon and the 5-mon, it's going to be a deal in. Yep, there's no way we can keep both the 2-mon and the 5-mon. We have to keep each on 10, but that means we have to drop one, and that means we have to deal in. It is what it is. And, well, there are still 2 more deal rounds for Mei to make a comeback. Maybe we will see the comeback. You can never know until it's all over again, like we said. It's South 3 of the first game of the captain match. Here we've got Sylveon with a very expensive looking hand, because it in fact is expensive. It's got the potential for E-Peiko, with 2 Doa already, and of course can potentially use, and can potentially turn into a half flush, which would be at least a manga on 12,000 points. Over here, Arlet has a bit of an interesting shape over here. He does have 5 blocks, but a bit of an awkward shape considering he has no Yaku to call with. Meanwhile, Evo over here, is that Isanten? Yes, it is. And there's a chance for her to get the Itsu 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in Sozu. That would potentially be a comeback. Yeah, that would potentially be a comeback. Very important for getting a comeback. Now, I've been sort of ignoring the Sylveon's hand over here, but it is very expensive. It is now waiting on 147, and now, unfortunately for Evo over here, she deals into the Hanuman. Is it Hanuman? No, it's not. It is Hanuman, yes, for 18,000 points, which is quite devastating for their chances at getting back into the game, or getting back into second place. Again, it is still not over, but, well, we can say the chances are quite grim for the players and the teams in 3rd and 4th at this point. South 3, repeat 1. Sylveon is dealer again. They have the pair of East in hand. Now it is a triplet of East. Meanwhile, May over here has gotten a very hopeful chance at, well, definitely already has 5 blocks for the flush. But if we can get what's called Big 3 Dragons, which has happened in this game already, or in this match already, I should say. Match? No, not match. Happened today already on the same table. You know, maybe she still has a chance at, you know, swiping 2nd place. It is a gap of, oh, I can't do this math. It's a lot of points, but, you know, you never know. Maybe it will happen. Like we said, you never know until it's over. Here, Eva over here decides to not call Chi on the 2-man, instead opting to take the draw, and still does end up advancing her hand regardless. She's an Hanchan. Arlet over here is in Hanchan as well, waiting on the 2-5 so, as well as the 7 pin. Now he is waiting on the 2-5-8 so in order to get into Tenpai. Meanwhile, Sylveon over here has got a couple of blocks to choose from. They decided to drop the East in order to be safe and not deal into anything expensive. And unfortunately for May, she does deal into a 2,000 point hand before she can get her White Dragon or any Tenpai whatsoever. And that gets us into all last of the first game of the first Hanchan of the captain match for today. With Arlet in the dealer position and starting with 3 Doa in hand, a very expensive and likely to win hand, it will be difficult for the other players to make a comeback, considering that Arlet has 3 of the Doa like this. They might try to wait on the Doa, but if the Doa are all in Arlet's hand, they will not be able to get the Doa. For example, that is one of the big traps, or that is one of the very difficult parts of another player having a triplet of Doa in their hand, right? You might put your host up to wait on the Doa, but there's none left in the wall. If there's none left in the wall, it's never going to come. Arlet over here is heading over to Taiyao. They're Hanchan. They can call the 7-man or the 2-pin to get a weight on 3 so, for example. Meanwhile, Eva over here has gotten 6 blocks. Still not sure which blocks we are going to be using for our winning shape. This is Tenpai for Arlet, waiting on the 7-man and 2-pin, as we've said before. Meanwhile, Eva over here has gotten into Hanchan. They have to drop one of their blocks in order to get that Hanchan, however. May, across over here, is not in Hanchan, unfortunately. But, well, she's going to have to do the best she can over here. If the 7-man ever drops, that will deal into 12,000 points. And over here, Sylveon is playing it uber safe, keeping the outer tiles for later on, so that they can drop the middle tiles while other people are still not in Tenpai potentially. Here we see Eva over here with a Riichi waiting on 4-7. The 7 is actually all in other people's hands, right? Is sort of in a mochi-mochi state between May and Arlet. Will be very difficult for either of them to take it. Sylveon now draws one of the last 2 pins that Arlet needs to win with, and of course that will never leave Sylveon's hand without good reason. Let's see here. The 4-7, right. There are still 2 copies of the 4 left in the wall, however, even though the 7s are completely gone. And this will be Tenpai for Mei over there, waiting on 7-man again, and 8. Not 8, 9. So, 9, so there is 1 left in the wall. 7, as we said, is Mochi Mochi with Arlet. So, it will be effectively impossible for those to come out from either player. Does Sylveon have safe talents? Yes, they do. 7 so is completely safe, basically. So they have no risk of dealing in effectively. As they draw the... Is that the final 4-man? No, there's still 1 more left. Here Arlet gets to upgrade their hand from 3-door to 4-door, which is not a large boost in value, but at least makes it clear that no one else is using the red 5, so. Now, Sylveon has a chance to call Pon over here. If they do, they will change the draw order. I'm not sure what changing the draw order does, but it is clear that Sylveon is what's called that is a good thing to do. And, well, unfortunately for Eva over here, she does, due to the Pon, she does actually deal into Arlet's, what's called 12,000 point hand. Further dropping her team's point, the gap between their team and second place. Now Arlet has a pair of white dragons and maybe an Itsu chance in the Sozu, but we're not really sure. It is not extremely important for them to make value, but, well, what better to do at this point than to increase the gap between them and third place, right? Meanwhile, Eva over here does have quite a nice looking hand in terms of shape, but since they do need a lot of value in order to get in second place, they will need, she will need to try very hard in order to build that value somehow. If not now, then later, but is there going to be that much later left in this game? Not a lot. Meanwhile, Mei over here has 2 Dua, also quite a nice shape. Would be very welcome to see in a more fortunate point scenario, but this is a very unfortunate point scenario. Of course, we'll have to make do with this kind of hand, but it would be really much nicer for her to have a hand that is like Arlet's, which could potentially, you know, Riichi, and then get like a Baiman or something like that, if you were lucky. Sylveon over here, again, doing the folding mechanism, dropping the middle tiles before they get dangerous and keeping tiles that will be safer later on, potentially, so that they do not drop any placement whatsoever. Or they have a very low chance of dropping placement. Here, Eva decides to stay down, not calling Riichi with this valueless Tenpai. And now that Mei over here is also in Hanchan, waiting on, 3, 6, 9, as well as 4, Pin, and 3, so, this is not going to deal into Eva over here because she has no Yaku. However, now Arlet, is not in Tenpai, actually. It was an interesting draw, so I wasn't exactly sure, but yes, Arlet over here is waiting on 1, 3, 6, as well as white in order to get into Tenpai, I believe. Well, the thing is, now that Mei has gotten into Tenpai, we're not sure if Arlet will be fighting against her. He does take Tenpai for now, but does not call Riichi. Instead, waiting on the 1 and the 3 over here. 3 of which there is 1 left over. The 6 is gone, so I'm not counting that, although he is technically waiting on it. And 1 is in Sylveon's hand, but there's still 1 left in the wall still. Meanwhile, May over here is waiting on 369, and if she gets one of the 2 copies of the 9, oh, well, that is an expensive win. If she does get one of the 2 copies of the 9 that remain, she will get Itsu, which is a very big win. She does get a 12,000 direct hit between from 2nd place, which is the best place to get that win from. Unfortunately, again, there is still a very long distance between them, between her team's points and 2nd place, but, well, a win is a win, and we will take that. Let me see here. Hanchan number 2. Next up will be the last Hanchan of the day today. Again, only the top 2 players will advance to the next day. Let me go ahead and check to see if the game has started. Not yet, apparently. I'll go ahead and continue checking, though. Oh, no, it is right here. Okay, excellent. Oh, it started already. Wait, no, Oh, no, sorry. I got confused because there was a player named Sylveon, but yes, there's another player named Sylveon in this tournament. Give me a second. I'll go ahead and check to see what the progress is in terms of the match. Okay. Okay. Is it beginning now? It seems to not be. Okay, now it should be starting. Excellent. It does seem that perhaps, what is it? Due to connection issues, potentially, Eva might be taking a couple of minutes of penalty due to not queuing up in time, although I'm not exactly sure if that is the case. If it is the case, we will see a difference in points between the scores shown in the sidebar over here and in the playmat in the center. Either way, I'll go ahead and refresh so that we see the game. Looks like we have 4 minutes left. I'll go ahead and take a little drink of water and just I'll be back before the time, hopefully. Alright, I am back. There is 1 more minute left until we can see the progress of the final Hanchan of the day. Out of these 10 Hanchans, this will be the decisive one between the 4 teams that are competing on Table 7. Again, Chombo at 25 is in the lead by quite a long shot. However, Team Flo and Alvaron are still fighting for second place. Alvaron is definitely quite favored in this fight, of course, considering Team Flo must must close 50k point gap, whereas Reina Union over here is sort of well, we'll see if they will be able to close the 100 plus k point gap. I wish everyone, again, the best of luck. Here we got May as the starting dealer with very... oh, sorry, they're not the starting dealer. Over here, Eva is the starting dealer with Shantan already, waiting on 2, 3, 6, 8, and 1, so, for Tenpai, I believe. Meanwhile, over here, May has gotten potential for, what is it, a half flush. However, she does elect to just drop the West instead of dropping, for example, the 3-mon in order to, well, maybe get a shape around the 3-mon, I suppose. We can see Sylveon dropping the Doa here, so not being overly, what is it? We're not being excessively, or extremely, I should say. I won't comment to whether this is the correct move or not, because I do not know. But Sylveon is definitely being a bit less defensive, I should say, I guess, here, than normal, I suppose. Although it is the case that when you see these calls from, last place, you would expect the, what is it? You would expect South. What? You would expect half flush from them because of the value that they need. That being said, Sylveon is still dropping Sozu, potentially trying to actually feed last place, given the fact that even if they do deal in, they are still very much favored to be, to move on forwards. Here, Eva over here, well, she does get into Tenpai, decides to not call Riichi considering the very bad weight on the 3-mon. If someone else drops the 3-mon over here, she will still be able to get weight over here, or a win, I should say. Do we see... Okay. We see Sylveon still trying to sort of deal into the player, to the flush player, I suppose. Although the 6 was... no, it wasn't that dangerous. Was it dangerous against the player in the Riichi? Maybe it was, I'm not exactly sure. Either way, they're still trying to aggressively discard Sozu in order to try and, I suppose, feed the player to the right, just to move the game forwards. This one deals into May, but Arlet is going to stop it, of course. Now we see that the 3 has still not shown up on the screen since she has called Riichi, and May has now summoned a Mangan. Okay. And as she takes these points, she gets into the dealer round and gets within 100k points from second place. Now she can use this dealer round of hers to make a very large hand that would be, or multiple very large hands that would be extremely helpful for her point situation. That being said, her May's starting hand over here does not spark much inspiration, but spark inspiration it must do with this situation. Here we've drawn at least Dora Acceptance as well as in good shape. Sylveon over here, however, looking like they already have 5 blocks. Although some of them are bad shapes, they do decide to drop the Pianzu Hanchan over here. Looking at these other players, Arlet has a pretty fast-looking hand, still looking for a couple of blocks, but it is good shape at least, as Mei draws her double East, although it remains to be seen whether Sylveon will ever discard the East from hand. What is it? Eva over here has a pair of the red, which Sylveon might decide to drop. However, they do decide to keep both of them in hand to hinder perhaps the dealer. That being said, the red could potentially help one of the other players other than the dealer, so maybe that will be dropped sooner than the East will, for example. The 1 pin still is pretty useless and not safe at all against the dealer. Oh, but we do see the East, double East, getting dropped by Sylveon, finally, which allows Mei over here to advance her hand. She decides to drop her weakest block, the 6-8 Hanchan, and hopefully pull again to get into Ishanten, perhaps? Is the red ever dropping? Maybe not. We're not really sure. Sylveon does seem to be on the defensive now, as Arlet now cheese this 6-7 shape from the 5-5, 7-7, 8 shape in order to get into Ishanten. Now Arlet can pull to get into Tenpai with a valuable hand, although the value is not particularly important to them right now, considering the point gap. It is just good that they win with any sort of hand, and the fact that they do have these two draw is a nice bonus as well. That being said, Mei over here is Tenpai on the 3-6. The only problem is that Arlet actually has 3 of those 6s, and so there are only 3 copies of 3-6 left in the wall for Mei to draw. Meanwhile, who is it? Eva over here has called Riichi, waiting on just the 5 pin. There are 2 copies of 5 pin left in the wall for her to draw. Now there's only 1, so the in terms of the tiles left, oh, there it is. It is a, what is it? It was a 1 tile versus 3 tiles battle, which the 3 tiles did win this time. Of course, Mei has got to take that win, even though it's not exactly the player who she might want to take the win from. Now, Mei has got 4 pairs. If she does find a way to pair up the dot, that will be Ishanten for 7 pairs, potentially 18,000 point hand, or even 24,000 point hand. Very expensive for 7 pairs, that is. Meanwhile, Sylveon over here, not exactly the best shape in terms of getting, what is it? Not value, but a Yaku. But after completing this sequence, well, it's pretty possible that this can turn into Pimpu at least, which would allow them to win even without calling Riichi. Meanwhile, Arlet over here has got a very good hand. They do not have a confirmed pair just yet, but it is still quite strong. And Eva over here, well, no value, bad shapes. It is a very difficult hand to get going. Does she call? No, she does not. It is difficult considering the point gap. Alright. Sylveon over here still doesn't have a pair either. As Eva continues to head towards, well, this is now all triplets, potentially. She actually does not take the 4-7 acceptance to get a Tanki on the Doa. Instead opting for the red dragon to pair up, potentially. The 6-pin actually, there is one tile left of that in the wall, however, I highly doubt that Sylveon will ever drop the 6-pin. So, effectively, right, she will only be able to get the 6-pin if either Arlet draws it, I suppose, and maybe he will drop it, or of course she draws it herself. No, I guess it is possible for Eva to drop it as well, considering that she already has a sequence in 6, 7, 8, and it'll be a little bit difficult to use another copy of it. That being said, now that she has drawn a copy of the 7, there seems to be very little chance for her to ever drop the 6-pin if she does draw another copy of it. East is none out. Nobody has an East in their hands besides for May, meaning that it is definitely possible for her to just draw into Toy Toy Tenpai. Pretty strong even without the Dua. Unfortunately, that is not happening just yet, but there are a couple turns left, and she very well might just, draw 2 Easts in a row to get Toy Toy plus double East. There it is. Toy Toy plus double East would give her 12,000 points and another shot at winning another hand as the dealer. Will she get the Toy Toy double East? Well, okay, it's Toy Toy double East plus the Yakai, but the Yakai isn't really doing much for the value right here. So that's why it was not doing it. I was not calling it. Here, what is it? May is able to get the double East off of Eva over here. Again, not exactly the player who she wants the win from, because she needs to get the win from, or she needs to close the gap between her and second place. But of course, there's no option but to win off of that double East. It's still a win. A win is a win. It does close the gap, although not as much as if she got it from Arlet. And also not as much as if she drew it herself. Now May is in her East, is in the dealer seat again, and has 5 blocks, 6 blocks. Yes, so maybe she will be able to call a Riichi. However, looking at the other player's hands, we can see that Arlet might be able to turn his hand into Tanyao, getting a 6th block as well over here, with potential for the 2, 3, 4 Sanchoku. That's not really happening. It's probably just going to be Tanyao for Arlet over there. Whereas, what is it? Eva over here, getting a bit of an interesting shape in the Manzu as well as Pinzu. It's sort of supporting several bad shapes over here. May does decide to call open with this hand, considering it is very difficult to make value with it anyways. I might as well win and try and hope for a better hand on the next dealer round that she may get. She's accepting 3, well now she is accepting 5 and 8 for Tenpai. Sorry, for to win, not for Tenpai. Before she was accepting 3, 5, and 8 in the Sozu and the 4, 7 in the Manzu. Will she be able to get the win? Nobody else is particularly close to Tenpai, so she still has plenty of time to get the win. Maybe she'll even draw the red 5, although it won't be a particularly large increase in points. She does draw the 3, so which could have increased her weight to 2, 5, and 8, but that is Furi 10, so she immediately discards it without a second thought. Let's see here. Yeah, no one else is really advancing. We see Sylveon hoarding a ton of wins over here. Is it ever possible for them to get small 4 wins or something like that? Not really, considering that they would need to get a West from Eva, which is, well, to say the least, not really happening. Especially considering there's, this few turns left in the game. In the hand, that is. Yeah, Sylveon's just going to play it safe and drop all of the honors that they've hoarded all this time, so that they really do not have any chance of dealing. And does the 5-so drop from Arlit? I highly doubt that they will want to drop it. Yes, they do decide to sort of break their hand in order to keep the 5-so. Meanwhile, Evo over here, they can use the 8-so as they do, turning their 7-7 pair into a 7-8-9 sequence, taking each Anton. Will they call for no Yaku Tenpai? They will. Waiting on 3-6, of course, having no Yaku, so they cannot win regardless. And anyways, they do not have any tiles left to draw that can give them the win, that is. 5-8, the status of 5-8, right, we've still got 1 5 left in the wall, and 2 8s left in the wall, I believe, so, well, unfortunately, there was only 1 8 left in the wall, I believe, yeah, but unfortunately both of them were in the dead wall, I suppose. Or maybe I wasn't counting that correctly. Either way, it is May's East repeat 3. She has a floating Dua over here, which is quite difficult to use. Meanwhile, Eva over here in 3rd place, having a very dreamy hand that could potentially turn into like 7 pairs half flush, or even like, half flush all outside hand. Half flush outside hand, yeah. Either way, it's a pretty interesting looking hand, especially one that could potentially give a lot of value. That being said, since the East is twice cut, it is pretty useless, even though it would be nice to pair up. It will be quite difficult to do so once it is twice cut after all. So, Io does decide to cut it. Let's see here. Yeah, the Doa over here, we did say this earlier, but if you have to choose between Doa 1 and Tanyao, you usually go for Tanyao because, well, Tanyao is also 1 Han, which is the same as the Doa, but it can give you better shapes. And the thing is, even if you have to choose between it, you don't need to choose between it just yet, as May over here gets each on 10 waiting on the 3-man and the 5-man. Is a difficult each on 10, but, well, each on 10 it still is. Each on 10 is better than not each on 10. Tenpai is definitely better than not Tenpai. On the red 5 draw, it is an expensive hand. Even on the not regular 5 draw, it is also an expensive hand, Riichi +2, with at least 7,700. Unfortunately, Arlit gets to Tenpai before May does, waiting on the 3-6, so 3 is impossible for May to use, so she will have to drop it, as well as the 6, if she does get into Tenpai. Or even if she doesn't get into Tenpai, it will be basically impossible for her to use it in any situation. So it will be quite difficult for her to not drop it. That being said, with the bad shapes that May has, maybe she will be able to stop the 6, so when she draws it. Although Sylveon here decides to deal in to Arlit in order to move the game forward, sacrificing a couple of points, however, still making it harder for the players in 3rd and 4th to get anywhere close to booting either one of them. off the pedestal by skipping 4th place's dealer turn. Here, Sylveon over here is the dealer now. They do have a couple of... it will be interesting to see how they decide to play this dealer round, considering that, well, they are already very much ahead in terms of points. Will they play normally? Will they play a bit more specially? It does seem that they are playing normally by dropping the honors first. However, this hand does not have exactly much value at this point, so I wonder if they will decide to sort of slim down and keep, yes, honors like this. The 8 Fiend is not really that useful anyways, considering we still do accept the 7 to advance the hand. It definitely makes sense to drop the 8 at this point in time. Meanwhile, let's take a look at these other players' hands. May has a difficult hand, considering her point situation. Again, we do need to close approximately 100,000 point gap, which is a lot of points. That's around, well, that's more than a Yakuman, right? And now that she only has one dealer round left, it will be very, very difficult to close that gap. Meanwhile, Eva is around the same position, honestly, at this point. Unfortunately for May, there's no benefit from moving into 3rd place from 4th place, so the fact that they are very close in points is irrelevant to their conditions to move forward into day 2. Sylveon over here, still keeping the East around, I suppose, for safety, although, yeah, if someone does call Riichi, it would be very important to have defense around to prevent or to avoid the deal-in. Especially considering that we've got such a large gap in points, there is not really a reason to increase the risk that we lose our position. That being said, Sylveon is now in Hanchan, waiting on the 6 So and 3 6-pin, as well as Arlet now, who is also waiting with Pinfu on 2-5. Oh, sorry. Wait. For some reason, I was speaking as if Sylveon was Tenpai. Now they are Tenpai, waiting on the 6, so. And of course, it is not exactly a very wide weight, but it is still Tenpai nevertheless. And dealing into Arlet over here like this with simply a 1,000 point hand is perfectly acceptable for this point situation, considering that 1st and 2nd are going to be the same result of moving to the next round. There's no reason to protect the 1st place when 2nd place is perfectly fine as well. We're now in East 4 with Arlet as the dealer. Again, as the players in 1st and 2nd place by a long shot, the way we play is going to, as the dealer, is going to significantly differ from the way the players in far 3rd and far 4th must play as the dealers. It's unclear how seriously, or how, what's it called? How far we need to try as the dealers in far 1st and 2nd. Although it would suck for one of these players to sumo a Yakuman, for example. Even summoning a Yakuman would not get us out of last place. Sorry, would not get us out of 2nd place. So, yeah, I mean, we could simply just try to, help people who look like they might have a cheap hand, especially the player who has no reason to build value, the player in 1st place, that is. So if they do look like they are fast, right, there's definitely an option to assist them, try to deal into them, just to move the round forward. and prevent the players in 3rd and 4th from winning anything significant. Now over here, what is it? The player in 4th place, May, over here, has the potential for the Itsu. The red 5-so is still unaccounted for, so if she does draw that, she will be able to get quite a bit of value. There's also a chance for the 2-3-4 Sanshoku. Either way, she will be looking for value, especially considering her point situation. Eva over here fills in her Hanchan like this, and the question is how she advances her hand. She decides to refuse Ishanten by dropping the Penshan, maybe trying to look for better shapes or perhaps Taiyao. Also refuses the Itsu chance, although it's very, how do I say it? It's very slim anyways. Let's see. Also, Sylveon over here is hoarding the Doa, which would be very nice for the players in 3rd and 4th to draw. Unfortunately for them, they cannot draw it if Sylveon is the one to draw it. Is that a poem from Eva? It is very difficult to poem this because it guarantees that your hand will be quite cheap, basically. But unfortunately, at this point in the hand, there's not much else you can do, considering, well, not getting to Tenpai is gonna be even worse. That being said, after calling this poem, our win rate is actually still pretty low, considering that we kind of need to still keep our, well, we need to head over to Taiyao, which, well, to say the least, is going to take a couple of turns. Arlet goes ahead and calls Riichi. This could be a sign for the player in 1st place, Sylveon over here, to deal in. Our Sylveon seems to... Actually, no, that's not true. There's no reason for Sylveon to deal in here because that would not move the round forward. Sorry for that. Yeah. So Sylveon is not incentivized to deal in. The players in 3rd and 4th, well, they kind of have to push if they have something to push, but here there's not really anything for either player to push, so they will not be playing that aggressively. However, May over here is pushing the 7-man, because they do have Ishan... Is this Ishan-10? Yes, this is Ishan-10, waiting on 5-7-so, as well as 6-9 Pin. Only difficulty here is, yeah, okay, that is Tenpai. Getting Tenpai on the very last draw. Unfortunately, she cannot win, but it is some form of points gaining. Nevertheless. Alright, it's East 4 repeat 1. We have got only 4 more hands after this, with 1 dealer round for each player. Even one dealer round is still enough for anything to happen, but, well, you can say that our table, right, table 7 is nearing its climax. As the dealer, again, as Arlet, the question remains how far you really need to work to make this hand winnable, or how far is it beneficial to work towards building a hand. And, well, getting more points, it will always help, but if it comes at the risk of losing points, it might not be the best play. Considering how far we are ahead. Again, it would suck if a player sumos a Yakuman, so we would like to sort of just... we would like to keep our win rate, to prevent someone from doing such a thing. But yes, it's not like we really need to win that many more points as 2nd or 1st place. The player to our right over here, Eva. Oh, that's Riichi. Is this a Riichi from our list? You could drop the 6-man, for example, and then wait on a Suji trap on the 3. and it's going to be difficult for other players to defend against. However, the 3s look unlikely to, never mind, to be dropped from the, what's called, these players, considering they are kind of useful. Unfortunately over here, considering the scarcity of the player, or how sparse Arlet's discard pool is, 3 definitely does look quite safe, so even if you were trying to, push, you might consider dropping the 3, as Mei did, to sort of buy some time. That did deal in, unfortunately, for Mei. However, we are still in East 4, repeat 1. This, you could think of this as another another chance for each one of these players in 3rd and 4th to sumo a Yakuman, or direct hit a Yakuman, of course. But, well, we'll see if that ever happens, I suppose. For each additional round we get, there's another chance for one of these players in 3rd and 4th to get a comeback hand. Now Arlet, however, has Anton waiting on 3 man and 1 4-pin. Meanwhile, as well as Sylveon over here, calling on the East Wind, being very playing very confidently to advance the hand and advance the game as well. Even with sort of scattered shapes over here, not even having a 5th block yet, they have decided to call this East Wind. Now they do have a 5th block, although it's not exactly the strongest block in the world. They do decide to take it, of course, dropping the 2-pin. This allows them to chi the 7th so for Shanten. Very important. Meanwhile, over here, Mei has gotten a difficult hand, to say the least. But it is possible for it to turn into 7 pairs, for example. However, Arlet calls Riichi waiting on 1 4-pin before anyone else can get into Tenpai. Sylveon over here. Thankfully for Sylveon, the 2-4 Mon is safe against the dealer, so they can drop it with no worries, keep Shanten. That being said, now that Eva has chased the Riichi, it will be a little bit more difficult for them to get, or to defend, I should say. Eva does get a direct hit on her target, 2nd place, but again, there still is a long way to go, and only 4 dealer turns left, including 1 dealer for herself. Will she be able to make use of this dealer turn? Well, for her team will sure hope that she does. There's a chance that she gets 1, 2, 3 Sanchoku over here, which could lead to a bit of value, although it will be difficult to make more than a Mangan like that still. Meanwhile, over here, Arlet does have a pair of Green Dragon, which makes it quite likely, in addition to the very good shapes that he has in Manzu and Sozu, very likely that he will be able to take this dealership away from Eva over here. Also, Mei is definitely trying to win over here, which she must do, making it all the more difficult for Eva to hold on to this dealer round. We can see Sylveon potentially trying to assist the player to their right over here, just trying to make them get, what's it called? Trying to get them into Tenpai as soon as possible so they can kick the dealer off their seat. Here we see Mei drawing the 2-mon, which deals into Arlet. However, she, thankfully for her, keeps the 2 in hand. However, I am not really seeing a future where Mei can win a hand without dropping the 2 man, considering that it is quite difficult to use. Oh, however, we do see Arlet actually dropping the weight over here on the 2 man, making it so that Mei can actually drop the 2 man without fear of what is it called? Without fear of dealing in. A very interesting decision from Arlet. And now he's back into Tenpai, waiting on the 3-6, of which there are 3 left in the wall. That being said, Mei over here is now in Tenpai. Unfortunately, Arlet does get the win before her. She only had 1 tile left in the wall. And this is a 1,000, 2,000 point hand, which flushes away Eva's last shot at winning inexpensive hand as the dealer. That being said, there may be a very small chance that that Eva over here can win a 4 wins hand. Oh, never mind. It's not happening anymore. I didn't see that 3 Wests were dropped. Yeah, that's too bad. Either way, well, she is going to have to make a miracle happen at this point. Nothing short of that will be able to get her into 2nd place. Looks like Eva over here will be heading over to a half flush, and that will potentially get her to a Mangan, and it's not nothing. Meanwhile, we have, what is it? We have Mei over here with an Hanchan waiting on 3-so and 8-so. 3-so being 1 tile left in the wall, and 8-so being 3 left in the wall. It is not exactly a very happy number of tiles accepted, but, well, Hanchan is Hanchan. Sylveon over here getting into Hanchan themselves, accepting anything around the 3-pin or the 2. Also, the 4-pin pole will give them the ability to wait on either the 2-5-so or the 2-3-5 pin. Here, the 8-man drops from Arlet, which Eva can see in order to, well, just finish a sequence over here and use, what is it, over here, and get a floater in the Manzu for her much-needed 5th block. 3 over here seems unneeded by Sylveon. However, they do decide to drop the 3-pin over here. Maybe out of consideration of the Manzu shape that the player to the left has. Although I'm not exactly sure. Here, Sylveon has the ability to call Chi and take Tenpai on the 3-so, although it is a very bad weight, it is still Tenpai. And the 3-so does in fact win from, what is it? From Eva over here. Now, the players in 3rd and 4th are finally out of dealer turns. Will they still be able to make a miraculous comeback? Well, that is what we will be awaiting for. That is what we will be awaiting, yes, in these last 2 dealer rounds. What kind of chance do they have? Well, at this point, the biggest chance that they have is just making a Yakmon and hoping someone in 2nd place or 1st place deals into them. But, well, that will be quite difficult to say the least. Yes. They've got, what is it? Now, Su-Uncle would be, I guess, the easy... yeah, Su-Uncle or... yeah, Su-Uncle is probably going to be the easiest Yakuman to make someone deal into. Unfortunately, the Su-Uncle Tanki, right, 6,400, the 64,000 point hand in, for example, Riichi City Ladder or Mahjong Soul Ladder, I believe is only worth 32,000 points in this rule set. So even with Su-Uncle Tanki, these players in 3rd and 4th will not be able to get out of well, get their conditions. Unless they get one twice, that is. On the same target. Specifically on second place. Who is, what is it? Specifically on second place? Is that true? No, I guess that's not true. But either way, it is extremely unlikely for the players in third and fourth, unfortunately, to get anywhere at this point. Arlet is in Tenpai on 2-5. However, the 2-5 is only 2 left in the wall. At this point, however, we can see that Sylveon is dropping many middle tiles, trying to feed the player to the right as quickly as they can. However, well, Sylveon will be unable to deal into Arlet if they do not draw the 2-5, of which there is only 1 tile left in the wall. So let's see what Mei has up her sleeve. It is Tenpai, but the 5 unfortunately deals in, causing us to head to all last, with the players in second and first at effectively hopeless distance from the players in second and third and fourth. Now the only real way for them to crawl back up to second place is to direct hit a double Yakuman. We said earlier that the Suanko Tanki is not going to work, but it is still possible for them to stack Yakuman, like for example get all honors and big 3 dragons. Then if they can get one of the players to deal in, then they will finally have a chance. Unfortunately, it is, to say the least, very unlikely that that either Mei or Eva will be able to get some kind of double Yakuman like that with the hands that they were given. Much less that second or first place will deal into such a hand, considering, well, that is literally the only way that they will lose their placement at this point. So yes, unfortunately for Mei and Eva, I believe it is almost correct to say that, yes, the game is over at this moment. That being said, it wouldn't do us any good to, to give up. So we may as well still play on. I do not see any path forward, though, for third place and fourth place at this moment. Arlet over here is in Ishanten, waiting on 4-pin, 7-pin, and the 2-5. So now he is Tenpai on 4-pin and 2-5. So calling Riichi when he does not really need to, simply just to gain more points. I'm not sure if there is a bonus for getting more points, but either way, it is a Riichi that he is allowed to call, of course, and doesn't particularly make it any more likely that he loses placement, so I can't blame him for calling the Khan. No, not the Khan, the Riichi. If Arlet does draw the win, he will end the game in first place. Or even without drawing the win, right? Oh, never mind. For some reason, I was seeing this as, what's it called? I was seeing these scores as having fewer zero than they had, so I was thinking that the gap was smaller than it actually was. But either way, Arlet is able to win a 6,000 all hand, which is very close, but does not end in last place, or end in first place, sorry. Arlet does elect to continue the game, however, most likely trying to gun for first place. I don't think this technically matters, although I could be not remembering correctly the specific format or the specific details of the rules over here. That being said, of course, this is perfectly within the rules for Arlet to do this. So there is no, I suppose, a reason to, or there is no, right, there's no reason to, I guess, well, not. What am I trying to say? I mean, the thing is, by continuing the East round, which I can Arlet actually decide to not play this? I think is the case. Yeah, that Arlet can decide to not continue his dealer turn if he wins. Can I check this? Yes, let me go ahead and check this in the rules. Let's see here. Let's see here. Oh, okay. Fine. Apparently, Arlet is unable to end the game unless he does not win or is not Tenpai at the end of the round. So, yes, this is not a choice by Arlet to continue the game, but it is a consequence of him winning the previous hand that he is now continuing the game. Very well. Here we can see Sylveon over here waiting on 4-6 for Tenpai. If they do get the 4, which they do, they get Sanshoku. So this is Pimpu Sanshoku for 3,900, securing Sylveon's team in first place, Arlet in second place, Eva in third place, or sorry, Eva's team, right? Let me just go ahead and say their teams over here, right? Chombo at 25 is in first place, All for Roan is in second place, Team Flow is in third place, and Team Reina Union is in fourth place. And as we have said before, only the top two players, only the top two teams are able to advance to the next day, the next the next day, right, which will be the quarterfinals. Meaning that Chombo at 25 and All for Roan will be advancing. Very well played by all players, and well, to the teams that are advancing, right, Chombo at 25, All for Roan, congratulations, and good luck on the next day. This was Moko, and I'll be signing off. Thank you everyone for watching this commentary.